Mendocino County Board of Supervisors meeting for September 17, 2019 to order. Clerk, let's conduct the roll call, please.
Supervisor Williams.
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Here.
Supervisor Haschak.
Here.
Supervisor McCowan.
Here.
Chair Brown.
Here. Deborah Ramirez, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you very much, Deborah. This is a time for public expression. Anyone that would like to speak to items not on the agenda, this is the time to do it. Please come up, state your name for the record, and know you have 3 minutes. Ellen?
Ellen Faulkner. My name is Ellen Faulkner, and I'm from Redwood Valley. And I'm here today as a kind of an emissary for SAGE. SAGE is the acronym stands for Social, Environmental, and Indigenous Justice. You've heard from us before, recently, and in the past also, about many issues. And the issue that I would like to bring up today is about the draft letter that you are having County Council draft to MRC. What I feel about that is that we should definitely have quite a lot of public input into that draft letter, and also even a public meeting, maybe an agendized item for that draft letter so that the public can make itself heard. It seems to be only fair that you hear from the public quite a bit about this draft letter. Me and a couple of my friends were here, and I was last week asking that this thing be vetted by lawyers. Well, actually, the first public you should hear from is probably Els Cooperrider, who had an interview on KZYX. September, was it 12th, right, after the first meeting about this draft letter. And she was asked why does she think Measure V is enforceable? She said, we've had teams of lawyers help us create it. That's why. So as far as I'm concerned, Measure V is enforceable, and that's already been vetted by lawyers. The next thing I want to say is I think it's only fair that you give the public as much right to speak as you have for John Anderson. I walked Margie to her car, and then I walked back through here to get to my own car and saw that you were in a huddle with John Anderson. And I was really kind of disturbed by that. I thought, well, now it's our turn. It's not just John Anderson you have to listen to draft this letter with consultations. It's us, the public. It's our initiative. It's a law. You know, I want you to sue them for breaking the law, but let's just say we want public input right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public expression?
Good morning. Katrina Bartlett, my assessor, county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters. This Thursday, the elections department is going to participate in the last Thursday night market in the city of Ukiah. So we are going to have a registration booth, and we're going to have we purchased a laptop a few months ago, so we're going to try it out and see if we can't check people's registrations to make sure that they're registered where they think they are or where we think they are, and give them an opportunity to fill out a paper registration card and update their registration. So if this works, which we think it will, then maybe next year we can participate in all of them and maybe even expand a little bit to, check their assessor's parcel to see if they have a homeowner's exemption or whatever. So we're really looking forward to this. And if any of you are in the city of Ukiah on Thursday, we start setting up at 4:30, and we'd love for you to come by and visit with us and meet some of the people that are there. So we're really excited about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Great public outreach. Anyone else for public expression, please come forward. Seeing no one, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, although it wasn't part of the motion directing a letter regarding Measure V, in response to a request from a member of the public, I did ask administration what the intention was, and it is to have an agenda item for that draft letter so the public has an opportunity to see it and comment on it before it goes out, as well as the board, and I do think that's appropriate. So, unless we tell them otherwise, I believe that would be coming back as an agenda item.
Well, I'm sure it'll be taken into consideration. Supervisor?
Can we get clarification from County Council? That was not my understanding.
And I agree with you.
Right,
But
and this is not currently an agenda item, so
Right.
we shouldn't go much further on this, but the direction was to work with the CEO's office to get the letter out. And of course, that will be provided to the board. I'll be glad to discuss it with individual board members.
There will be no more debate.
I'm not debating, but in terms of an agenda item, I believe the direction was to work with County Council, to work with the CEO to draft the letter. It was unspoken, send it out directly or have it come back. I would request it be an agenda item, but we can let that go for now.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the agenda. And we're going to skip item number 4, our consent calendar for the moment. But we are going to an off-agenda item, and this is pursuant to Government Code section. And this is an adoption of a proclamation recognizing September 15th through October 15th as Latino Heritage Month in Mendocino County. The sponsors are the Executive Office and Supervisors Brown and McCowan. We have established that it was an urgent board consideration and due to the necessary timelines. And I would like to invite a motion to establish that this matter arose and is coming forth to the agenda because it is an urgent item. And so I invite a motion to accept an off-agenda item. Supervisor Haschak?
I move to accept this off-agenda item.
Second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Further comment? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, it's back to the board. We'll vote. It does take a 4/5 vote. We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Supervisor McCowan to introduce this item and read the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So after publication of the agenda, in fact, yesterday, I received a request from Roseanne Ibarra to consider adopting a proclamation recognizing Latino Heritage Month in Mendocino County. And it's important that we act now as we just have, since the month begins September 15th, and we want it to be timely. But so I'd be happy to read the proclamation.
Thank you.
Of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing September 15th through October 15th, 2019 as Latino Heritage Month in Mendocino County. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Week was first celebrated nationally in 1968 under President Lyndon B. Johnson, and subsequently expanded to Latino Heritage Month from September 15th through October 15th under President Ronald Reagan. And whereas each successive president has continued this tradition, calling upon the people of our nation to observe Latino Heritage Month with appropriate respect, ceremonies, and activities honoring the contributions of Latinos. And whereas Latino Heritage Month celebrates the Independence Days of several Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua on September 15th, Mexico on September 16th, and Chile on September 18th. And whereas Mendocino County is home to a growing multi-ethnic and multicultural Latino population, including Hispanic American residents and citizens originating from Mexico, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean, currently comprising 26% of Mendocino County's population, with an entering kindergarten population in 2018-19 that was 46.5% Latino. And whereas the diverse Latino population of Mendocino County is woven into and enriches and strengthens the fabric of every aspect of our community. And whereas the Latino population of Mendocino County has many profound positive influences on our community, making significant social, cultural, and economic contributions through strong commitment to family, faith, education, hard work, vibrant culture, and service. And whereas Mendocino County thrives on the diversity and ingenuity of all of our people and welcomes the continued participation, support, and success of our diverse Latino friends and neighbors for many decades to come, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaims September 15th through October 15th, 2019 to be Latino Heritage Month in Mendocino County, dated 9/17/2019. Carrie Brown, Chair.
And thank you, Supervisor McCowan. I'm not sure if there's someone here to come forward to accept it, but proclamations are automatically adopted unless objection from a county supervisor. So if anyone is here for this proclamation, please come forward. Otherwise, I believe they have an event coming up where it can be presented at that time. Is that correct? Okay.
The Latinx Alliance would probably be an appropriate venue.
Absolutely. But I thank you very much for recognizing this and being able to bring it forward, and thank you for including me as a sponsor. So the next item, proclamation, is number 4B, International Day of Peace. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was requested to sponsor this proclamation from some people in Willits, and there's no one here to receive it, but I'd just like to say that September 21st is recognized as the International Day of Peace, and I'm not going to read the whole proclamation, but there's an event on Saturday at the Ukiah Farmers Market at 11 o'clock. Emmendale Choir is going to be singing there. This will be presented then. And I think that, in this day and age, we need to be thinking about peace in every way we can.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. And you'll be there to present the proclamation?
If I'm not, someone will be.
Okay.
I've talked to some people.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. An additional proclamation that we have, and I think we have a number of individuals here for this proclamation, and this is one for Consolidated Tribal Health and recognizing their anniversary. And I'd like to thank all of you for being here. And since there's 3 supervisors, there's 8 tribes involved in the Consolidated Health. Each 3 of us have a number of tribes, and I'm going to ask Supervisor John Haschak, Ted Williams.
I'm Ted.
Looking at him and calling him John. Getting off to a good start this morning. So Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, bear with me. The contrast to saturation on this one is a little bit trying for my eyes. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing the 35th anniversary of the Consolidated Tribal Health Project in Mendocino County. Whereas the Consolidated Tribal Health Project is a 501c3 community health clinic founded in 1984 with the primary purpose of serving the health needs of the American Indian, Alaskan Native population in Mendocino County, California through a Title V compact with Indian Health Services, and whereas the clinic is governed by a consortium of 8 federally recognized tribes, including the Caddo tribe of the Laydenville Rancheria, the Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians, the Guidaville Rancheria of California, the Hopland Band of Pomo Indians, Pinoleville Pomo Nation, the Potter Valley Tribe, the Little River Band of Pomo Indians, and the Redwood Valley Rancheria, and the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And whereas Consolidated Tribal Health Project, Inc. is committed to healthy lifestyles and honoring traditional Native American values to maintain physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and social well-being of their community. Their services include behavioral health, dental, medical, and patient support programs. And whereas the clinic throughout the years has had many achievements and received numerous recognitions for their services and programs. Recently, their dental department was recognized as the top dental performer in the nation by Indian Health Service. Specifically, the Consolidated Tribal Health Project received the 2018 National Dental GPRA Award as having the best overall performance. And whereas the Consolidated Tribal Health Project's dedication to providing quality care for the local American Indian population demonstrates their commitment to the initiative of that healthcare is a right for all people. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby congratulates the Consolidated Tribal Health Project on their 35th anniversary serving the health needs of its people. Dated September 17th, 2019, signed Carrie Brown, Chair. And I believe that the Chair will be...
I'd like to invite all of us
Okay.
to present it to all of you. Would you like to come forward, please? I got my proclamation. And we're going to ask for public comment. Any of you that would like to? Okay. Don't let it fall. Please.
Ready? Oh, good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for the proclamation and recognition. My name is Sonny Elliott. I'm the Tribal Chairman for the Hopland Band of Pomo Indians, but I'm also the Vice Chair for the Consolidated Tribal Health Board. Apologies from our Chairman, Mike Knight, who was not able to make it here this morning. But we do have multiple board members here today with us to accept the proclamation. And so, you know, I know we talk about the focus on tribal health and you know, our tribal citizens that, you know, we serve here in Mendocino County. But, you know, Consolidated Tribal Health has also been, you know, a place for collaboration and involvement from both tribal communities, county, state, and as well as federal organizations and officials, bringing them together in collaboration for numerous workshops and trainings and hosting many events and gatherings, you know, over the years that we're proud of and you know, we continue to do and acknowledge that that, you know, it's a place for physical, mental, and spiritual healing for our people, as well as the greater Mendocino County and the citizens of Mendocino County that also come there for their healthcare needs. So I want to thank you for their proclamation and recognizing Consolidated Tribal Health and their accomplishment of 35 years, and thank you to all the supervisors and as well as the board members who from the Consolidated Tribal Health Board that are in attendance and staff as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Richard Matins. I'm the Executive Director for Consolidated Tribal Health. It is my distinct privilege and a humbling experience to be here as the Executive Director. I've been here for 3 years, and I can't tell you what an amazing experience it has been to work with the 8 tribes who govern this tribal clinic. Thank you for the honor today. I just want to keep it brief because this is about the community and the honor, the privilege, the dedication of all the members of the tribes who work together on this. So thank you again for recognizing the hard work of everyone here. Thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak, please come forward.
Thank you. Again, I will repeat, thank you for acknowledging Consolidated Tribal Health, who's been in our community for many, many years. You know, starting out before I moved back to Mendocino County when Consolidated was in a little building over on Dora, and Carrie is well aware of the history, I'm sure. And to be an adult, a grandmother, and be involved in the organization, it's been a privilege to be able to see the growth and to see the history moving forward. Consolidated had just finished their strategic plan last week, and so we look forward to many opportunities working with the county, working with the community to develop more programs and to see much more services that we hope to have for our communities, not only our tribal communities, but to work in the greater community to educate and to support the programs that are coming up. The only thing that I would, look at is the funding piece of it for the county. I know the county has the HHSA dollars, and Consolidated does receive those dollars, but I'd like to also remind the Board of Supervisors that these are dollars that are dispersed within 8 to 9 tribes. And these are individual communities with individual needs. And so I would ask that, you recognize that the amount of money that comes to our clinic is really inadequate in regards to what the state and the federal dollars that come down to MHSA. Every time I go to the IHS conference in regards to the budget, they always say, go to your county. Your county receives, your state receives these amount of dollars, and you should be working with the county to get some of those dollars for this and that. And we, have to recognize that our working relationship is just beginning in terms of our county. And so we would like to, give you education in regards to, the dollars that are barely trickling down from Indian Health Services and from the county level for all the 8 tribes that are being served in terms of when you look at domestic violence, mental health, homelessness, all of the issues that the county is going through. Our communities are also facing those issues, but with small amounts of dollars. Even though people think that tribes get money and they get housing for free, that's not the case. And so I would just like to, again, bring that to the front and, to you supervisors so that you are aware of some of the limitations that our tribal communities face in terms of health care. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Anyone else? Seeing no one come forward, I would like to say congratulations, 35 years. And it was an honor for me to write your proclamation, and hopefully it'll get read at a board meeting or some type of an occasion so that all the tribes and the tribal people know that the county does care and thinking about them. As you said, the humble beginnings to what you are today, it's been amazing. And to get a national award for your dental program is very outstanding. Supervisors, any comment?
I certainly agree with the chair, and I look forward to working more closely together with all of the tribes going forward. Thank you.
Absolutely. So thank you, everyone, and again, congratulations. So back to our agenda, and we will be going to agenda item number 4, and that is our consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay. There is one item that's been identified to pull for discussion. That's item 4A. Supervisor Haschak.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the list of board appointments, I'd just like to recognize the fact that I was at the Museum Advisory Board yesterday, and they have openings for District 2 and District 5, and that if anyone can't fill those positions from their own districts, I probably have people up in the 3rd district who would fill a seat or two. And also, you know, I mentioned the other week about the Climate Action Advisory Committee, and I don't see anyone coming forward with more recommendations. I think it's just critical that we get this committee going as soon as possible. We don't have time to waste on this issue. So I really would like to see by October 1st at our next meeting, you know, all the recommendations in. I hope that works out for everyone, but we need to move on it.
Well, and I think also it takes interviews, and certainly as 3rd District Supervisor, you were able to identify people right away. I have one position that I still have to appoint, and I do have a couple individuals I will be interviewing. And it's just getting that time set up, surfacing, trying to find expertise, I believe, in different areas. So it's not only diversity of those serving, it's also the diversity of the entire county in you know, who should be represented. Or who should be represented, but there should be representatives from industry, business, as well as ethnic groups. And we've talked all about that, and finding expertise in certain areas and individuals that are willing to serve sometimes is difficult to get that commitment. But yeah, I agree with you. We need to get it going, and I thank you for bringing that to our attention. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think October 1st, our next meeting, is a reasonable goal to have the committee fully appointed. I haven't yet made my appointments for the reason stated by Supervisor Brown. In fact, I just had an application come in the end of last week that will, if I appoint that individual, it'll fill one of the categories that we all committed to. So that's part of the challenge. We actually made a commitment to have a diverse committee representing some of the areas that Supervisor Brown discussed. So I do agree we need to get going on it.
Supervisor Williams.
I have enough applicants to fill mine, but I wouldn't be reaching the diversity goals that were outlined in the formation document, and so that's created some hesitation. And I'm hopeful that maybe some more applicants will come forward.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And people should know that these positions are open until filled, so anyone may still apply. Also, for the Museum Advisory Board, if people are interested, whether they're in my district or not, they should submit their applications. If I don't have a qualified applicant from my district, which I may, I'm happy to consider out-of-district appointments, as Supervisor Brown and I kind of pioneered that when we came on the board.
Okay. Any other comment? We'll go to public comment on the consent calendar. Anyone that would like to speak to an item, please come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, thank you, supervisors. We have a motion and a second. We'll be voting by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to, I think there was a request for item 5A. Yes. And I believe that's 5A.
No, Chair Brown, I believe it's 5B.
5B.
Oh, okay, 5B. So we are going to go to item 5B, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution approving retroactive agreement with CALFIRE for fire and emergency dispatch services for the term of July 1st, 2018 through June 30th, 2020, for an amount not to exceed $1,373,533. The Executive Office and Supervisors Williams and McCowan are the sponsors. So, gentlemen, which one of you want to further introduce the item?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that it is a 2-year contract, that the previous contract actually expired a little over a year ago. That contract did have a clause for a 1-year extension. We're past that now, and CAL FIRE's made it clear that we need to move forward. Also, the board will recall that quite some time ago, when we decided not to go out with an RFP for dispatch services, the board also appointed an ad hoc to work with any interested cities to take a unified approach to a new contract with the intent of perhaps saving money. CAL FIRE made it clear that it did not matter to them if we came together or came separately, the price would be the same. There's a number of issues related to the contracts that would benefit by further exploration, and I know Supervisor Williams is intent on having that discussion, as am I. We are an ad hoc that succeeded the previous ad hoc, which was disbanded last December. We were reappointed in January. Given the time frames, I don't see any realistic alternative to moving forward with this contract today, but I would expect conversations to continue between the county, fire districts, and cities as to what the contract may look like going forward.
Supervisor Williams?
For the public's benefit, CAL FIRE has actually come in past years at about 2/3 of the contract price. So although we're looking at this not to exceed amount, we anticipate that the actual expense incurred by the county may be significantly less. Fire has conveyed to the ad hoc the amount of work they've put into an MOU to establish a tighter feedback loop on quality, which I think the ad hoc fully supports. But given how far beyond expiration we are now, I think we're going to try to negotiate that MOU into the next contract, which is about 9 months off.
Supervisor McCowan?
And likewise, there are issues of equity regarding how charges are allocated between currently the city of Ukiah and the county of Mendocino, as well as issues around, in effect, the county is paying for the residents of the cities of Point Arena, Willits, and Fort Bragg, but not Ukiah. So there's a number of issues that do need to be further examined and hopefully an equitable resolution. And some of this is independent of CAL FIRE, and then some issues do relate back to CAL FIRE.
Supervisor Williams?
Seeing no further comment, I would move the recommended action.
I'm going to go to public
comment?
comment first. Would that be okay?
I guess so, this one time.
And then I'll get right back to you. Public comment on this item. Anyone that would like to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one, I would all like to recognize Brett Pinson, Chief, and thank you for being here. I know you have a busy season, and I appreciate you taking the time to join us here for this agenda item. Okay. No public comments. Supervisor Williams.
I move the recommended action.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Supervisors, vote by the button, please.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Chief. And now we will move forward. Getting lost on this agenda. We've changed around. So, we are on agenda item number 6D, discussion and possible action, including direction to staff to adopt zero-based budgeting method. Supervisor Williams is our sponsor. Sir, please introduce the item.
The idea here is to consider building a model budget, starting at 0, working our way up. There's certainly some expenses that are mandated by the state. We don't have a lot of latitude, but there are other areas where we are using our discretion to balance competing needs. Rather than take last year's budget, copy and paste, and then make modifications, I'm suggesting that we build a model budget from scratch to see if that would result in a different budget to better reflect the public's priorities. And I will note other governments do this. This is not a novel idea. It just seems it hasn't been introduced to Mendocino County.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I know that the CEO's office has looked at this for some time, and I wonder if the CEO could comment a little bit about how she sees that working kind of internally and with the board.
Chair Brown, if I
Yes.
may respond. Yes, I think that Supervisor Williams did discuss this with myself and my staff, and we have looked at zero-based budgeting. I think that it's definitely something that we could look at it again. And what Supervisor Williams and I talked about was the timing of actually bringing this item to the board. As we know, we're currently in this year's budget and monitoring it. We will begin to have workshops with this board after January, like we did last year. So we'll have at a minimum 3 budget workshops. And so what we would do, what we can do if this board would like, is the first workshop, we could discuss zero-based budgeting, how that would fit or not fit in with what we currently do, what the process would be to actually go from the current way we budget to zero-based budgeting. And what I haven't discussed with Supervisor Williams is I think that if that was something that this board decided they would want to move forward with, we would most likely do our budget as we usually do next year and plan for zero-based budgeting the following year. The challenge with zero-based budgeting that I see is, one, the amount of time, because the departments, I don't want to say we've always done it this way, but we know that there's always been one way that we've built the budget. The departments are used to building their budget with X amount of dollars. And so to have them start over, some departments will respond appropriately and do fine. Other departments may really come in with requesting a lot more general fund dollars than they currently do. That's something that could happen. But my long answer to a short question, but my response is there could very well be something in the middle between what we do and zero-based budgeting. We know that zero-based budgeting is a good idea. Those counties that have a lot of resources that could move to zero-based budgeting, and obviously some counties do 2-year budgets. I think that if this board would like, we could come back with our first budget workshop after January to build next year's budget, and that first workshop could include zero-based budgeting and what it would take in this county to move to zero-based budgeting.
And I believe another challenge has to do with the flow of funding. At least that was the first thought that came across my mind thinking about this particular agenda item.
Yeah, clearly, Chair Brown, Supervisor Jurdy remembers having the discussion about zero-based budgeting in the past and the reasons why not only my budget team, but also the auditor thought that it would be extremely challenging. So again, I think that for the first budget workshop that we do with this board after January, we could come back with the pros and cons with zero-based budgeting, and this board could decide if that was something that you wanted us to move toward, we could do it for the following year. And you're right, with the multiple funding streams, that could be challenging. But, you know, what we know right now is that the county departments get money that's unanticipated revenue throughout the course of the year. That money is always brought to this board. So I personally don't want to say no to this idea, because I think that this board, including Supervisor Jurdy, has asked before that we look at this and that we also look at the different ways that we do our budget. So I'm perfectly willing to have the county budget team come in with a discussion with this board if this board chooses. And if not, we could move on the way we usually do. We're still going to have all the budget workshops that we have planned next year, after January, actually. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my question would be for Supervisor Williams is that with your idea of zero-based budgeting, would we be looking at every position in the county and seeing if it's justified? And if so, then where are we going to get the time to do that? So.
Response, please?
Yeah, I would argue that it's one of the most important things this board does is build the budget. And by making a clean sweep, deep dive into making sure every expense is in line with public expectations, I think it would address some of the concerns that were raised by the grand jury report. I think what the grand jury was getting at is there's this disconnect between the public priorities and what gets translated into a budget. And this would be a way to address that. And I would see before doing the staff-driven workshops, we would want some public outreach to explain to the public, these are the constraints we work with. These are the goals that we've identified. We can't accomplish all of them. Do you want broadband or do you want more roads? Do you want a more robust ambulance service? How do you want us to work on those trade-offs? And I think it would be a way to get more community involvement and engage the public in our budgetary process earlier in the process. As far as looking at every position, absolutely. I think we should look at every department, every position, every expenditure. It's been a long time since the county has done more than just tweak the budget from year to year.
Supervisor Jurdy, do you have comment?
Well, part of our budget process that could be modified, and maybe it's halfway getting to where we are now to where you're trying to go, Ted, is we do, through the CEO's office, have direction to each department about what their general fund net county cost should be, and that the department then develops a budget within that confine. And maybe what we should at least do as an interim, it would be to spend more time as a board with the CEO's office on identifying maybe different tiers. Like if we assigned a net county cost to one department, let's say we give them 3 options: 200,000 general fund, 500,000 general fund, 800,000 general fund, and then we see what proposals they come up with to live within those options. And I think that might be a way of getting the departments to show us more ideas that they have for how to run their department than we normally see. The other thing is, I do know that almost every department, probably virtually all of them, do attempt to get other sources of revenue besides just taxing the general fund. But maybe there are more things that some of the departments could do to relieve the general fund of the burden that they're putting on the general fund. So I think that could be another sort of task the CEO's office could try to task the department heads to come up with. Okay, start looking for other revenue streams besides the general fund. If it's really important for your department to provide that service, is there some other funding stream besides the general fund?
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm certainly open to getting more information and looking into how would zero-based budgeting work for Mendocino County, but there's no magic bullet here, and the essential problem is that the need for services is up here and the available revenue is down here. I don't see that changing anytime soon. Our primary cost is for personnel. I don't see us needing fewer social workers, fewer eligibility workers, fewer road workers, but there's, different aspects of what we do could certainly be looked at more closely. Like, I think it's common to build in a certain amount for consulting contracts and that kind of thing. And, things like that, outside legal assistance, for instance. Maybe we should take a really hard look at a lot of those areas. And in the road department, frankly, is it in Mendocino County's interest to buy expensive pieces of equipment that in some cases may be used only for a few weeks or less out of the year? So I think there's a lot of things that we could be looking at there. And then there may be individual programs that could benefit from a zero-based budgeting approach, and the cannabis program might be one of those. Let's really justify every expense that is being attributed to that department. And the worst thing that can happen is the best. We find out, gee, it's all being spent appropriately. But so I think it's an intriguing idea. It's worth more exploration. I'm concerned that for the most part, it may not really be applicable to the county or in the county's interest, balanced against the time that it would take to fully employ that. And it's also predictable if you tell the departments we're starting from scratch, their budget requests in every case will exceed what they're getting now. So, I think we need more info, more discussion, and I think there no doubt are areas where it would be a benefit.
So, Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree that this is, excuse me, this is certainly something that we want to look at more, and any more information we can have to look at all the options that we have with our budget, because I think that I'm feeling that frustration that Supervisor Williams is, that a lot of times you have a $300 million budget, but we're only dealing with really a few million that we have discretion over. And I think that the goal is to have more control of the operations of what's going on in the county. So whatever way we can get there, I would like to see that, us taking that action.
Supervisor Williams?
I think we should be asking ourselves, if we were to start fresh and build this county from scratch today, would we end up with what we have at present, or would it be a different structure? And if it's a different structure, how do we transition from what we have, a legacy, into the next generation of county government? And if we go through this exercise and we end up with exactly what we have today, that's great, we've justified it. But without the exercise, we don't know if we're just carrying on a legacy. It's very hard. It takes a lot to make change. And we have departments that have a certain level of staffing, certain duties. We've split those duties between departments. It takes a lot to shift gears. But I think that restructuring needs to happen, because you look at our finances, you look at the roads, all the priorities that we can't get to, and we know a recession will eventually hit. Rather than be caught during that recession of downsizing and making further cuts, I want to spend some time in advance planning for how we can become more efficient and build into the strategic plan where those cuts will come. When we don't have the revenue that we have today, we should have a plan of what to drop first, rather than dealing with it as a crisis. So I wasn't sure where this item would go. I figured I would put it on the agenda and Supervisor McCowan would help fix it. So I'm open to modifications to the recommended action, but I would like to carry the discussion forward.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well,
and then we'll go to public comment.
Oh,
Yeah.
I certainly think it's worth having further exploration. And this is right in line with strategic planning to say, would the county, if we started today, would the county look the way it looks now? And the other part of that is, what do we want it to look like 5 or 10 years from now? I think this exercise could help us get there. You mentioned efficiency. I think that's one of the very key things. We absolutely have to become more efficient at everything we do. The people who have been here for a while have been saying that for a long time, but how far have we moved? Finally, we're starting to get more permits online. We need to be looking, I think, across the board. Does it make sense to have everyone come into a county office to keep their appointment for routine updates to their paperwork? There's got to be a better way to do a lot of what we're doing. And so, in terms of recommended action, I think we can hear from the public, and then we'll no doubt come up with something.
Okay. We're going to public comment on this item. Anyone that would like to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board. Supervisors? I guess I want to say one comment. I think that the CEO has recommended a course of action that seems to me logical and a way to move this forward, to at least look at it when we start putting together the next budget. Actually be the budget after that. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I do think it's premature to direct staff to let's implement zero-based budgeting, but I think having a workshop and have that workshop be a standalone instead of tagged on to a board meeting where something always gets shortchanged would be a good way to proceed.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I wonder if we could ask the CEO to respond to the idea of in addition to a standalone workshop on zero-based budgeting, also bringing forward to the board some options for next year's budget, for the development of next year's budget. And I put out some different suggestions, such as bringing forward to the board a more robust discussion than we normally have about what the county assigned costs would be to each department, and the idea of potentially giving the departments more than one number to see what changes they would make if they had different amounts of general fund subsidy. And so those are some of my suggestions of things I think could be done in the current process, but maybe just a deeper dive than we normally take in our current process.
Supervisors, I'm looking for a motion, please.
Well, thank you.
Chair Brown, if I could just make one final comment in
Sangelo?
response to Supervisor Jurdy's request. The short answer, of course, is yes. I can tell you that my office, along with the auditor's office, as we begin to build the budget, we are looking at every position, Supervisor Haschak. There's no way to continue with the increases in salary and benefits without looking at every position. So that is something that we had planned. I think Supervisor Jurdy's idea of really just separating out the net county cost and looking at that and looking at, either 3 different approaches or however we do it is something that goes very well with what we do anyway. So that's absolutely something we can do. I think the challenge is that when this board, when we look and when the public looks at a $300 million budget, the fact is $70 million is discretionary. We're not a city, we're a county that gets state and federal dollars to do entitlement programs and all those services that the cities don't do or anyone else does. When you talk about epidemiology, tuberculosis, AIDS, it is the county that does those services. That's state and federal dollars. So I think that this will be a good experience for all of us. Supervisor Brown, Supervisor McCowan, and possibly Supervisor Jurdy, you remember this was probably just when you were coming on, when we were having a financial crunch, and what we did is we looked at those programs that were mandatory versus what was not mandatory. And if you remember, we had pages and pages and pages of charts on what was mandatory so that we could identify, getting down to core services in the departments. And I don't think that was a bad approach, though it was quite cumbersome. The idea that Supervisor Jurdy has as far as let's look at the net county cost you get today, let's look at 10% less or 5% less, and let's see what the department can do. That is an approach that we could take as we build the budget. So my request would be that we look at this in January, no earlier than January, because we have to get the departments on board as well. And if this board chooses to have a separate workshop aside from a board meeting that we could call just for the budget and say as our kickoff, working with the board in developing this budget and the following year's budget and looking at zero-based budgeting, that's something that I would actually welcome. So thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
I'll defer to Supervisor Williams.
Yeah,
if I may.
if we take the CEO's recommendation of waiting until January, I would hope prior to January we could schedule some type of public engagement event to begin collecting the public's preferences as to how we prioritize, so that we go into that January session with goals identified and ranked. And I can tell you in my district, roads is a top concern.
I think
and
everybody's
seeing it's
district
probably
except
everybody's,
second.
except
Hey, I drive on them too.
we all drive. I mean, some days I'm in all 5 districts, so I think that's we all drive on county roads. And yet, when we went through our last budgeting process, we didn't identify funds to increase our effort on the roads. And so if that's hypothetically, if that's a top priority, I want to go into January with that identified, that the public expects us to do something more about the roads, so that we have the sense of allocating a greater amount for that and simultaneously looking at what is a lower priority and where we can cut based on public feedback.
And I would like to insert, Supervisor McCowan. I would like to insert that we will be on the coast on November 5th. We may look at an agenda item to do just that with a press release prior to give people notice. I think that would help the coastal people not have to drive inland. So that is just a recommendation I'd like to make. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a separate comment, and I think the CEO may have had a comment to this
okay.
conversation.
Ms. Angelo?
Oh, thank you, Chair Brown. For those of you that remember, there was a time 2 years in a row where we did regional budget meetings. So basically, we developed a draft budget, and we went out and did one meeting in each of the supervisorial districts on the budget. I can tell you, in the 3rd district, we might have had 4 or 5 people show up in Laytonville, and on the coast, I think we had about 50 people, Supervisor Jurdy, so we did have a good turnout. And so I think the November 5th meeting, if we have a budget item, and I think that agenda is almost full already, but I think that would be something. I would say that getting the public's input is certainly something that this board would want to do. I can tell you the amount of time and staff resources that we expended in doing the 5 different meetings on the budget, but I believe Supervisor Williams, what you're asking for is that we get input before the January workshop. If there is a way to do that, that we're talking October, November, December. If we were talking meetings, I can't imagine how we could do that with the staff. So it's up to you.
Okay, we have some more conversation, and I'm not sure which one of the supervisors want to go first.
Maybe I could clarify.
Okay.
I understand the load on staff. Maybe this is more appropriate for the supervisors to take on. I would certainly volunteer.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I'd be happy to volunteer, and I'm hoping that this could potentially include an online survey as probably the most efficient method to get some input. And I did just want to point out that the board actually has contributed additional sort of above historic levels to the roads in the last several years. And the way we did that was not in the normal budget process. We waited until we saw in the first or second quarter funds that came in above budget or monies that were unspent, and that's when we allocated the extra money to the roads. And so I'm not giving up hope that we'll still do that this year.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do agree with all the comments recently made of, I think, and I was going to suggest the supervisors could host individual meetings if they choose and not rely on staff, maybe coordinate with staff, so we're, have some clarity on what message we're putting out and what our expectations are for what we get back. I think having an agenda item November 5th on the coast, as you suggest, has a lot of merit, and then I think having a more formal workshop, maybe at our second meeting in January, probably makes sense. A couple other things I'd like to throw out there that the board has been asking for some time. So in the case of department metrics, the board's been asking for that for several years. For each department, we'd like to have, here are certain tasks, here are the timeframes in which they get accomplished, or the numbers of things that get accomplished. And whenever we have this discussion, the CEO says, what you can't manage what you can't measure. And we have an inconsistent process of measuring departmental tasks. So we get some information on some things from some departments, but it could be more comprehensive, and obviously it'll be different items that are of greater importance to different departments. But supposedly the leadership group was working on all of that. So if we could actually get that activated and operating, I think that would help us. The other thing the board has been asking for is budget tracking, and I think it should be on a monthly basis. Here's the budgeted amount, here's the expenditure to date. You could have it both the total budget for departments, and you could have it be the net county cost, whatever the appropriate breakdowns are, so we get relatively real-time information on how are the departments performing against the budget. I think that would be beneficial as well. And again, we've given these directions in the past. I know everyone's busy doing everything they're doing. These are the types of things that I think would put the county in a position to better evaluate, is everything that we're doing appropriate, or could it be done better?
Ms. Angelo?
Thank you, Chair Brown. Well, I agree with you, Supervisor McCowan, that the board has been asking for metrics on the departments and then budget tracking, and I believe we got it down to every other month. And I know that you have said, please let me finish, Supervisor McCowan. I know that you in particular have asked for monthly. I can tell you that we are working on metrics, and Deputy CEO Darcy Antle has been working with the departments. One of the first actions we took was educating the departments. There have been more budget trainings within the departments than we've had in the past. So I believe that we will have metrics for this board, and I realize it's taken some time to get there. This is a large bureaucracy that moves very slow. The second item, as far as budget tracking, we do that quarterly. I know you want that monthly. We are working on trying to get it to you every 2 months. We can try every month. We can give you figures. They will be approximates. They won't be exact. What we're doing at this point in time, as you know, and certainly the IT ad hoc knows, is we continue to try to develop efficiencies within our IT system. So we basically help our employees do their jobs, and we have a better product for the public and for this board. It's quite possible that we will need to upgrade our software again as far as trying to track the budget. Just as an example, for year-end closeout isn't until the end of August, and we know June 30th is the last day of the year, of the fiscal year. So when you look at taking 2 years to do closeout, that's for every department to get their money, get their claims in, get everything done.
2 months.
Yes.
Not 2 years.
Could be 2 years, Supervisor Brown, but yes, 2 months. But my point is that to bring in a $300 million budget and manage it every month, which is in essence what we do, not to the penny. But when we give information to this board, we want to be accurate. So we are working on this. I have an inherent belief that we can get this information to the board as well. So we'll continue with this. So thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
Maybe a component of this is scheduling a postmortem to look at the previous year. How did we do? Did we hit our, were we successful? Were individual departments successful? This came up yesterday. Supervisor Jurdy and I met with our QMC, and I still have a lot of questions about how do we track the success there. It may be successful. We may be doing better than other counties or better than the state. But I have a hard time conveying that to my constituents because I don't have the transparency. I don't have the data to back it. I don't have a 5-year chart to show where we were and where we're headed. And I think that's what we want for all of the financial concerns. We want to be able to look at a profit and loss, a balance sheet, ideally live. And I know there's a gap in technology. Today it takes staff a lot of time to produce these documents. Should be real time. And so maybe an option for this component is to refer it to the IT ad hoc to look at shifting the priority and looking into what it would take to get us there sooner so that we can make better decisions as we go into the budgeting process.
Well, again, I'm going to call for, we've carried this on, so I think it's only fair to go back to the public. Does anyone have comment? Please come forward, state your name for the record, sir.
Hi, good morning, Board. My name is James Green. First thing I'd like to say is thank you. What I'm hearing is I see 5 Board of Supervisors actually agreeing that the public input would be valuable here. You all have email addresses, and I use them all, and I thank you all for responding. I think it is a really good idea, and might I recommend using the press. You guys do press releases for the Journal and the Mendocino Voice and the coastal newspapers as well. If you get it out there that's saying we are asking for your help, we need budget priorities, I think you're going to get a pretty popular response. Recently, all of you have been accused of all sorts of things that I disagree with. I find you very responsive when I inquire. So my advice would be to invite the public to also inquire and to get more involved. So asking for help is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength, and I thank you all.
Anyone else? Seeing no one come forward, back to the board, please. Supervisors? Formulate an action. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, I think potentially we've agreed on a number of things, including each supervisor, if they wish, hosting public meetings, having an agenda item on November 5th, having a formal workshop, the second meeting in January. And I certainly think there could be merit to having the IT ad hoc of Supervisors Jurdy and Williams work with the executive office on the budget tracking and the department metrics issues to bring those forward as timely and efficiently as we can. Have I left anything out?
I just want to make sure that, you know, everything's getting down, so that way, whether we all agree or don't agree, that we have it all listed.
It's all going into the record.
Okay, thank you.
I
Supervisor Williams?
support Supervisor McCowan's motion.
I mean, I think it could be direction, it could be a motion, either way, your discretion.
Well, I would prefer it be a motion.
Okay.
Can I have that motion again, please?
The motion would be to have an agenda item November 5th regarding zero-based budgeting, a workshop, the second meeting in January regarding zero-based budgeting, to have the IT committee work with the executive office on budget tracking and department metrics, and for each supervisor in coordination with the executive office to host district meetings on budget priorities. Is that?
Chair Braun,
Yes.
Supervisor McCown, if I can only comment, the only thing about, you're just referring to zero-based budgeting, but you're also
Well, or
referring
maybe-
to community or public priorities.
Yeah,
which would-
zero-based budgeting and budget priorities.
But I guess the only thing I'm speaking to, your November 5th meeting is to hear from the public, right? So
Correct.
you're looking at public priorities for the county budget.
For the
Or
budget.
am I missing something?
Correct.
he
Yes, correct.
misstated.
Thank you.
Okay.
So my motion was a little bit jumbled up, actually.
I'm so surprised.
Me too.
Okay, we're going to let the clerk get that down. And I see.
Second.
So hang on one moment, Supervisor Haschak. Okay,
Yes, thank you.
you've got it? Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the concept that we're going with, and I'd just like to say that with these meetings that we're looking for the public input about budget priorities, I think we get that all the time. You know, every day we're confronted with public saying, fix the roads, or where's the sheriff in my area, or whatever the issue is. But I've got a couple town halls in October that I've scheduled, and I think that that's a perfect opportunity to bring that up at that level, just saying, where do you want us to spend the money if we had money to spend? So I don't think it has to be a real involved process involving staff time or anything. I think that we can just do it on our own and bring it back to the board.
Supervisor McCowan, and then we'll go to Supervisor
Well,
Williams.
that's actually the intent of the motion. When I say coordination with the executive office, I think there's standard budget information. So this can be a two-way exchange, both of us receiving from the public their priorities and comments, but also us putting out to the public, here's the big picture on the county budget. So most people probably don't know we have a $300 million budget. And if they hear that, they think, wow, the county's got a lot of money. And then if they hear, oh, but only 70 million of that is actually discretionary, and you know, maybe half of that or more is devoted to public safety, and, you know, you start whittling that big number down, and then I think the public can better understand, here's why the need is still up here and the funding is here. So, you know, I think there's just some basic information that we could put out as background that would help inform the public.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I think all five of us do hear from the public about where they want more spending. We need to transition that dialogue to be, the public wants more spending in one area and a cut in another. You have to tie those two together. Every dollar is allocated in this county. And so if you want more law enforcement and less roads, right, that's fine. Take $100 from one, put it into the other. But it can't simply be feedback of we want more road work. By itself, without talking about where to cut, we can't shift the priorities.
All righty, what I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have the clerk read back the motion.
Okay, so I have create an agenda item for November 5th regarding zero-based budgeting, host a workshop at the second meeting in January regarding zero-based budgeting, have the IT ad hoc committee work with the executive office on department metrics, and have each supervisor work in coordination with the executive office to host district meetings on budget priorities.
Second.
Well, but I think the November 5th item would be on public budget priorities, primarily.
Yep.
Ms. Angela.
Lindsay, so it would be the zero-based budgeting, including public priorities on the county budget.
Right. And then for the IT to work with
Hang on,
the
just-
executive office on budget tracking and departmental metrics.
On budget track, got it. Thank you.
I was going to have you wait so she could get it typed down.
And then the district meeting portion of that agenda, or that recommended motion also includes zero-based budgeting, including public priorities for the county budget. So you would have that in both.
I'm just trying to make sure we get it all into the record, yes.
So let's try it again. So create an agenda item for November 5th regarding zero-based budgeting, including public priorities on the county budget. Host a workshop at the second meeting in January regarding zero-based budgeting. Have the IT ad hoc committee work with the executive office on budget tracking and department metrics. And have each supervisor work in coordination with the executive office to host district meetings on budget priorities, including priorities for the county budget.
Second.
For the fourth time? Or first time, I don't know.
And that
Can't
last
remember.
clause was a little bit redundant, because I think it said on the county budget. Well, maybe that's fine the way it is. Yes, let's
I
leave it
think
the way
we'll
it
we'll
is.
leave it.
Yeah.
It's better if we say it more than
Yes.
less. And this is Lindsay's second meeting, I believe, by herself, and she's done a great job. So thank you, Lindsay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely you have, because we're quite a crew to clerk to.
You are.
It could also be pointed out that where normally we have had 3 people working in the clerk of the board office, we now have 1.
That is
So
correct.
not only is this, your second time clerking without backup, but you're running the whole show by yourself with assistance from the executive office. But you're doing a great job.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Okay, supervisors, you know what the motion is. We will vote by the button.
And the motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'm not sure if, how long is this estimated? Or should we go to break? Lindsay? How long is this estimated?
Which item?
The hiring
It would be
freeze.
5F, hiring freeze, explanation.
Let's see here. 5F?
I think we were giving it 30 minutes.
It's
but
listed on the.
Is it listed for an
template
hour?
For an hour.
For an hour.
I was
Thank
being
you.
hopeful.
Okay.
So it's up to you.
Okay, I think what we're going to do, because it's probably going to last an hour, that we go to break, and there will be a 10-minute break. We'll be back in session at 10:30.
I just wanted to see that you saw this public meeting that they were doing in Monterey.
Next Monday? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure you've got that.
Thank you.
So you can make them announcements.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe somebody's paying attention. I don't know.
What we should do is just get one more cell phone and leave it plugged in here as a hotspot.
I've reserved a call.
I mean, it'd be more reliable.
just So you
Back in session, and we are going to agenda item 5F. This is a discussion and possible action regarding the County of Mendocino's fiscal year 2019-20 hiring freeze. The Executive Office is the sponsor. Ms. Angelo, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Chair Brown. Some time ago, for this fiscal year, the board had directed that we move forward on a hiring freeze. And so this item is to discuss the hiring freeze, where we are in the process, and really discuss the criteria for the hiring freeze, which I think came into question during one of the meetings. So just to start with that point, from July 1 on, we had requisitions at Human Resources to fill specific positions for the different departments. And with those requisitions, what I looked at and what my staff looked at and what Human Resources looked at was where those positions were in the process. And if a job was offered to fill one of those positions, of course, we did not freeze that position because an offer had already been made. So in looking at moving forward with the hiring freeze and what criteria the Executive Office uses, the first thing I'd like to say is we work with Human Resources, and our Human Resources staff is here. Additionally, as with any position, whether there's a hiring freeze happening or not, all departments must submit a justification for hiring. So we review that justification to see if we think that it's something that is valid and is a position that we think can go forward, or if there are other options. For instance, in the past, we have looked at departments working together with specific positions, and I think one of the greatest examples of collaboration between departments is across the parking lot. If you look at Human Resources and the Cultural Services Agency, they have a front desk where they share staff, and they basically share people coming in from the public and directing those people, whether members of the public, whether it's to the library or museum or whether it's to Human Resources. And that is a prime example of collaboration among departments and exactly what we want to see, particularly as we move forward with increasing our salaries and benefits to our employees, but yet trying to keep our numbers down so we can afford to do that. So again, all departments submit a justification for hiring, and we review those justifications. Now, the criteria for determining approval or denial, the first thing I would say to this board is if a position is non-general fund, then usually I will go ahead and approve the filling of that position. If you look at Health and Human Services, you look at the library, you look at air quality, those are departments, examples of departments that are not general fund, child support services as well. Those positions are filled, they're not denied. And then what we look at is if a position is mission critical. And how we determine this, if I had mentioned this during the last agenda item, that this board will remember, there was a time when this board asked what services we provide that were mandated and non-mandated, and we went through that list, and you attach positions to those programs and those services. So we do look at mission critical. So positions that get filled are what we would deem mission critical, and also positions that have been vacant less than 12 months. If you've had a position in your department that has been vacant over 12 months, most likely I'm going to deny filling that position. Additionally, another example of mission critical would be like our OES coordinator. When Rick Ellert left, we know that given the circumstances today that we need an Office of Emergency Services coordinator. So that was never in question for me whether we would fill that position or not. Other departments that we look at, planning and building services, we know that within the planning and building department that they have been understaffed for quite some time. I would say that planning and building is one department that never really recovered from the department, the shortages, the hiring freeze, the issues that we had around budget, I just think they have never really fully recovered because they consistently work short. So usually if it's a planning and building department position, if they come forward with 3 or 4 positions, usually we'll fill the planners and we may not fill a staff assistant and ask them to double up. Additionally, code enforcement we usually fill, and along with that, one of the unique qualities of Mendocino County is that we have services throughout our 3,510 square miles of county. There are other counties that are as large as Mendocino County, but they have services in one area. But of course, we know we have services in Willits, Fort Bragg, and Ukiah, and then we do have some outlying services in Point Arena and some other places. But when you have a model where you really are fully staffed or want to be fully staffed, say in Willits, Ukiah, and Fort Bragg, then when 2 positions come forward that are vacant, you look at how you're going to fill those. It may be impossible to fill a position in Ukiah and not fill a position in Fort Bragg. Or it may be that after analysis, a position in Fort Bragg is filled and the one in Ukiah is left vacant. So I hope you understand that, you know, as much as we would like to have just this wonderful checklist that we can just go through and say, you know, you meet this criteria, you get your position filled or you don't, there are circumstances where I would not want to fill a position, but I would go ahead and approve it because it's on the coast and they just don't have the staff. And I think planning and building is a prime example of having shortages on the coast, where if all of the staff were here in the Ukiah office, most likely I would say no to filling those positions. But you have 2 separate offices. Also, public safety. We know that it's difficult, or it has been in the past difficult, to get deputies and to have those deputies stay. So usually I do not deny sworn staff for the sheriff. And then, of course, something that impacts, as I said, mission-critical public health and safety. So usually those are areas that my office doesn't deny. So when you talk about savings, and there's a few more areas I'd like to touch on, but when you talk about savings, some of the departments believe that if they've budgeted a position, then that I will automatically give them the approval to fill it. That is not the case, because what we know is a hiring freeze, one of the goals of a hiring freeze, is not only to look at your departments and look at what you have and how those departments could work more efficiently without 1 or 2 positions, but also those salary savings. So because a position is budgeted doesn't mean that I'm going to approve filling it, because that's your savings from a hiring freeze. So again, that's something that we look at. The numbers are fluid as we do this. I think one of the most difficult areas, as again was touched on earlier today, was the actual tracking every month of how much money comes in, how much money we're spending, where we are, what the percentage is for that 12-month period for that department. The numbers are fluid, but we believe those numbers are fairly close as of today as to where we'll be at the end of the year. So the number of non-general fund positions that have been approved this fiscal year, that number is 61 positions. 55 have been in Health and Human Services, 5 in the library, and 1 in the district attorney's office that was grant funded. What we know about Health and Human Services is they historically have had a high vacancy rate. Again, I would like to say this, not only for this board but for the public, is that we do not deny filling positions in Health and Human Services. So if there is a shortage of supervisors, child welfare workers, eligibility workers, it is not because the county in general has said, no, you can't fill them. It's because there is a shortage in that particular classification. And what we know about Health and Human Services, particularly with your eligibility workers, is that you could bring 12 new eligibility workers on at any given time, and 6 months later, you could have 6 of them. So that's just the nature of the work that we do, and I don't think it even is related to salary and benefits at this point. You know, some people go in and they just don't cut it. Additionally, one of the one of the areas that we are looking at is the departments that are absolutely complying with the freeze and not even submitting requests. And there are department heads that are doing that. They know that we're in a hiring freeze. We have educated the departments. We have talked about the hiring freeze for a few months now, and some department heads won't even bother bringing a position in. And they have directed their staff to attempt to restructure and work without specific positions being filled. Along with that, I did mention that Human Resources is working and getting more information from those departments, and those departments really should be commended. And I would expect that if there was a problem in any specific department that wasn't filling positions, that my office would know and we would work with them. I'd already mentioned about the different locations, and that in that regard that, you know, we're filling positions that possibly we wouldn't fill, but we are because we're regional. So where we are today is since July 1, we have had 49 requests for positions. Many of those positions have been in public safety with the sheriff's office and with the district attorney's office. And most, if not all of those positions have been filled. We did fill or approve 4 full-time positions for the probation department and 4 extra help positions for the probation department. And my office is working with probation closely, and we're looking at what their needs are, and also working with them to determine how they want to move forward with their programs. And I think probation is a department that also finds itself short-staffed, like the planning department, that just is very difficult to hire and keep good staff. So as far as the bottom line on the hiring freeze, since July 1, we have had all of the requisitions received since July 1 total $3 million. So basically, to fill all of those positions would be $3 million of general fund going forward. The savings based on the positions that I have denied, not allowed to go forward, is approximately $1 million. So 1/3 of the positions that have been requested have been approved for filling. Now again, I want to say that in July, when we enacted the hiring freeze, many of these positions were in the process of being hired. They either were in the process of just posting the position, which is a little different than in the interview process, or offering a position. So we did not stop those positions from going forward. So we're just going into October this year, and I think that the hiring freeze could be very effective. It could give the departments an opportunity to really look at restructuring, and also it gives us an opportunity to save some general fund. Another point is that the approximate savings per pay period based on the positions that we haven't filled is $36,000 a pay period. So I think that's substantial as well. So this is where we are with the hiring freeze, and I certainly can answer your questions if you'd like more information. Again, I think the total is 49 general fund positions that have been requested to be filled. If they were in the process of being filled on July 1, I let those positions go forward, most of them. We have a total of $3 million in general fund for all of those positions. I have denied $1 million in positions. So we have, we have a savings at this point that we're projecting for these positions. And so that is where they are. I hope that is information that this board wants, and that's you find that to answer your questions. And at this point, I will just defer to the board for questions.
Supervisor Williams.
How many employees do we have today?
I'm going to look at an exact amount from our human resources staff.
I'm going to say, this is Sherry Johnson, an interim human resource director. We have, I'm going to say, approximately 1,150.
1150. And I just have a few questions. With the with the hiring freeze in place and the what we've seen to date on filling some mission critical positions, but saying no to others, What's your projection on time to reach 900 overall headcount?
My projection on that is not this year, not this fiscal year. I would say, if that is the direction of the board, to bring us from 1150 to 900, I will come in with a plan for this board to approve. Because even losing it, for those of you that were here, and this was before your time, Supervisor Williams, Supervisor Haschak, we did what we called the 100-man plan at one time, which was 25 positions eliminated every quarter to get us to 100 positions, that we would reduce the county by 100 positions. What happened after the first 25 is that people left. They didn't wait to get laid off. And so if we're looking at 1150 to 900, I would only do that by bringing a plan in, and I would say that would have to be at a minimum a 12-month plan, if not an 18-month plan. When you lay off civil service positions, there is a full process that occurs, and so it takes it doesn't happen overnight. It's at a minimum 90 days.
And with natural attrition and not refilling the positions, how long would you estimate?
Let's just say this. The 49 positions that have been requisitioned since July 1, had I not filled those positions, then you could say by attrition, we reduced down by 49 positions. Given the fact that I have filled multiple positions, some of them being with the district attorney, some with the sheriff, certainly the auditor, when you have departments that have 10 to 12 people and they lose 1 or 2 staff, some of those departments are crippled. So I realize I'm giving you reasons why I wouldn't just reduce our numbers by attrition. I don't believe it's that easy. If the direction of this board was that if a position became vacant, then by attrition, we keep that position vacant and we move forward and we begin the count down to 900, I would do that. But I can tell you that some departments would be crippled. So by attrition, getting from 1150 to 900 would probably be somewhere around a year as well.
Okay. Question 2 of 3. You talked about online services briefly.
Yes.
If we were to fully embrace moving all services online so that the public can interact in all cases with the county electronically, should they choose, how would that affect the overall staffing?
So a lot of the positions that we have, let's just look at the outlying areas. Let's look at Willits and Fort Bragg. A lot of the positions in Willits and Fort Bragg are not general fund positions. So it would be a decision of the board if you wanted us to eliminate, if you wanted us to eliminate those positions. But as far as online services in general, one is it takes a few months to even get online services. So, again, I think when you're talking such a large number, you're again talking 1 to 2 years.
And then last, if you were to build the org chart from scratch, a blank piece of paper, would you end up with what we have today, or would it be significantly different?
I don't know how different it would be, but it would be different. And
would you be contracting out any services?
Yes.
And for example, I
feel like I'm at an inquisition. Yes.
I've been working.
Yes,
I've been working with.
I would absolutely come to this board and ask for the authority to contract out some of our services.
So supervisors, in closing, I would like to see what that plan would look like if we were to give the CEO the authority to come up with a model plan. Doesn't mean we implement it, but maybe it's part of our strategic plan. It shows where we want to be a few years from now, and then we can talk about how to get there.
Well, and thank you for that. I would like to say, and this is something we talked about, especially when I first came on the board over a decade ago, because of the critical times we were in, was looking at all our satellite departments throughout the county. Many counties, well, certainly some of them aren't as large as ours, but basically some of the counties, and I'll just do Sonoma, for instance, everything is centered around Santa Rosa. There are no, I don't believe, any satellite departments throughout the county. Here, I think the CEO just described that. So looking at how you downsize would mean very possibly closing those. And also what comes to mind are the number of sheriff substations that need to be manned. So, and of course, that's public safety. But, you know, to me, there's so many considerations that we need to make when we consider, you know, downsizing the organization and employees that we have. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think it's premature to say, gee, we should set a goal of downsizing to 900. I think we probably have general agreement that we do need to reduce the overall workforce, and that'll be a byproduct of increasing efficiency, or it should be. But I think we need to identify the efficiencies before we pick an arbitrary number and say, let's downsize to a certain number. We know we always carry a very high vacancy rate just because the lag time in recruiting, even without a hiring freeze, public employee hiring, there's many steps mandated that necessarily drag the process out. I think every single application has to be kind of given parity, even though you know, it may be obvious that some candidates are not as well qualified as others, but there's still a mandated process that has to be devoted to each application. So there's a lot of inefficiency there, and I wonder, you know, for instance, in human resources, I think we have 19 positions, 16 currently filled. If we were more efficient at how we did everything there. So anyway, what I'm suggesting, we need to identify the efficiencies that allow us to reduce the number of employees and maintain productivity and service to the public. You know, now if we wanted to say, what are those areas where we could simply eliminate positions and maybe not greatly diminished services? You know, that's certainly worth looking at, and that's kind of what's being done piecemeal through the hiring freeze process, where every position is being evaluated. But as noted, a majority of our positions are primarily state and federal funded. Many of our positions are in smaller departments where each person in that department is doing something that nobody else does. You know, I think that's pretty true for the general government departments that we share the building with. So I think we have to be very careful about announcing a plan to radically downsize before we know how we're going to accomplish the work that needs to be done.
And also, it comes to mind the 24/7 facilities that we have and what's mandated at a state level for staffing. And immediately, juvenile hall comes to mind, and so does the jail. So, you know, certain requirements that we have to meet. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a discussion that would be perfect for these discussions about the budget that we're going to undertake, because I think that the community needs to be involved in any kind of talk about downsizing, because you know, we're providing services out there. We're not producing widgets for the most part. We're providing services to people throughout our county, and whether they're in Covelo or Gualala, you know, these are people that don't have public transportation, at least in the 3rd District they don't for the most part, and they have trouble getting to Ukiah. So the more Ukiah-centric we make the services, the more difficulty we're going to be inflicting on these these people who require these public services. I think that, you know, it's easy to say, oh, we're going to get down to 900 or something, but that's not realistic. You know, we need to take it piece by piece. We need to look at each position as we're downsizing, because we're dealing with people's lives, and these people who require public service, you know, that we're providing, whether it's through the state funding or federal funding or county funding. You know, we just can't, you know, arbitrarily say we're going to get it down to 900. And I think that a lot of these satellite programs, whether they're in Willits or Fort Bragg, are important. We're looking at mental health, you know, and I hear, hey, let's not build all the facilities in Ukiah. Let's put them over on the coast, other places around the county, so that people can access these. And lastly, I think that the contracting out is a very, I'm not in favor of it, because this is a public entity, and we've seen, I mean, we've contracted out our mental health services. And a lot of those services, you know, $25 or $30 million is being contracted out. And I think there's a question that the public wants to know, are we getting our money's worth out of that? And so I would just like to keep those jobs in the county. I want to make sure that we're watching over them and we're as efficient as possible.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Well, first of all, I don't want us to understate what's happened here with the hiring freeze, and I would call it a flexible freeze that's in place. And that is, you know, it was only maybe 6 months ago or whatever that the county, I think, had about 1,175 or 74 positions filled. So to be at 1,150, it's actually down about 25. So that's not insignificant. And so just implementing the flexible freeze will continue to drive those numbers down a little bit over time. That's not everything we want to do, but or that we need to do, but that's a relatively painless way to make some progress. Other ideas would be, again, as I mentioned earlier, tasking each department to look for non-general fund revenues. And a different way of looking at that would be, for example, some of our long-range planning that is on the to-do list of the planning department. Some of that work could, in theory, be done by people maybe funded out of a state grant in the public health department who do public health planning. Perhaps they could be given some of the work, they could share some of the workload in general plan updates, community outreach meetings that are kind of an essential part of planning for long-range planning. So that they could maybe take some of that workload out of the planning department, so the planning department can make more progress on those long-range plans, but also not delay just over-the-counter work that they have on a daily basis. So I think there's a number of strategies, probably 50 different strategies that the county needs to implement to get us where we need to go. Fortunately, we aren't in a recession, so we have time to plan, so that we'll be in a position to implement as needed. The quicker we go into recession, the more substantial changes we'll have to make more quickly. But I think we can continue to make changes month by month, quarter by quarter, and see the departments come up with some new innovative ideas to reduce their burden on the general fund.
Okay, after Supervisor Williams, then we're going to go to public comment, sir.
If we don't make significant changes, if we don't restructure, if we don't reconsider the way we do business, we're going to continue the status quo. Next year, year out, we're going to have what we have today. I think the feedback I get from the public is they're expecting more significant changes. And I don't see it as downsizing, because if we do a restructuring, we're going to be spending as much money. It's a question of reflecting the public's priorities. And that's why I would ask the CEO to put together that model org chart. If she were to build it from scratch, what would it look like? Because then at least we have a target, we have a goal, and we can talk about how to transition and over what period. But without that long-term goal, we're just kind of winging it. It's emotional decisions. And I see the public demanding we address the roads. We don't have the funds to do it. If we keep our number at 1150, we're not going to get to the road work. Working with our DOT director recently, I discovered that the highest per hour task DOT performs is clearing vegetation. Maybe there are some examples where we're hauling specialized equipment long distances, using a lot of staff time to get it there, to do a little bit of mowing and then leave and go to the next community. Perhaps that's something that the local community can take on. Maybe there's a contractor and that would come in less that would allow us to use those resources to have the crews fill potholes instead of doing vegetation removal. This is just a hypothetical. But I think there's a lot of areas where we could consider getting more for the dollar. And that's what the public is expecting. And without authorizing the CEO to give us that model plan, we don't have a way to, it's hypothetically A/B test. All we can do is make minor modifications to the current status quo. And if I, sorry, cut myself off a little bit too early, Supervisor McCowan, I completely agree about needing to identify where we want the efficiencies. One of the difficulties we have is we had an IT master plan. We went through a budgeting process here. We didn't allocate funds because we didn't have any money left. Without making those improvements, we can't modernize the office. We can't go paperless. We can't interact with the public electronically. And so we have this chicken and egg problem. Until we have some seed funds to make the efficiency improvements, we won't have the savings from the efficiency. And that's part of why I want to get the number down so that we have some seed capital to work with to build efficiency.
Very briefly, and as noted by Supervisor Jurdy, we are incrementally getting those numbers down, and there will be a savings. There has been a savings from that. So it should free up some additional funding that we can reprioritize.
Okay, public comment on this agenda item. Anyone that would like to speak, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board. Ms. Angelo, do we have presentations from Human Resources any further that we need to hear?
No, not at this time. They're here to answer any questions that this board would have. Thank you.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So I guess I'm under the impression that we've already given direction to the CEO to come up with budget saving ideas. If additional direction is needed, I'm perfectly happy to offer that.
Chair Brown, if I may.
Yes.
Yes, this board has given direction. You have given direction for a hiring freeze, and Supervisor Jurdy, I like the way you phrase it as a flexible hiring freeze. I appreciate the board's lenience with allowing me to make those decisions so that we don't cripple some of our departments. I believe that what Supervisor Williams is referring to is some of the bigger ticket items. As far as, you know, there are departments that if we did an analysis of cost and service delivery to the public, it's quite possible that there are some departments and some services in those departments that if they were contracted out or privatized, that particularly in specific regions in this county, that we may be able to provide a greater service to the public at less cost. My experience in 13 years in Mendocino County is that to bring something forward to this board that involves privatization or contracting out or even trying to consolidate 2 or 3 departments into one is it becomes a significant public interest item. And so my challenge is not only spending my time, but my staff's time and other departments in developing a plan for either privatization or consolidation that gets torpedoed before it even gets to this board. So in that regard, I do appreciate Supervisor Williams' question about greater direction to the CEO. I think Juvenile Hall is an example, and I am not sitting here today requesting that this board close Juvenile Hall, so I want the chief and the probation staff to hear that. I'm using this as an example that would have been at a minimum, $1 million savings, and it's possible that we would have provided a greater service to some of the youth. But that there was such a public outcry that I appreciate the board's position and why we didn't move forward. My belief has always been that ultimately there are some services that we will not be able to afford. But I don't want to move forward with any large consolidation or review of contracting out services unless I have this board's direction, because it is a lot of effort. And as you see with the hiring freeze, as we bring down our numbers, particularly in the smaller general fund departments, to take one person to do an analysis of a privatization, it takes them away from services. So if this board wanted me to come back with a list in January of what I thought could be contracted out, I would gladly do that. But I also understand the position of this board. So, if you want to give me more direction today, I would say there are some services I would really like to look at contracting out. But I don't see doing that unless there is some interest on the part of this board. And I understand your position either way. So thank you.
Well, I think it's not only some interest, the process you go through with an RFP and in getting to that point, and then interviewing all the applicants, whatever it might be, about the service they would provide. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, which also equates to money. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think at this point, the process we should go through is have these meetings with the public, talk about our budgeting, see where we're going with it. We have this meeting in January where we're going to look at the zero-based budgeting, and with that input from the public, see where we go. But I don't want to give direction to have the CEO look at privatizing more of this, the county services at this point.
Supervisor Williams?
I would like for us to ask the CEO to come back with the top 5 areas where we can potentially save, with some very rough estimates, so that when we have these public meetings, we can ask the public. It's the best opportunity to come in with that information in hand. And ask the public, do you want us to continue operating the way we are? Or here's a potential area where we can provide more service for less. And some of these communities, I can tell you some in the 5th District where the roads are bad. They're going to jump at the opportunity. If there's a possibility of filling twice as many potholes, I think they want that. I would like to at least have that information at hand before we conduct these public meetings. Otherwise, we're asking the public, what do you want us to do? But we're not giving the public the data they need to make the informed decisions.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So as I said, I felt like the board already gave the direction staff, but if we want to make it a new motion, we could do a new motion today. I would prefer a more broad motion, such as you sort of suggested, which is have the CEO office bring forward 5 recommendations to reduce the general fund costs. I don't want to narrowly focus it just on one way to do it, which is contracting out. I think there's a number of ways to do it. One is bringing in non-general fund dollars, accomplishes the same thing. Sharing resources from non-general fund departments to general fund departments is another method. So I wouldn't want to make it narrow, but I'd like to keep it broad.
Second.
Yes.
I was going to say, the chair would like to entertain a motion. Please restate it, sir.
Direct the CEO's office to bring forward for our workshop in January 5 ideas, concepts to reduce general fund costs.
Second.
Supervisor Williams?
Can we? Is there any room for flexibility on the number? I'd like to leave it to the CEO's discretion in case she comes up with additional items in the process of
5 or more.
I think the point here is we don't want excessive staff time, looking down to the level of, should we hire Caltrans to do the street sweeping because we don't do it very often and we don't really need to have that specialized equipment. It doesn't need to be that detailed, but if the CEO could just identify some broad areas where we may find significant savings, irrespective of the number
Yeah. Motion amended to 5 or more.
Thank you.
Any comment, Ms. Angela?
Chair Brown, no, I want to thank this board. These are hard discussions. I mean, zero-based budgeting before this, and now the hiring freeze, and these are difficult discussions. So I want to thank you for having them, for bringing these items forward, and for the direction, and also allowing me the flexibility to work with the departments and look at hiring and not hiring. And I will gladly come back. Off the top of my head, I can tell you I've got 5 at least just sitting here. So we will come back with as many concepts, and we'll try to batch them into how much we think we actually could save for the general fund. So thank you for that, and I look forward to the January workshop.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, and I wonder if we might not have those in advance of the January workshop so we can try them out in our district meetings and get feedback.
That's pretty tight time.
Well, she's got
Did
5
you-
already, so.
So let me see what I can do. We're going into, this is the last meeting in September. October, November, December, before you know it, it'll be January. But let me see if I can get you something for November so that if you begin community meetings, or I know you have them, I know Supervisor Jurdy and Supervisor Haschak at a minimum have meetings scheduled anyway, but let me shoot for getting you a very basic list for November that may not have a lot of information, but some concepts at least to look at if that will work for this board. But to actually have a real cost benefit and service benefit analysis probably would take a little longer. But I can get you something if that works.
And again, I think we're looking at these, as concepts, and we're not really asking staff to spend exhaustive time on here's how it would be implemented, but sketch out here's the concept, here's the potential savings.
I hope that I can look at some consolidation here, that the board would entertain some consolidation, because there may be some savings. We did consolidation before, and we thought we brought it down as best we can, but we did stop because the county was recovering. So it may be that there are still some areas that we can look at to consolidate for some general fund savings. So thank you.
Thank you. And if I may, we actually did quite a bit in the wake of the last economic collapse, and it was out of necessity. It was somewhat reactive. It was very challenging, difficult, disruptive, controversial. And so I appreciate Supervisor Williams trying to get ahead of the curve a little and encouraging us to do so, because this will occur, and it will either be planned or it will be in reaction to the next economic collapse, and who thinks there won't be one. And
You're giving me nightmares. Can you wrap it up?
so if we can start preparing for it now, we'll be in much better shape. So, thank you.
Okay. Supervisors will vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, staff. Moving forward to item 6B, discussion and possible action, including direction to the Chief Executive Officer and County Council to determine the feasibility of transitioning the Chief Probation Officer to report to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Williams, you're the sponsor. Will you please introduce the item?
I will. To be clear, this has no reflection on our Chief Probation Officer.
Correct.
Seeing that this is a county liability, we pay for it, we're responsible for the outcome. I think it's only appropriate that probation report to this board. And I can see bringing the Chief Probation Officer into the family, so to speak, to have to elevate this position, to have parity with other department heads. We're likely to find more cohesive collaboration on facilities needs, staffing, potential areas where maybe we can combine other county resources and solve some of the problems that probation is facing. And so I think this structure is legacy and leftover from the old Superior Court model. And it's...
And it'd be important for the public to understand.
Today the chief probation officer reports to the court. And yet...
And is hired by the court.
And is hired by the court. And what I'm suggesting here is that, given this is our liability, that we have the chief probation officer be hired and report to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, sir. Supervisors, questions? Supervisor Dirty?
So just some background on this also, and this is not a reflection on the current chief, but there was a prior chief who was here for a relatively short period of time who created a personnel problem that was a liability for the county, and it kind of brings to the point that currently it's the courts that hire the chief and really are the ones monitoring the work performance there, yet it's the county that has the legal liability. Given that, I'm thankful that the county council's done some research on this and apparently discovered that there is a possibility for the county to bring this into the county organization more formally. So I think it makes sense, especially given the history there in that department.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I believe this makes perfect sense to do this if it's legal to do it, and it actually should have been done when the previous chief probation officer was removed from her position by the presiding judge, but not terminated as an employee. So it was a very odd situation that, as is currently the case, the presiding judge determines who shall be the chief probation officer. The county hires them, and yet this person was only hired to be the chief probation officer. The courts, after a very protracted process where the county had done an investigation, determined it was appropriate to not have that person be the chief probation officer. The courts insisted on their own lengthy process and investigation, and then ultimately took the person out of position and said, "County, they're your employee. It's up to you to terminate them." It was not only a convoluted, drawn-out, and confusing process, it was resulted in a significant waste of taxpayer resources. So, I think having a direct report to the board makes sense. In that situation, the county would have dealt with the problem much more quickly than the courts did, who ultimately dealt with it halfway and threw it back to the county. My question, though, the attachment 1 included citing government code 27770A seems to very clearly say that the chief probation officer shall be appointed by the presiding judge, and then it says, however, if you have a charter county, the Board of Supervisors can do it. So I guess I would need the other code section or the rationale or the legal opinion that says the board has this authority.
Well, and I somewhat agree with you, letting you all speak. The difference with charter counties versus general law. And I know that general law counties, some of them do have MOUs with the courts. That leads to a much better process. But I think county council wants to respond.
So just a comment, there are several different, both charter counties and general counties that have done this process, and they've done it in various ways. Usually they do set out an MOU with the courts in order to do this, and it is a process in terms of making this person come under the civil service rules. There is another code section that addresses this, and that's Welfare and Institution Code 271. So The law in this has been changed over time, and not all codes coordinate, but I can tell you that many counties have done this.
Okay. Ms. Angelo?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Brana. Two things I wanted to comment on. The first one is that when Human Resources saw the item that Supervisor Williams was bringing forward, they had done some work early on, and they put together a chart. So they actually began the research on this. And there are counties, some general law counties as well, that have moved. As a matter of fact, there are many counties that have moved the chief probation officer under the Board of Supervisors. So given just this work here, it may be something that can happen without much effort. But anyway, so there are counties. We would just be probably following in line after probably at least a third of the counties, if not more, that have the chief reporting to the board. I also wanted to say that I did speak with the presiding judge at the request of Supervisor Williams to make sure that the courts knew that this item was coming forward. And Judge Mormon was fine with this item coming forward. She believes that the courts and the county are good partners and good team players working together, and that the courts will gladly work with us on this item. So I wanted to be certain that this board had that information. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you. Well, a closer reading of 27770B, in addition to an allowance for charter counties, it does then say that in counties that have established or hereafter establish merit or civil service systems governing the methods of appointment and tenure, those provisions shall prevail. So we would need an amendment apparently to our own codes, and then we would be able to do this. So it looks like the path forward is pretty clear if we choose to go there, and I would support it.
Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it looks like the action that was requested, the first part of it has already been accomplished by determining the feasibility of transitioning the CPO to report to the board. So would you say that that's correct, and that's directed to the Chief Counsel?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the first part of that?
Well, the first part of determining the feasibility of transitioning the chief probation officer to report to the Board of Supervisors has already been, we've done, or it sounds like you've done that feasibility study.
I'm sorry, I may not. In other words, can this occur? Has this occurred? Is this a process that's occurred? That is the research that we have looked into already.
Right. And isn't that what this is requesting?
Can read the second half of the recommended action.
Well, in the second half, I'm saying, okay, we'll deal with the second half, but the first half, it's already been accomplished.
Well, and again, one of the comments that I made is that there have been different ways that that other counties have gone about this.
Okay, so it would be looking at other models then.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I agree with Supervisor Haschak. It is feasible. Then the only question is, what do you need to do to get there? Assuming that we agree to move in this direction, and it kind of sounds like we do as a board. So then I think the direction would be to draft the ordinance and take other appropriate actions to and bring this back to the Board of Supervisors for approval. Something to that effect. I mean, we're ready to give direction to do the work to allow us to legally make this change.
Ms. Angela?
Chair Brown, thank you. I think that I just want to comment because Chief Counsel Elliott actually was on the sidelines of this, and it was actually Christian Curtis who we worked with. So when Chief Counsel Elliott was questioning your questions. It really is Christian who's worked with us on this. So I do believe that County Council has done the work and that legally this board could move forward. Also, given the different counties that general law counties that have moved forward, we do have a model we can follow. I would say that there is some work that does need to be done that we don't talk about here, which is one, working with the chief probation officer, working with the probation department, certainly working with the courts, and working with the Juvenile Justice Commission, so that everybody has that communication so we don't run into a problem down the road. And I think it's something that staff can do, and possibly Chair Brown would assist us since she sits on the Juvenile Justice Commission. We would go ahead and do the communication first, and at the same time, County Council could work on the ordinance. So I do believe it's something that could occur, but I don't want to miss that community. For those people that are listening to us, I don't want anyone to think that we are not including them in this process, that there will be communication with everyone. So thank you.
Supervisor Haschak, and then we're going to go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if there's different models out there, wouldn't we be better off directing staff to bring back models for the board to decide upon what's best for this county?
Chair Brown, if I may, we have the Shasta County ordinance attached. We used it as an example, but when you look at the general law counties that have already taken this action, we would look to Shasta to see what they did and if that is something we would want to follow. However, given your question, if this board chooses, we could come back. We'd have to come back with a draft ordinance anyway. So, but certainly in the CEO report, I can keep you apprised of what we're doing with County Council and when we could come back with this item.
And the chair would be happy to work on this with the executive office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment? Seeing no one to comment, it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams?
I move we direct our chief executive officer and county council to draft an ordinance and other appropriate documentation
Second.
for Board of Supervisors approval, transitioning the chief probation officer to report to the Board of Supervisors.
I have a question first of the maker of the motion and the second. I think there is some meetings that do need to take place as the CEO recommended before we start going forward in that fashion to start writing an ordinance. I think it will take another agenda item to come back and report to this board and the decision of how to move forward on this particular item. Ms. Angelo?
Chair Brown, we could do another agenda item, or we could just include the follow-up on working with the courts, the department, and also Juvenile Justice Commission with the CEO report. We can follow up, but we can also follow up, Chair Brown, with your supervisor reports concerning the Juvenile Justice Commission and leave it open that if there is a need for another agenda item, we could bring it forward. I also think that the County Council could work concurrently on a draft ordinance if that is
Okay.
the board's choice. Thank
That
you.
makes sense. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my understanding, the Juvenile Justice Commission is aware of this agenda item today. Meetings have taken place with the presiding judge, with the chief probation officer. I think the motion as stated is appropriate, and that certainly doesn't rule out additional meetings with relevant stakeholders. The only thing this is doing is simply changing the hiring and reporting from the presiding judge to the Board of Supervisors. It's not making any other changes whatsoever. And had this been in place when the previous chief probation officer was here, the county might have saved $100,000 of general fund money.
Okay, I just would like to comment the fact that, yes, if we have a draft ordinance, it is something to have a conversation with and be reviewed by all the other parties to move this forward. Okay.
I think we have a motion that
I'm the
does give.
chair, I realize. Would you like to read the motion back?
Sure. Direct County Council and the Chief Executive Officer to draft an ordinance regarding transitioning the Chief Probation Officer to report to the Board of Supervisors.
And it was seconded. Any further comment? Let's vote by the button.
Well,
Oh.
there is further comment. So that just says draft the ordinance. I think the intent was to draft the ordinance and bring it to the board.
I don't think that that is, well, I do believe that that is correct, but I think it is going to take some meetings with all the parties associated. So, and bring it at a later time.
We can make it more protracted than it needs to be, but we have a draft ordinance, and it's very simple and straightforward. It protects every employee's current rights. It only changes the appointing and reporting authority.
Supervisor Williams.
I would support Supervisor McCowan's streamlined process of appending to the motion and bring back to board for approval.
Okay, so there is an amendment to the motion. Clerk, did you get that?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
I'll sec, or do you want to, does the second want to?
No, go ahead.
Well, if the
Well,
second,
you
if the second accepts it, then it,
You agree, you seconded the original motion, now it's being amended? Do you agree to it, sir?
I guess I wanted to hear, I'll agree to seconding it, but I'd also like to hear your argument again about what the process should be in your point of view.
In my point of view, I feel we can go forward with drafting an ordinance, but I do believe that we should meet with the parties and maybe get the draft ordinance first so it can be reviewed and discussed with those particular parties. That was my suggestion before an ordinance comes back. Supervisor McCowan was saying just bring back the ordinance. So, and Supervisor Williams was agreeing with that to streamline the process. So I think the amendments have been made to streamline the process and just bring back the ordinance, and you can, in between, reports can be given to the board. Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, and I think implicit in that, staff will involve the necessary parties to have those discussions. And I would feel comfortable if the chair were involved, given you're the appointed representative to the Juvenile Justice Commission. And so, although this is a streamlining so that we don't have to have 2 agenda items in the future, I would expect those meetings to happen before we ever have the agenda, before we ever have the ordinance brought back.
Supervisor Haschak.
Yes, I agree with that. I'd like to see that process that you're delineating happen before it gets brought back.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing that is said here is in conflict with anything else that has been said. The intent of my amendment was to streamline the board process so we don't have this in front of the board twice more in order to be able to get an ordinance going. However, this isn't an urgency item. It's, you know, we currently have a chief probation officer. This doesn't affect that in any way. So I would expect that there would be a meeting with the Juvenile Justice Commission where they would have the opportunity to weigh in fully on this, and they can bring forward whatever recommendations they want when the item comes back to the board. So neither motion precluded having those meetings with other interested parties.
Okay, any other comment? We'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6C. It's discussion and possible action, including approval of the formation of an ad hoc committee, road maintenance efficiency, of Supervisors William and Jurdy. Supervisor Williams is the sponsor. Please introduce the item, sir.
We have some of the worst roads in the state. I hear about this all the time. I drive on them, and it's really an economic issue that we only have so much to work with. And so I think the question becomes, how do we get the most out of that? And if all this ad hoc does is find that we're already at the maximum efficiency for the dollar, just documenting it for the public, I think would be beneficial. I've had the sense of, if I make enough noise, I may convince DOT to bring some resources to my district. Well, I don't know if I'm just thrashing around resources, taking away from another district, and maybe there's I imagine the department has a methodical system in place to move crews and equipment to get the most work done. Being able to communicate that with the public and explain the reason it takes a while for us to get back to you is because we're trying to get the most out of the dollar. I think there's benefit there. Supervisor Jurdy and I both have issues related to enforcement of speed limits and communities that are asking for more speed limits. And in working with DOT, we went down a path in COMSHI of speed bumps, speed dots, those radar speed signs that show the speed of the driver, which can be effective, but for a pair cost $28,000. And Supervisor Jurdy showed me he had some innovative ideas about artwork in the roadway that's just painted on, that as the driver gets close, has been found to reduce speeds, much more cost effective than these radar signs I was looking at. So the goal here is really to just brainstorm, work with DOT, involve the public in some community meetings, and see if we can get more out of every dollar spent in roads and gain some public awareness of the process that we have in place.
Okay, my comment to your statement, and ever since I've been on the board, every district has the same issues. And when you were talking about the potholes, Mendocino Complex fire, a lot of the emergency responders that were going through Potter Valley called it Pothole Valley. And I think it's very difficult to understand how the whole county is, because we do suffer. These roads originated, they were old farm roads and old logging roads. And we have a very large county, and the amount of mileage of roads that we need to care for is huge. And also, you stop to think what happens with our storms. We look at Ore Springs, we look at Peachland Road, and there are a lot of others where, oh my gosh, but the amount of money to fix those, even though FEMA gives some, and does pretty much take care of emergencies like that, it's huge. It's a huge amount of money for our rural and rustic roads. Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Supervisor Williams summarized the scope of what we wanted to look at, and but I just wanted to summarize that in our conversations, I pointed out that maybe 6 years ago, the board appointed a similar ad hoc committee, which was Supervisor Pinch's, myself, and since I'm the carry forward person who was a part of that last ad hoc, I thought it made sense for the two of us to be the ad hoc. I think close to 50% of the county roads are in the 5th district. Probably 25% are in the 4th district, so that's 2 districts that have a lot of county roads. Certainly not the only county districts that have a lot of roads, but it's, you know, the issues that are in our districts are in every district, basically. Yes. So at any rate, I think this is will be interesting to probe the ideas that we have and the ideas that the department has, and just to hear, you know, what can be done to improve efficiency.
And when that ad hoc was appointed, my statement back then was for the ad hoc to really look at improving operations overall, countywide, and the efficiencies. Because we all, 5 of us, have difficulties in each one of the districts. So I think it's important to realize you're representing the whole county when you sit as the ad hoc. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, these issues do pertain countywide, and although I have the fewest miles of county roads in my district, as was said earlier, we all drive on all of the roads. They benefit us all. They have an economic impact on all of us,
Yes.
a convenience impact. The speeding issue pertains everywhere. So there's one area that's about 100 yards outside of my district. It's actually in Supervisor Brown's, where it's a recurring, ongoing issue. And the speeding often results in crashing into the guardrail and plunging into the creek. And fortunately, everyone has missed the telephone pole so far. But, so these are countywide issues. The only issue with this is traditionally the board does balance its committees, particularly on issues that apply on the ground out in the county. So typically there will be a, quote, inland and a coastal supervisor. The previous ad hoc was districts 4 and 3, so if we were to keep with that tradition, Supervisor Haschak might be on this ad hoc committee, but I'm just pointing that out, that, I'm usually the last to invoke the coastal inland divide, but I've heard about it repeatedly from the coastal side, so just throwing that into the conversation.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I really take the representation of the entire county to heart. This ad hoc would not be focused on looking at specific roads, right? We don't want to know that there's a specific road that has potholes that haven't been maintained. That's everywhere in this county. I think what we want to look at is the systems. Today, the system is a constituent complains to one of us, right? I get an email or a phone call, and then I contact Howard, and he talks to his crews, and it's this very inefficient process. Imagine if constituents, no matter where they are in the county, could use a county website to upload a photo, describe the condition, and now all of us, DOTs and supervisors, public at large, would be able to see the problems across the county and understand the methodology about what we're fixing in what order. That would be a huge gain over what we have today. It just uses I know how much time I spend writing these emails to DOT. I imagine they're reading them and then passing it down the chain. There's got to be a better system. So this is just one example of many of looking at the model and the system rather than particular patches of road. And so I think there's less of a concern about getting the representation of coast and inland because it's a countywide issue.
And I do agree with you, Supervisor Williams, and I feel the two of you serving on the ad hoc is appropriate. Supervisor Jurdy has been on EBCOG for a very long time, knows quite a bit about funding for roads, and has always looked into district issues when MCOG had choices to make. So I'm very comfortable with the two of you representing, because I do believe you will have a countywide perspective. So Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I feel all right with having those two districts represented on this ad hoc. But my question is about the process of this, and isn't this something that should go to the Government Standing Committee? Because we haven't had a meeting yet since I've been on the board, and it's been 8 months, and so I'm just worried about all these ad hocs proliferating and the standing committees not being used.
I couldn't agree with you more. But I feel this agenda item was brought forward in good faith and in consideration of standing committee versus ad hoc. So that's my initiative in supporting Supervisor Williams. And we will need to go to public comment.
Anyone that would like to comment on this particular agenda item, please come forward. Seeing no one, it's back to the board. Supervisor Williams?
My mic's been off all this time. I agree with both of those comments. I think we should be looking for some tasks for the government committee to take on, standing committee. And if brainstorming needs to happen, I'm happy to help there as well. I think in the case of the roads, there's some benefit in the ad hoc model because we're likely to move around the county, and we're going to get more public engagement if we're able to come to the individual communities as opposed to trying to bring people to board chambers during a workday. So I would move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk, you have that? Yes. Supervisor McCowan.
Well, and the other advantage of having an ad hoc, it enables the two supervisors to actually discuss what they've heard from the public before they make recommendations. Standing committee is extremely limited in the ability of the members of that committee to interact with each other. They can only do it in a noticed public meeting, which is not always the best prescription for considering every alternative and brainstorming what is the best approach. So,
Thank you, Supervisor McCowan. You're absolutely correct.
and yet I agree with your comments as well. You know, it's another one of those 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Because we do have a lot of ad hocs. Okay. Not seeing any other discussion, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're moving forward to agenda item number 5E. And this is discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution. Oh, excuse me, reading the wrong one. This is discussion and possible action, including approval to form an ad hoc committee to develop the Mendocino County 2020 legislative platform. Executive Office is the sponsor, but I'm going to butt in a little bit and just say this has always gone to general government. Previous to being the chair, I served with Supervisor Jurdy. We do have a general government standing committee, and I think it's very appropriate that the ledge platform go before that committee. And I think currently it is Supervisors Haschak and Jurdy. Staff, ledge platform.
Sarah Duquette, Mendocino County Executive Office.
Did you have to run here when you heard me say that?
Yep.
Sorry.
That's more than okay. So every single year, pursuant to policy number 19, the board creates a legislative platform. And this platform is used during the legislative cycle so we can take quick action whenever bills come forth in both the state and the federal level. It gives our lobbyists guidance in Sacramento of what legislation that we should be monitoring and where we stand on certain issues. And we typically begin this process in September with either appointing an ad hoc, or in the past we've also utilized the standing committees. And during that process, we meet with department heads, some of our advisory boards, our lobbyists, and we put together our priorities for the year. We make changes and updates. We typically like to bring the legislative platform back in December, at the latest early January, for adoption, so we're ready for the legislative cycle. So this item before you is to create an ad hoc. We've had in the past Supervisor Brown and Supervisor Jurdy serve on it, and so we're bringing this item forward to create this ad hoc so we can begin the process of working on the legislative platform and bringing it back for board adoption in December.
And just for more information on this item, especially for Supervisors Williams and Haschak, there is a process and instructions to staff has always been that they do outreach, and all departments within the county receive a notice and asking for any input, important issues. They know of legislation, both at a federal and state level. Also, we do outreach to organizations
as well to comment, and then make sure that everyone knows when, for instance, that General Government Committee will be meeting and that it's properly posted where people can come in and address what goes into the ledge platform. And we use the former as a skeleton to begin processing.
Yes, and we've done it both ways, ad hoc and standing committee, and we usually start with looking at last year's and trying to identify if anything falls off, we need to add new things, what kind of items are on the docket to be introduced next year. So we're in a 2-year cycle, so we're going to see a lot of repeats of issues coming back. We do reach out to all of the department heads for their feedback, and we also typically meet with a number of them, especially the larger departments or one that have a lot of high priority items like Health and Human Services or transportation.
And, just coming up, and it was something we talked about, and I think Supervisor Williams asked for more information on it, is just basically the waivers with HHSA and some of the funding they're getting, and they're going to be renewed in 2020. So to me, this is a place where we need to have that information and have some type of a position as we go forward. Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since I was going to volunteer for this ad hoc, I think that it's very appropriate that it goes to the standing committee that Supervisor Jurdy and I are on for the local or general government.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, I'm prepared to make a motion to that effect. I think it
Not
would be
unt-
appropriate.
Sure, but not until we have public comment.
If you wish.
Okay. Public comment, anyone that would like to speak, please come forward.
And sent off to the state representatives for the cottage microbusiness license. Conceptually, I think that the ad hoc committee, as Supervisor Haschak has said, the standing committee hasn't met in 8 months, and the ad hoc committee would be a lot, it seems like it's a lot more user-friendly or constituent-friendly process to get the input from the general public rather than the cited meetings. And so, reading your mind, I support the motion you're about to make. Thank you.
Anyone else for public comment, please come forward. Not seeing anyone, it's back to the board. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think in contrast to some years, we're starting early enough. We could have the standing committee process and still be timely. We're not reinventing the wheel, but there's an opportunity for anyone to bring forward new initiatives, whether it's a board member, members of the public, present them to the standing committee, have it be discussed, standing committee recommend to the board. So I do think it would be appropriate, and therefore I would move that we refer development of the Mendocino County 2020 legislative platform to the General Government Standing Committee.
Second.
We had a chorus. Who was first on the second? Supervisor Haschak. Have that, clerk?
It's in the record.
Okay. So, do not see any further comment. Supervisors, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking over some of these agenda items. Can we go on to item 5I? Do we have staff here, or shall we wait? Five I is confidential employees bargaining contract.
Chair Brown, we could get Human Resources here.
Okay, we only have a few minutes. That's why I was just trying to
cherry pick here.
I could also do the CEO report if you'd like.
That might take longer.
Okay, that's true. Okay,
Yes.
let's see if we can get someone from Human Resources here.
I think they're making the phone call. Why don't you start then with the CEO report? And we'll just, are they on their way?
Oh, they're on their way. It's up to you. I can start, or we do have a working closed session today as well.
Yes, we do.
I'll go ahead and, Chair Brown, I'll go ahead and start
Okay.
on the CEO report. Mainly, I hope that each board member has a hard copy in front of them. There are hard copies that can be accessed in the executive office.
Here
And
they
here
are.
comes Human Resources.
Sorry to do that to you, but we didn't have much time before we go into a working lunch. And so I was cherry picking, and this is 5I, discussion and possible action, including adoption of a resolution and approval of a memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Association of Confidential Employees for the term of July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2022. The Executive Office and Human Resources are the sponsor. Please introduce the item.
Okay, good morning, Sherry Johnson, Interim Human Resource Director. So I'm pleased to be here today to bring forward the agreement between the county and the Mendocino County Association of Confidential Employees. And we have come with a 3-year term. And some of the highlights from the MOU are a 3% COLA each year for the 3 years of the contract. The market adjustment, bringing employees to 90% of the market over 3 years. And that is really all that the highlights are. So that's wonderful. If you have any questions for me.
We do. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was going over this, I looked at the holiday section and saw that the second Monday in October is Indigenous Peoples Day, but the third Monday in January is Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, and it's not listed as junior.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And
for
I
that.
thought that was getting corrected
Okay.
when we made those revisions last time.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm ready to move the recommended action when you're ready to hear a motion.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy.
I just wanted to say, for those watching, that this is consistent with the direction we gave for all county employees, for all county contracts, that it's moving the general funded positions to 90% of market, or no more than 90% out of market. I would just point out, though, that this particular bargaining group, confidential employees, have a 5% pay differential for everyone in that. So effectively, for them, it actually brings them to within 5% of market.
You're correct. You're correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask for public comment. Anyone that would like to speak to this agenda item, please come forward. Seeing no one coming forward, it's back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
So, we have a motion, Supervisor McCowan, second Supervisor Williams. Seeing no other comment, we'll vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. The board is going into a working lunch, and we will also convene as the Board of Directors for In-Home Services, Supportive Services, Public Authority Governing Board in consideration of closed session item 9A, 9B, conference with legal counsel, and 9C. Will all be discussed, and as soon as we come out and start our 1:30 back in session time, we will report out and report to the public any action taken in closed session. All righty. For our closed session, we are going to take a very short break before going in. It'll be about 10 minutes. So everybody get their lunch and be ready. Thank you. Mendocino County Board of Supervisors is back in session at 1:45. We apologize. We had a working lunch and used every bit of that time. An item, closed session items 9A and 9B. Direction was given to staff on 9C. We will be going back into closed session at the end of our open session today. So going to our 1:30 timed item is agenda item number 5J, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of an update and presentation on the county's non-cultivation working group, the executive office, tax collector, planning and building services are the sponsor. So we're going to go to staff in whatever order they would like to bring this forward to be introduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Sam Vandewater, Mendocino Planning and Building. So today we have the working group bringing the recommendations forward for the board's consideration. Last year, back in August, the board established the non-cultivation working group to review the regulations of Chapter 6.36 and 20.243. These sections of the county code regulate the non-cultivation aspects of cannabis industry. So over the past year, we've met with stakeholders in the non-cultivation industry and have concluded with 16 recommendations to the board. And we will have a group of 3 of the stakeholders presenting their recommendations. Once they provide their recommendations, staff will provide a little bit of comment before returning to the board for any questions. So if the 3 people.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson, fellow member of the working group. Just a brief introduction, and then I'll pass it to my colleagues, Karen Byers and Corinne Powell, and then back to me for the last few items. We wanted to note that we've been meeting for about a year now. It started August of 2018. I appreciate Karen dug up that little detail. It felt like a long time. I didn't realize it was quite that long. And we want to recognize that some of these issues have therefore already been somewhat dealt with or are in the process of being dealt with in an additional context. So for example, in the economic development ad hoc, some of these issues are being touched upon. So these recommendations were initially prepared prior to some of that work being begun by the economic ad hoc, but they do dovetail. I think that they're still worth looking at and listening to, but just understand that we know that they are in progress as well, and some of them are being attended to. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Karen Byers, District 3, office in Ukiah now. So it's my privilege to bring forward some of the recommendations from the non-cultivation license type working group. So number 1 is to expand zoning allowances, and that concerning processing, rural residential RR10, manufacturing level 1, non-volatile, limited commercial C1. And through that process, I learned that there's 2 types of commercial. There's limited and there's general. So we're not asking for limited, we're just that type of zoning. And then distribution, agricultural, limited commercial, rural residential, RR10, and to also include acreage requirements for less residential areas where an allowance of certain cannabis facilities may be permitted on the basis of acres. For example, processing would be allowed on any rural residential zoned parcel greater than 10 acres, thus a parcel zoned rural residential 5 acres minimum, and RR5 with more than 10 acres would be able to host a processing facility. And this would be aside from what already is allowed for accessory use already, and moving towards just in general zoning code changes and the future general plan update. So that's basically number one. Number two is to remove church from sensitive receptors for non-cultivation license types. I believe that's been already done in the cultivation regulations. And then to number three, incorporate event language into Mendocino County Code, Chapter 20.243, and this would include updates of the temporary event section in Chapter 20.168 to provide a more expanded allowance for private and small events overall, as well as cannabis events specifically would be added. And then number four, incorporate canna-tourism, i.e. bud and breakfast, farm tours, farmers markets, street fairs, etc., into Chapter 20.243. And this needs, well, and we actually are listening to our tape, we wanted to specifically add those. And then not only, concerning the environmental health, we definitely debated whether to leave that sentence in, but does the county need to regulate these things? And if so, what manner? And if so, what agencies? And if not, it would just be the same process as any farmer's market, any bed and breakfast, whether we felt like we need any additional language from those agencies or oversight. And that's my four. Thank you. It's my honor to have been part of this process.
Thank you.
Corinne Powell from Ukiah and from Laughing Farm, and you usually see me on cultivation issues, but I have some interest in these subjects as well. So continuing on with the list of recommendations, the working group is very concerned that the county stay consistent with its code and chapter amendments and state regulations. The only thing we're asking is that perhaps number 6 be included as potentially a divergent from the state. And number 6, decrease sensitive receptor setback requirements to at least 200 feet or possibly smaller for business facilities. We're not talking outdoor cultivation, we're talking businesses that are usually enclosed in a building. So we think that you could probably reduce the setback for those things. Number 7, potential use of administrative permits instead of use permits to save time and cost. Administrative permits would allow for faster development of cannabis-oriented businesses and not require a public hearing unless necessary. We would expect that any inspector would be able to recognize a reason for potentially requiring a full use permit. Number 8, incorporate shared use facilities for manufacturing, similar to those incorporated into the proposed coastal cannabis facilities ordinance. We think that that has been developed by staff well, and that we should consider applying those principles to the inland ordinance. We want to consider that shared space for all types of businesses be considered, and also reminding us to mirror the state as we approach that subject. Number 9, adopt cottage microbusiness pilot plan, which I know you have supported with a letter to the state, in addition to a microbusiness license that mirrors state language and is a standalone license not tied to home occupation or cottage industry residency, employees, or facility size constraints, as the cottage microbusiness license would include those restrictions. So this I see as a very important distinction to make. And it also helps understand that there's a big difference between what is small and what is larger and commercial. If we adopt in this county a cottage microbusiness pilot program, and that is restricted as it has been presented, I see no reason why the county cannot accept also the state's description of micro business as a standalone license, not tied to cottage and home occupancy. And if that were done, this table 1 on page 17, permit requirements for processing, manufacturing, testing, retailers, distribution, and micro business, could have this column populated for micro business. We would
Corinne?
add that, please.
Corinne, I believe Supervisor Williams has a question.
On number 7.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. On number 7, do you know how many businesses have been affected by the current use permits process? Has this negatively affected us? And let me tell you, the reason I ask is because there are some instances where I've received complaints that the county process hasn't allowed enough input from neighboring businesses and residences. And so trying to balance the two, I'm wondering, is it theoretical or has it actually affected businesses having the additional delay and cost?
I haven't heard from the same folks you have, but I think that staff could probably give us that information, as I haven't heard for quite a while what licenses have been issued to whom and where. That would require a little extra research on our part for sure, but
Right.
staff may have that information.
So this is based more on theoretical streamlining than it is a.
This is conceptual in terms of trying to streamline the process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's one more thing on number 9, if you don't mind, please.
Very quickly.
We're very interested that the county support that retail components of a microbusiness license be allowed on another premise, because we don't want necessarily retail traffic in some of the areas where microbusinesses will be granted. Having a retail option off premises, I think, would be of great assistance. Number 10, we want to include...
Corinne, I'm sorry, your time is up. Was it 4 minutes? Pardon?
Vandy Planning and Building. This is not public comment. This is presentation of the recommendations.
Okay, I thought each speaker had 4 minutes. Is that?
We were
Okay,
not
so they can go as
informed,
long as they
sorry.
want?
Sierra Decatur Executive Office, they've taken the 16 recommendations and split it up between the 3 speakers, so Karen,
I see.
Hannah, and Corinne.
Okay.
I'll be quick. Number 10. Oh, go ahead.
If I may, on 9, the board has consistently supported that recommendation forever.
Which recommendation?
Number 9, that not all of the processes had to take place at the same location.
Yes,
So
we
we're
want to
already
continue to do
abundantly
that.
on record supporting that one.
Good.
And I think it requires a change in state law, correct?
That's state law.
We want you to advocate for it at the state level if you can.
We have and will.
Okay.
Legislative platform.
Number 10, very important, include ethanol in non-volatile definition, please. And 11, 12, and 13, for brevity's sake here, are all similar in that we need a distinction based on some kind of value assessment to separate the very small from the potentially increasingly large permittees. So we're looking for tiered fees and tiered taxes that are appropriate in that way. I hope you understand what I'm saying, since I've been asked to stop. Any questions?
I was incorrect. I was just trying to divide everything up for the time allotted for this particular agenda item. Do you have anything further?
Then Hannah will finish with the remainder of the recommendations.
Okay,
Thank you.
I have a question.
Guess we have Corinne.
So on the tiered systems, is that purely for tax and fee basis, or is there another reason to tier?
Those are the primary reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Hannah Nelson again. Really, just very briefly on the remaining items. With respect to reinstating the compassion programs, the state law basically allows for compassion and equity programs to proceed, but under local jurisdictions. We have not actually enacted any specific program. So we're just recommending that we, with everything else on our plate, as soon as possible, get back to attending to those issues. The funding streams for the equity programs that were delivered from the state, the time period to apply for that has passed. We were at a position in our local jurisdiction where we didn't have the time to get it together at this juncture. I believe that everybody has a desire to see those things come to fruition at the earliest possible juncture, and we're just keeping this on the table. With respect to item 16, and that really gets to Supervisor Brown, what you were saying, and Supervisor McCowan, the state really needs to be lobbied, and I know that it is part of the continued efforts of the county to lobby for some sensible changes that will positively impact our local cultivators, and particularly the smaller cultivators and non-cultivator operators in the state. Common sense things like additional shared facilities outside of just manufacturing at the state level. Things like being able to do the retail component of a microbusiness or some other component at a shared facility or at a different level really impacts rural jurisdictions differently, and I think we all know that. We're just urging that we continue to stress upon our county's lobbyists to really bring forth those particular recommendations and stress for them. And then item 16 really is specific to microbusinesses. Those particular issues that are listed there really go to, I'm sorry, not microbusiness, cooperatives. That's really the core of the problems with the current statutory framework at the state level with cooperatives that are impeding our local businesses from being able to participate in cooperatives meaningfully. The restriction of a one kind of license, the limit of the 4 acres, the not being able to, because people have to do different licenses at the state level, like for different styles of growing, unlike our local mix and match program, it winds up resulting in fewer cooperatives or fewer members of the cooperatives can participate together. And I think that in the long run, that's something that we really want to push the state to change. So where 15 really is talking about the changes at the state level for cooperatives and how that's impacted, 17 has more to do with additional lobbying efforts in terms of shared facilities and different activities for micro businesses in different locations and whatnot. And that's the distinction. Thank you.
Vandy, Planning and Building. I just want to quickly thank our 3 volunteers that presented the recommendations. With regards to the items, I'll just briefly go through some of them that with staff comment. For items 2, 5, 8, and 10, county staff did not have any issues with the items and fully support those. With regard
the numbers again, 2, 5,
2, 5, 8, and 10.
Okay.
And then with regards to items 3 and 4, as noted by, I believe, Hannah, that these items have already started to begin processing under the economic ad hoc group. With regards to the rest of the items, county staff is just aware that some of these items might be a bit fuller of a conversation. Some of these items might need zoning code changes and general plan amendments as well. So I guess staff is really looking for a conversation with the board, and I think Sarah has comments.
Sarah Duquette, Mendocino County Executive Office, and with that, items 9, 15, 16, and 17 all kind of directly relate to the legislative platform. So if this board is interested in those items, we can include that in our standing committee conversation for the ledge platform.
Supervisor Williams.
Did staff have any comments on item 6? And it was my understanding that this is already possible through a variance.
Correct. Vandy, Planning and Building. That is correct. Currently, the setback is set at 600 for most facilities. It's 1,000 for volatile manufacturing and micro businesses with cultivation. However, we do have an administrative permit that allows for setback reductions to even 0 feet if requested. It goes through the admin process, though.
Okay.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it may be appropriate to keep the 1,000 for cultivation, which mirrors the cultivation ordinance. And I think it may be appropriate to have 600 feet for a dispensary, maybe. I could see all the others going down to 200, and then again, we could leave in the option for an AP if people think they have a need to reduce it further. The reason I'd be willing to go to 200, in fact, I went to one of the working group meetings and suggested it. Distribution, testing, manufacturing, everything's taking place inside of a structure, basically, and there's shouldn't be a lot of neighborhood traffic other than people are going to the facility and going in and coming out. It's different with the dispensary when they're going in and they're coming out with product, and so I could see having that setback mirror the state of 600, again, with the option to reduce with an AP.
That's item 6.
Correct.
Supervisor Jurdy.
Have you finished?
Oh.
Okay, well, yeah. So on item number 7, it says potential use of administrative permits instead of use permits to save time and cost. Administrative permits would allow for faster development of cannabis-oriented businesses and not require public hearing. Under what zoning districts would this apply? There's not a zoning, I mean, I know we've got it online, but there's not a zoning chart that shows these are the zoning districts that this is referencing.
Vandy Planning and Building. So I can provide our table that has, it depends on zoning and what the use type is. So for example, rural community zoning really requires a use permit for every activity other than processing and non-volatile manufacturing. Another example of use permits is dispensaries require a use permit when they're in industrial zoning, since they're more of a commercial use than industrial. And then there's 2 other use permit requirements in the general commercial, one for non-volatile manufacturing and one for distribution. Any other requirement is either an administrative permit or a zoning clearance, which is just a business license.
So without seeing the chart that you just went through, it sounds like there are 2 activities that currently require use permit in the general commercial that would go to an administrative permit, and it sounds like there's the rural village or
Rural community.
rural communities zoning, and I'm just trying to place in my mind the map that I see of Mendocino County. So I know that Leggett, for example, has some rural communities zoning, as does Casper, but Casper's in the coastal zone, so it probably doesn't really pertain to this anyway. I'm just trying to understand where these things would apply.
Where the rural communities are.
Yeah.
I think also under the UVAP, we have rural communities at the Forks and Talmadge. And I think downtown Potter Valley is zoned rural communities, but I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure. I think so.
Vandy Planning and Building. So rural community is not the most common zoning throughout the county. It is in these smaller communities as kind of, as I like to call it, it's kind of a jack of all trade zonings that allows for quite an abundant amount of uses, but most of those uses require a use permit, and that's outside of cannabis. So within cannabis, the use permit is required for a majority of these facilities, but correct, the rural community zoning is more limited to smaller communities.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I would have appreciated it if the committee thought this was an issue, if they would have made specific recommendations of, in this zoning, we think it should be an AP instead of a UP. To just make the blanket, gee, look at this and that. Well, that's work the committee could have done. So I'm not inclined to spend a whole lot of time on that one, but I think a lot of these others we can either adopt or not adopt, and maybe to give it some structure, we might go through them from the top.
Okay, we'll go to Supervisor Williams, and then we will.
Oh, and then we haven't had public.
We have not.
I
Supervisor
had
Williams.
2 more questions for staff, and then I would appreciate going from the top down as well. Item 7, does staff see any problem with moving to an administrative permit across the board? Why are we doing use permits here?
Vandy, planning and building. When we originally adopted the non-cultivation aspect of cannabis, we were tying these proposed uses of retailers, manufacturing to existing uses. So for example, retail and dispensary we related it to the retail general use type. And so in the retail general use type, it's a use permit in rural community, it's a use permit in industrial, and then it's just a business license in commercial.
Got it. So am I correct that staff would recommend approval of item 7?
We would need more time to review that.
And then second question on the tiered systems, 11, 12, 13. My understanding is those fees are based on cost recovery. If we were to do the tiered system, is there really less of a staff time incurred in processing the smaller?
Bandy, planning and building, we have Sherry coming up to address this.
Here she is. Come on up. State your name for the record, please.
Sherry Shatmeyer, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Chair Brown, members of the board. And of course, I'm addressing just the tax piece.
I was
to
getting at the
this.
fees
You're
piece of
thinking
it.
of fees, that's where I thought you were going.
Yeah.
So I can take a seat and you can address, you want to address the fees? The
Yeah,
planning
the
department
taxes are
fees?
clear to me, but the fees, I would think we would need to charge based on staff time. I'm curious, is there a difference in staff time between the proposed tiers?
So, Sarah DeCat, Executive Office. So right now, there's a possibility of you having 3 fees. First, your business license is $60 a year. When you initially get your application in, you're going to pay a one-time fee to planning and building, and I want to say it's $339, and that's your one-time, your first round, they review everything. Depending on your zoning district, there may be a use permit or AP, and then planning can determine that. So you have a yearly business license that's $60, a one-time fee of $338, so 9. And then depending on if you have an AP or a use permit, that would be a one-time fee for AP.
But those are all
use permit.
cost recovery.
Actually, on the business license, it was less than cost recovery.
And
You reduced the fee.
it's the same amount of staff time irrespective of how much they're processing.
For the business license, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then the tax collector can address the tax rates for those business types.
So, we've had our item introduced. We've had questions from the board. Now we're going to go to public comment. Anyone that would like to speak on this item, please come forward. State your name for the record. Come forward.
This is Monique Ramirez from 3rd District, and I just want to offer support to these recommendations and also just the process in general. A lot of gratitude for all of the participants in the working group process, as well as county staff, and to you for reviewing all of it. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Monique.
Hi, Paul Hansberry. I want to, again, strong support for all the recommendations. There was a comment about the battle between the state and local government regarding having separate areas. I believe that in the statute, in Prop 64 and Mount Cursa, it says that they have to be contiguous. And what the state has opted to do was have a very narrow definition of contiguous. If you look it up in the dictionary, it means in the vicinity of or close by, as well as adjoining and sharing a property line. So that might be a route to address the state with your lobbyist, because it means more than just one thing. And going down that road might be a pathway to allow for separate locations as long as they are in the general vicinity or close by. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. Susan Tibbin.
Thank you very much to my colleagues and to the board for allowing us to be part of this non-cultivation working group. It was very, very exciting and interesting, and we very much support all of the recommendations. There's one item, item 10, include ethanol in non-volatile definitions. It seems to me, and I will go back through our records, that this was addressed in 2018, and ethanol indeed may be used in a non-volatile manner. So if we can look a little more closely, perhaps it slipped through the cracks, but it is a process that many value-added people use. And particularly for small operators, value-added items make the difference between making it and not, making a living and not. Thank you very much.
Karen Byers. I just also wanted to thank this group for allowing that one-time permission to do the Kate Wolf Music Festival Kind Bud Lounge. It went really well. If y'all have any questions, and that was basically where y'all just did a use permit, just as we're suggesting, onto a pre-existing event permit. It went really well. It was low impact. I followed all the state regulations. As far as getting feedback from Bob Barsotti, the facility manager, he said that the ABC did do a little bit more with him this year than they had in 20 years, but that was, expected. It was a first. And then because he has a rapport with the sheriff, they talked out some details, but no additional. We had all agreed that there would be overnight security, which was one of his things, which is kind of funny at a Kate Wolf event, but it was also just to keep people out of the space more as much as to make sure the product was fine. But I'd like to make myself available if y'all have any questions. But again, thank you, and it went well using that process. Thanks.
My name is Ellen Drell. I support the micro-business efforts and the efforts of the working group. One item, I believe it's number 7, the use permit versus the AP. I think it's really important, especially when you're in residential neighborhoods, and though these aren't small lots, they're 10 acres or 5 acres or what. Rural neighborhoods are important community aggregations of people, and I think that it's very important that neighbors have an idea of what's coming down the pike for their neighbors. And I think that although democracy can be a slow and cumbersome process, I think in the end, when neighbors are aware of what their fellow neighbors are doing and they have an opportunity to weigh in when there are changes coming down the pike, I think the end result is probably a lot more satisfactory in terms of business and neighborhood coherence. So I support the planning department's request to look into the issue a little more. And I think Supervisor Williams, your question to Corinne was a good one, and I think it's worth taking the time to look at the real impacts of an AP versus a UP and see how cumbersome the UP is and how it's working out presently. Thank you.
Ellen? So you're recommending that it be a use permit?
Well, I don't know for sure. I haven't been involved in the working group, as I'm sure the working group people realize. But in reading the materials prior to the meeting and hearing the comments, I just think that it requires, I think the question was just put to the planning staff, and Vandy responded that they'd want to look into that issue a little more thoroughly before they make a recommendation one way or the other, and I support that. I support looking into it further because I think it's, even if a business is making a good profit for the owner of the business, if his business ends up, or hers, ends up being a thorn in the side to the neighborhood for one particular reason or another, It's not going to last. So it may be worth the process of a use permit just so that the neighbors affected have an opportunity to weigh in on it.
I really appreciate your explanation, restating what you originally said and clarifying it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So anyone else? Public comment? Seeing none? Supervisors, it's back to us. We are going to take the suggestion of Supervisor McCowan, and we're going to go from the top, number 1.
Madam Chair, if I could just add one more thing before you discuss this.
Oh, okay, sir.
Brent Schultz, Planning and
Andy?
Building Services Director.
Who wants to?
Brent Schultz.
Oh, I recognize you now. Couldn't see you over the screen.
Just look for the bald head. I just want to add a thing, Madam Chair, that I should have chimed in when the discussion came up about the business license fees. We are subsidizing those, that license. It takes us a long time in building and planning to work with, especially the cannabis business licenses, to get them through the process, and we're not recovering all our costs. I just wanted to add that in.
Supervisor Williams.
What is the delta between actual cost and recovered cost?
I don't have that for you right now, Supervisor Williams, but
Okay.
I looked at it a long time ago, and because we had a lot being held up in the process, and
Will that come forward at part of the next fee hearing, or?
I can.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, kind of two issues. One, we're not recovering our cost on any business license, most likely. Is that fair, or is it only cannabis business license?
Sarah DeCat, Executive Office. We haven't looked at the regular business license in quite a while, but when they came to you for at least the business license portion, you did choose to subsidize it and adopt a lower cost. You also, with the environmental health fees, phased in some of those fees. And so there has been some subsidizing in some of those areas. But we can come back if you would like to see what the actual cost is, and bring those fees back next time we do a fee hearing for your consideration.
Well, if I may pursue that, one rationale for supporting a low business license fee is A, to encourage people to come forward and get their business license. B, we're encouraging economic activity. But I think we're hearing a separate category of subsidy maybe where we're dealing with people completely unfamiliar with the process, and we have to really walk them through it. And I think the board's given direction before. We would support development of a fee if it was over and above what's normal to get any kind of license, and you're having to educate people on the process, and you're taking a lot of counter time doing that rather than completing the process. So I think that invitation still stands to, whatever you call it, a consultancy fee or something, to explain to them, here's how the process works, where normally someone just walks in and says, I need a business license.
Sarah DeCat, Executive Office. I also want to mention that part of the conversation was around taxes. And as you probably know, the processing and distribution are both flat taxes of $2,500 each. And then there's a different system for micro business depending on what type of activity you're doing for your micro business.
The thing I'm talking about applied to all of the cannabis applicants at the desk at Planning and Building. It wasn't a tax issue. It was people's unfamiliarity with how you deal with the regulatory process and having to explain that to them.
Understood. And the working group wanted to see a tiered system for both fees and taxes.
Ms. Angelo?
Chair Brown, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that I do remember the discussion with this board about Supervisor McCowan bringing that up, about it's almost like it would be an hourly rate because of the amount of time that it does take for the planning staff to work with the individual applicants. We usually do a fee hearing twice a year. I'm not sure if we have one scheduled for December this year or not, but if we do, I believe that we could work with the planning department and come up with some type of hourly rate as far as the additional time it would take to do some of this work with the applicants. And I don't recall what the actual full cost recovery is on this, but I don't think these fees are anywhere near. But we could certainly share that information at the next fee hearing. Thank you.
Mr. Schultz, did you have more?
No, I'm finished. Appreciate the being open to us looking at that, and I appreciate the supervisor's comments.
All righty, we're going to begin with one, Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding with expanding the zoning allowance for processing in rural residential is it would allow other people to bring in product into one of these facilities that's not just produced on that site. Is that correct?
Vandy Planning Building, that is correct.
Okay. And then manufacturing, let's see. Now it's just in the C2, which is general commercial, and it requires a use permit.
Correct, and it's also permitted in industrial zoning as well, with just a business license.
Okay, thank you.
Who was first over here? Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, with the processing, I certainly support that if we're talking about people processing what was grown on site, but we've already had enough reports of concern in rural residential neighborhoods with the expansion of commercial-related activity. So again, I would certainly allow the processing of material from on-site, but I'd be leery of expanding it to off-site material. If we go to the manufacturing within limited commercial, that certainly makes sense to me. On the distribution, limited commercial makes sense, but again, for the ag and the rural residential, if they're importing material, I would not support that. I would support use of distribution of what was grown on site from the site, but not creating a distribution facility in rural residential other than for their own product.
And I fully agree. Supervisor Williams?
Could staff tell us whether this would be consistent with other cottage industries? Say I want to press grapes. Can I bring grapes in from another property and process them on an RR10? And employment and cars going, how do we, if my stance is treat this like any other agricultural business, what would be consistent?
So the Vandy Planning and Building, I'm just curious as to the cottage industry you're bringing into the
Well, I imagine if there's processing, distribution, and manufacturing, there's some amount of employment happening.
Correct. Well, do you have the zoning code up?
Maybe if I could rephrase.
Sure.
Take cannabis out of the mix, is this allowed for other manufacturing, distribution, and processing?
I'm having county council review the zoning code, but I know for that row and field crops are permitted in the rural residential zoning district, so they could at least grow wine or grow grapes, but the processing, I'm unsure.
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Godrowski, to confirm, we're talking about the rural residential district?
Yeah, it has rural residential RR10 in the write-up.
That is packing and processing limited is what's allowed on that district, and that's the packing or processing of crops grown on the premises.
Okay, so Supervisor McCowan would be staying consistent with uses in other agricultural.
Supervisor Jurdy.
So if I'm hearing staff correctly, they're saying that items 1 and 7, they're not necessarily opposed to it, but they want to have a chance to look at it a little more closely and maybe get a broader cross-section of the public's input prior to making a recommendation. I mean, right now, I'm just looking at this, which I think it's great. We've got this working group, but it is basically, it's representing the industry, and we haven't really sought out public input from the general public. And so it seems to me that if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying maybe these are good ideas, maybe some with some refinement, but we haven't had input from the general public to digest and make recommendations about what that refinement would be.
That's correct.
So it's 1 and 7. Supervisor Haschak. Oh, are you through?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think I'm in agreement with keeping the processing as it is. And manufacturing level 1, I could see going to limited commercial. And with distribution, my understanding was that staff was recommending that agriculture be allowed. But that's incorrect?
These are the working group recommendations.
These are, yeah.
Right, I had a conversation with staff yesterday, and that was my understanding from our conversation. Am I incorrect in that?
Vandy, Planning and Building. So staff did propose the consideration of having distribution in ag zoning, having a parallel with wineries who are able to distribute their wine, but it was proposed for consideration.
Okay.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, and proposed for distribution of their product that they grew on site.
As well as others.
As well as others.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would support treating it like wine in all cases here. So if you can process only your own, same for cannabis. Manufacturing, if you can manufacture your own, follow that. If you can manufacture including imports, then follow that for cannabis, and the same for distribution. Right? Try to create some parity there between the industries. It's a very similar use, similar impact on neighbors.
You have your Supervisor McCowan.
Well, again, I do support the distribution in commercial manufacturing. I do not support importing stuff into rural residential. Ag, I guess I'm slightly undecided now.
Well, I'm going to comment, that's one of the biggest complaints I've received. That has to do with legalization of cannabis, is taking commercial businesses into rural communities, I should say rural residential areas. And where you have smaller lots maybe in the front, bigger lots in the back, and the constant traffic, speeding of traffic, you know, it's really impacted those neighborhoods.
What are your thoughts on importing material into an ag zone for
Processing?
For distribution?
Oh, it's the same thing. And today, driving the roads of Potter Valley, especially during the big harvest time, since cannabis been legalized, it's pretty scary and dangerous out there because you have people coming so fast on your roads and constant traffic. And it's people that really don't care about the communities they're passing through. And that's all ag, and we have all sizes of parcels. But I just, in all of this, I worry about these rural residential areas. And having commercial businesses.
Well, to try and move this along, I think we may have had at least a board majority allowing processing in rural residential.
Acreage size?
With material produced on site.
Okay.
Manufacturing, we would allow non-volatile in limited commercial.
Okay.
Distribution, we would allow in limited commercial for anything imported or not. In rural residential, only for material produced on site. And then we're still, and I think there's a majority for those positions, and then we're still looking at ag. And should we allow people to bring material in for a distribution facility in ag, or only their own material? I think I hear you saying only their own material. That's what I said originally. But then we've heard that you can import grapes, for instance, to a distribution facility in ag.
That is true. Supervisor Haschak.
Just to clarify with processing for rural residential, and I agree with those comments about, increased traffic and all that stuff, that people want to live in a residential area, not a commercial area. So as it exists, you can process your own product on your own site, and that's fine. But what this is asking for is to allow for it to other commercial products to be brought in to your site. So what we need to do is say, we don't agree with this processing. Is that right? We want to keep it the way it is. So if we want to keep it the way it is, then we want to state that we're not going to expand it past what you're producing on your own land. Because right now, that's the way it is. We're keeping it the way it is, right?
That seems to be the majority position.
Okay.
Now, here's what hasn't been articulated. There could be situations where a number of people live on a rural road, and we've got plenty of examples of that. Several small cultivators live on a rural road. It's not economical for each of them to develop their own processing facility, but there could be one of the cultivators already has a facility or can afford to put one in, and you could have a neighborhood processing facility or a co-op processing facility where 3 or 4 cultivators go together to have one processing facility in the neighborhood. So they're not creating additional traffic per se. They're not importing stuff from out of that neighborhood. And so I don't know what staff comments to that might be, or does that trigger state laws that limit ability of multiple farmers to have a cooperative type of arrangement? Because I would be willing to consider something like that, but not something where it's wide open. They're, creating a lot of additional new traffic.
Supervisor Williams?
Supervisor McKellen, would that be the enterprise zones we've been talking about? So that
No,
it's
this
more
would-
of a planned with a use permit?
No, it'd be just a small-scale neighborhood processing facility that might accommodate 3 or 4 cultivators.
Right. So one of the problems I see here is, there are 10 parcels that are only 2 acres. And if you have that in the middle of a residential community and you have a large metal building with employees and people bringing materials and hauling out, we're going to get a lot of complaints.
It'd
And
have to
yet,
be
it has to be
conforming.
the right parcel, right?
It'd have to be conforming.
Even that, there's some neighborhoods with RR10 that would not go for this, and there's others that would. Is this a use permit? Is it an enterprise zone? I think it's a discretionary process because there isn't one model that'll work throughout the county.
Maybe it is with a use permit, and, we would ask staff to develop what are the components of a neighborhood processing facility.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I think this gets back to what I brought up earlier, which I think staff was saying on item 1 and item 7. They wanted more time.
More public input.
More time to develop their own proposals, and refine the proposals that came from the working group. I think we're helping them refine it right now, but I think at some point they just need to run with it.
And more public input, correct? Because it's only been in the working group.
Cat Executive Office, yes, all of this stuff would eventually have to go through the Planning Commission and back to the board. And making changes too with these zoning districts and could potentially impact traditional businesses too. So allowing changes based on cultivation that aren't similar with other industries, there could be just an unintended consequence of in changing potential changes, or other industry people coming forward wanting similar changes.
So on those two, we'd rather separate them out. Okay. So that's 1 and 7. Supervisor?
No, I was going to agree with Supervisor Jurdy, and just, I think the staff has heard enough from us, and they probably have an idea where it can go at this point.
So 1 and 7 is taken care of. It's staff. Let's go on to number 2.
Support.
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 Sounds like we have a majority. Okay. Number 3.
Support.
Support.
Support with a comment.
Supervisor?
So this is already underway, but one wrinkle I would put into it is if the temporary event were part of an already permitted event, and we've had one recent example, then I don't know that, maybe it's more of a registration. If that event, the primary event, wishes to incorporate this activity into their event.
If there's already a permit.
Yeah, it's already permitted, I would say. Now, they do need our approval in order to get state approval, I think. So, we have to know about it, but maybe it's as simple as issuing a letter similar to we did in the previous instance.
Was that the concert up in Laytonville?
Right.
Okay, well, yeah, okay. I can agree with that.
And then if it's a standalone temporary event, then maybe it's a process of coming forward, getting approval. But again, that could be administrative if it's within an established venue.
Supervisor Williams, your opinion, sir?
Support.
Majority on that. Moving on to number 4. Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this, and I think it's really where we need to be going economically to have some viability in our county. I think we have incredible opportunities here. So I'll leave it at that.
Supervisor Jurdy?
And I think, as noted, our economic ad hoc committee's already been discussing this, and I think the board is already more or less said they support this.
I certainly support it. And again, the simpler we can keep the process, the better.
Yeah, it says this needs to ensure involvement of environmental health.
Support.
Okay. All right. Got that one?
I have a question on 5.
Yes, sir. Go forward.
Can we ask staff whether they've analyzed, do we have red strike through changes, or is there any possibility that building this consistency could create an ordinance that's internally inconsistent or more restrictive than the state?
Vandy, planning building, sorry, can you restate your question?
Yeah, so the number 5, consistency between all county code cannabis chapters with state regulations and requirements. What would those changes be? It's hard to support this without knowing what we would be changing and what the ramifications would be.
Vandy, planning and building. A lot of these consistencies would be definitions, as well as the different. So, for example, ethanol is considered a non-volatile extractant in state definition, but not in county definition, although we do practice that. Additionally, distribution definitions are slightly different, but staff would need more time to find more inconsistencies should they
do you-
exist.
Do you think one, along with 1 and 7, 5 needs more staff time?
I
Or
would support
you're
that.
the chair.
Well, I would support that.
Okay.
Because I feel it needs,
I'm supportive of this in concept. I would just like to see what it translates to in,
Yes.
in changes.
with the definitions
But maybe
and the
the
changes.
directive here is to continue with 5 if we all support it. And we will have that opportunity.
Will that come to us?
Vandy Planning and Building. So some of these recommendations actually would provide consistency, but staff would need more time to find other inconsistencies that we're currently not aware of.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I support that as general direction and giving direction to staff, because we found with the cultivation ordinance that achieving consistency between our definitions and state definitions presented some complications of its own. So in general, yes, consistency is good, but we need to make sure we're not creating some other problem or creating an inordinate burden on staff time.
Got that direction? Supervisors Haschak, Jurdy, you agree?
Support.
Okay. Item 6, John McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As stated earlier, I would keep the cultivation for anything involving cultivation at 1,000. I would keep dispensaries at 600 and have the AP option across the board.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Would that include volatile manufacturing, which currently also has the 1,000-foot setback?
I suppose I would keep that at 1,000, again with the AP if they think they can make a good case. Right now, we do allow the AP across the board to ask for exceptions. Yeah, so that'd stay the same.
Supervisor Williams.
Supervisor McCowan, what is the basis for the 1,000 feet? Is it odor?
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it.
Where I'm
but
going is, would you see a difference between an indoor and an outdoor cultivation?
It's also, people are more likely to want to break into a place, but they could want to break into a distribution facility too.
And these facilities have additional security and cameras, and they're probably less of a target statistically.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor.
I don't know. I'm worried about the unintended consequences again.
Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is that the 600 would be consistent with the state, and that's what we have it now. Is that correct?
Correct. Again, it's still 1,000 for volatile manufacturing and micro businesses with cultivation.
So my feeling is that, these sensitive receptors, we've limited it to schools, youth, child care facilities, not much else.
Parks.
Right? Pardon?
Parks as well.
Parks. And I think 600 feet is reasonable. I had to deal with a situation in Willits with a bar being put in close to a school, and it was around 200 feet, and it's not good. So, just saying.
Supervisor Williams.
I'm sorry, I'm done.
Okay, I think we have some conflicts.
Well, I'm not sure we had consensus.
That's what I was saying.
Oh.
So I think our current allowance is for 600 feet setback, but with, if someone wants to make a special case, they can apply for an administrative permit. And that seems like a reasonable situation.
Okay.
So we would be striking 6?
Yeah.
I mean, I could be more lenient, except again for dispensaries and the volatile manufacturing and cultivation. But we got 2 down there. I want to keep at least 6 for everything.
Yeah, I think I'm with those two of keep it as long as there's a path to asking for a variance.
Okay. So then.
And if I can comment, I don't know that the absolute distance is the best method. I just don't have another recommendation at this point. I think it depends case by case. There are some places where communities are not happy with that 600. There are other places where less is acceptable. Depends on the layout of the area.
And I think with, well, I guess not with an AP.
I think what we have today is the best compromise. But is it possible for us to ask the working group how they came up with this? Has it been a problem? Or is this just theoretical? That's what I was trying to get at earlier.
Who would be out of the working group that could comment to that?
The question is, why are we making this change?
Yeah, and actually, I would have to go through a year's worth of notes to actually determine it, so I can't give you a specific answer, but I can say that there was an issue with respect to being able to have, and I believe that this issue came up in subsequent Board of Supervisor meetings as well.
Is that Ore Springs Road?
Well, that was the route issue that Supervisor Williams was just talking about. I think it was both preceded that issue and also came after that issue. There's two separate things. One is the route, which y'all struggled with. The other is some path for not having to go through an administrative or full use permit process to have a reduction in certain settings where the building is secure. It's like any other business in one way or another. I think that the working group then went and said, look, everywhere where we can look to reductions and simplification, I think that was the general position. So that's not a great specific answer.
Yeah,
but that's
so I would like us to just kick this one down the road until we have 88,000 people and nobody's coming forward to explain that it's a blocker for a pending business. I'm worried.
May I address that?
Yeah.
And this also gets to your previous question about how many people have been impacted, or is this theoretical?
Yeah.
And I think that it's very hard to prove a negative, so we don't know how many people have not come forward because of these things. We've just heard throughout the process that these are some of the obstacles, so we can't prove the data that you need.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, on the other hand, they do have the option to apply for an administrative permit. So, I think we're agreeing to drop this one for now.
Okay. Supervisor Drury?
And I just wanted to clarify, for those watching at home, I think most of us are familiar, but so there's administrative permit, there's use permit, and then there's a variance. By state law, it's very hard to provide the written justifications for a variance. Use permit, it's still fairly burdensome, and administrative permit is the easier hurdle. So I think we've already given this the easiest, the lowest threshold for approval.
Good point. Okay, we're skipping this one. Moving on to, 7 we've already dealt with. 8.
Support.
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 Okay. So support for number 8. Number 9?
Support, although that's one that may require some state legislation to fully implement.
So maybe there's direction to have it discussed at general government and the ledge platform. Supervisor Haschak?
Yeah, I support.
Support.
Okay. Number 10?
Support.
Support.
Number 11?
I do not support.
So-
For one thing, in terms of fees, that would be further subsidizing the industry. And in terms of taxes, we already have a minimum tax structure for processing, distribution, maybe micro business. I could see a further reduction there. But we have a very low tax structure for everything except cultivation and dispensaries, and even there we have a low tax structure in comparison to other jurisdictions.
Okay, we have 1 vote against. Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, yesterday I talked to Treasurer Schapmeyer and heard her reasoning about this and what it would entail, the amount of work it would cost her department. And so I can't support it at this point.
Neither can I, and so that's 3. Supervisor Jurdy?
I think that was the input I was looking for. I was looking to hear from the treasurer on these various tax proposals.
Hey, there she is. The screen was hiding you too.
Sherry Shatmeyer, Treasurer, Tax Collector, Chair Brown, members of the board. So I think Supervisor McCowan hit it right on the head. We do have a very low tax right now, cannabis business tax. And not only is there a $2,500 annual tax for facilities, they also can pay it within 4 quarters. And so my fear is if you reduce that, it's going to be pretty labor intensive to try to monitor that. The other thing that concerns me with this is there was part of the justification here was how much product was cultivated, fleet size, operation size, and to me it would create a pretty confusing and labor-intensive process for my staff. So I would absolutely prefer that it just be left as it is. There's already, it feels like there's already, this is already a pretty low rate, so that would be my request.
Okay, we've got 12 and 13.
Well, it's the same thing, pretty
Yeah.
much.
Supervisor?
Yeah, 11, 12, and 13. I'm worried we're trying to normalize cannabis. It's a legal business, and part of that is we don't provide subsidies. We treat it like other businesses. And we're looking for cost recovery. There's a board policy cost recovery for all permits. And so if, maybe that we need to have a fee hearing to revisit to see if we're at cost recovery on these types of businesses. But I think that's the way to do it, not through this process.
Okay, so I'm hearing 11, 12, 13, we're against. Supervisor McCowan?
The one wrinkle I might ask staff maybe to look at, so again, tiered system for microbusiness. So to me, microbusiness implies this is really a very small operation. So maybe that's not totally accurate. But if it is, perhaps a reduction, but instead of quarterly payment, they'd have to pay the entire amount at once. So there's not, so it reduces the administrative burden on the department. Again, just maybe for staff to look at and discuss with the treasurer, is it feasible, is it justified to have something less for the micro business only?
Supervisor Williams?
Supervisor McCowan, would you support staff coming forward with an analysis on cost recovery for these types of businesses? Because I would think we shouldn't be charging more than it costs to provide or less.
I'm talking tax. The other issue, we've already said that's dealt with through the fee hearing process.
You're focused on just the micro business taxes. Is that right?
Well, the taxes are the taxes. Again, the fees are set by the fee hearing, and we get an analysis with our fee hearing proposal, and then we can critique that or not. I don't think we need separate direction on analyzing cost recovery for fees.
Can you restate what you're asking for?
I'm asking for staff to look at the possibility of, is it justified and feasible to have a tax reduction for the micro business only? And Carrie, I think we have.
Sherry Shatmeyer, Treasurer, Tax Collector. One of the other issues with microbusiness, and we are dealing with that, is that there's a lot of them don't necessarily pay the $2,500 flat fee. If they are retail and they are cultivation, in that we're trying to figure out right now, thank goodness there's not that many of them, but we are working with County Council right now to make sure that we can quantify, if you're a micro business, if you're these 3 things, you would pay this tax. If you're these 3 things, you would pay this tax. If you're these 3 things, you'd pay this tax. If you're all 4, you'd pay this. And what happens is a lot of those are going to be, it's pretty convoluted with the micro businesses because you've got minimum due for cultivation. You've got 2.5% for the original tax. You've got 5% if they're retail. You've got $2,500 if we tax them as a facility. So we actually have been working with County Council on that. And to me, I think that it would be best to left outside of this right here, and let us come up with a plan so that we can tax micro businesses going forward, because they're already extremely convoluted, so much so that we had to really try to figure out, okay, how are we going to do this?
So you're suggesting on number 13 that staff analyze it?
Well,
Actually, I think she's suggesting that we say no to number 13 because it's already complicated enough. And they're working on other aspects of it.
That's what I'm...
Yeah, and I think we're going to find that a lot of these are going to be outside. They won't be paying the flat fee. They'll be paying the 2.5% and the 5%. And then what we have to figure out is, okay, do you have a flat fee? Do you have a minimum due? There's a lot of moving parts with the micro businesses, and that is something that we are working on right now. So I would prefer just to, at this point, let us kind of handle it that way, and we'd be happy to bring that back to the board to see that. But it's pretty convoluted with the micro businesses because there's so many moving parts.
Vandy?
If I may, through the chair, Vandy, Planning and Building. I'm just receiving word from one of the members of the working group that this item was more, these 3 items were more for tiering the license itself. So, and I'll have them correct me if I'm wrong, but for example, if a small processor would just have a business license, but a larger processor would have a use permit?
Well, I think we've dealt with that issue abundantly, and we don't want to drop the fees below cost recovery.
It's not about the fees, it's about the requirements. May I have Hannah Nelson
It sounds like a
correct
distinction
this?
without a difference.
May I have Hannah Nelson kind of clarify what the items were?
Okay.
Very briefly, without belaboring anything, it wasn't intended to be either a fee or tax issue. It was about creating subcategories for smaller license types that would then be considered potentially allowable in zoning at a different level. In other words, not a big processor, but a miniature processor or a cottage processor, whether it's a tiny neighborhood or not, and then looking at the attendant issues, whether an administrative permit is necessary or whether it would be allowable in other zoning. It was just introducing the idea that there are solutions out there that can still balance the considerations that we've needed to take into account all the way along, but that unless we look at smaller definitions, for example, most people are not fleets when they're doing distribution. They have a truck, their pickup truck or a van or something like that. Just taking into account the distinctions, that's all it was meant to bring up and ask if we can look at creating subcategories. That was all that was meant. Not a tax discussion, not a fee discussion.
I'm thankful for that clarification. Can we push this back on the working group? There's just not enough here. I'm not necessarily against a smaller license type, right? As long as it has cost recovery and it meets zoning requirements. But I think it's too much to ask staff to go figure out what to do with it. I'm wondering if the working group could take it on and come back with more specs. I guess what I'm saying is this is just, it seems too vague. You want something smaller. And what I want is less complication in this program. So I'm trying to balance is this solving a real problem, or is it just adding complication to an already convoluted?
Definitely, and I think one of the other natural tensions here is wanting to not pursue staff time with working groups for items that the board doesn't have a desire to investigate. And so I think that some of what might appear like not fully formed ideas was this is the direction, these are our recommendations, and would you like us to pursue it? And that's about it.
I appreciate that. In that case, board, I would support asking the working group to continue fleshing out 11, 12, and 13 and come back with more specific concept without utilizing excessive staff time.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm comfortable with the original direction we gave, and we might just go down the line and see if there's been a change.
Okay, an original direction was 11, 12, 13 against.
Right.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I would be more interested in looking at number 13, especially the micro business, and seeing what ideas are out there to promote them.
Supervisor Judy.
I want to stick with the treasurer's recommendation on 11, 12, 13.
Okay.
Well, clarification, the treasurer's recommendation was based on understanding this item to be a tax issue. And now it's been clarified this has nothing to do with taxes.
Ms. Angelo?
Thank you, Chair Brown. I just want to comment that the working groups are labor intensive for the staff, particularly the planning staff, as we know, have been doing a lot with cannabis, and they need to be working at their desks and working in the field. And so if there's any way to bring this working group to a close, I think that would be something that would be beneficial. Thank you.
I think I'm a no on 13 because it'll add complexity. It'll increase fees for the cannabis industry because of the amount of time that's going into it.
So, 11, 12, 13, it appears, unless you want a formal vote, that we're against, it's off the list. 14, reinstate compassion programs to improve medical cannabis access to patients. Supervisors?
What does that mean?
That's, I don't think we heard anything. Supervisor McCowan?
Well, I think it's a Prop 64 change, isn't it? Wasn't it Prop 64 that is interfering with the ability of the industry to have compassion programs?
Come on up, Hannah.
Hannah Nelson. Currently, state law allows both compassion and equity programs under a local program. And so we have failed to establish a local program, and we are asking to establish a local program. So yes, Prop 64 or the ensuing regulatory promulgation under it did prevent just donations unless it's within this framework. Then what also happened was the governor released rounds of funding for local jurisdictions to be able to apply for, to create or study the creation of such programs. We missed the boat on that. We are requesting that we get back on track, and I think what that would mean in this specific, I'm going to just go for a specific recommendation, and that is at the beginning of the year, get us through this year, begin a staff and maybe working group effort or whatever appropriate mechanism to start getting back on track so we can, because we're behind the 8 ball. Thank you.
Ms. Duquette.
Sarah Duquette, Executive Office, and I'll make a comment both of equity and the compassionate program in terms of state funding. Many of the money is out there if you have a program. One of the challenges we face is we don't have the staffing ability to do this at this time, nor do we have the funds to complete some of the requirements we would need to be competitive for the state dollars. So if you go down this road and you recommend that, there will have to be some consideration in terms of staff resources and funding that would be needed for this. And how you want to put this in with all of the other cannabis priorities of, do you want us to come back with ordinance changes for facilities or cultivation facilities or phase 3, and where kind of this would fall in the priority, since we do have quite a bit on our plate from cultivation to non-cultivation, and what you really want us to focus on first priority over the next 12 months.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate CEO Duquette's input on that, because we do seem to have a tendency to continually add more tasks to staff, and we have quite a few priority items we've already identified for planning and building, for county council, for the cannabis programs in general, and our ordinances. I would not be ready to add one more at this point.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I'm there too. I support this. I think we should do it. But I don't, in the triage, I don't think it's making it to the top of the list. And so I guess I would ask that maybe it come back at a later time.
Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel the same way, is that I support the program, but in this time, we need to focus on what's more important.
Supervisor Jurdy? Okay, back burner. And that's on number 14. 15, I believe, was going to our ledge platform. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would like to ask our planning director if there are any documented cases where a county has been able to convince the state to become less restrictive in building code. Is this something that we may be able to pull off?
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
could address the board. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Service Director. My answer is no. That'd be very hard. I've not seen the state in my career adopt less restrictive. My hat be off to the county if we got that through. I just doubt it would be possible.
So I would like to recommend that we push this one back maybe to MCA. If they're willing to do the work, maybe bring it to us and the county can include it, with a letter of support when the time comes. But I don't want to use staff resources that are a finite resource for a direction that's not likely to yield results when we have a whole lot of items pending.
Would you also say that on item 16?
I would, as long as the planning director is in support. I mean, 15 is clear to me that it's a building code. I don't think we're going to be successful with that. I'm not so sure about 16.
That's true. That's Supervisor McCowan?
I definitely support 16 being part of our ledge platform. I think that would be an important change that would benefit a fair number of small growers in Mendocino County.
I'll support that.
Supervisor Haschak?
Yes, and thank you, Madam Chair. With number 15, I've heard about this for the last couple of years, and it just seems like these are going to go to the local government or general government standing committee. And so I think we can deal with these if they're approved to move forward, and we'll deal with them efficiently and hopefully effectively.
Okay, so we have for 15, giving it back to MCA to come back to the board with recommendations? Is that what you said,
Chair.
or language?
Chair, I think Supervisor Haschak was suggesting.
That's on 16.
I think staff was also maybe recommending that 15, 16, and 17 could all go to the legislative committee or the general government committee when we discuss the legislative platform.
Support.
Yeah, I support that. 15, I wouldn't want to be spending a lot of staff time on it. I think we could incorporate a paragraph into our ledge platform so people can cite to it. But again, I don't think we should be spending a lot of time on it. 16 and 17, I think county admin and the board could certainly support legislative changes through our state representatives. So I'd be a little more active on those. And I don't think that would put a burden on staff.
Okay, so let's see where we are at on that. So we have number 9 to go to general government legislative platform consideration. Number 15, we have a conflict as to how to go forward. Supervisor Williams?
Let me pull it back up. Keep talking.
You said send back to MCA.
I would, that was before this other idea came forward. I would be happy giving 15, 16, and 17 to the general government standing committee.
Okay. And that includes number 9. Let's move on. I guess that is, oh, nope, we have, it appears in 18 maybe. It says currently only. 17 goes to general government for the ledge platform. But the very last paragraph there, Andy?
Part of 17.
Oh, okay, second paragraph. So it goes, thank you. That's what you were trying to say, right, Lindsay?
Yes, it was.
It's time for a break for the chair. I'm teasing. Just hit me with the gavel. All right. So we've gone through this item. We have had public input. Any more? Seeing none. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think I've been keeping score, and I think I could condense our direction into a motion if that would be appropriate.
Would we need a motion on this for direction, or do we have it down?
I'm sure they took the same notes I did.
Right, I think you've given, looking to them, I think they have sufficient direction, so.
Okay. So we really don't need a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. I got my notes too. So between 5 of us, we probably...
We probably have 3 stories.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we do have an item for 3 o'clock. It's because we have an individual that could be with us at this time. So we're going to item 6E. And this is discussion and possible action, including approval of long-distance travel from October 28th to the 31st, 2019, for Supervisor John Haschak to attend meetings in Washington, D.C. with federal representatives to advocate for additional disaster recovery funds for Mendocino County. And the reason this comes before the board set policy probably a decade ago that any travel outside of the state of California by a county supervisor must be approved by the full board in public. So Supervisor Haschak, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was approached to attend this conference or this set of meetings in Washington, and it's really it's part of the North Bay Recovery group. And, you know, there's meetings set up with FEMA, with HUD, with the Transportation Committee of Congress. And so the chairs of Napa, Sonoma, Lake are all going. And since our chair couldn't go, I was, as a vice chair, I accepted the invitation to go. And so that's what I'm looking for, you know, to be a presence in Washington, to lobby for money for our recovery, and to look forward for additional funding for the needs that we have, transportation, housing, and whatever else, because there'll be meetings set up with the Congressman Huffman, Congressman Thompson from Napa and Marin counties. And so Lake, also, Thompson represents Lake County too. So that's why I'm putting this on the agenda.
And I certainly appreciate you stepping up to be able to go. I think it's extremely important whether you're lobbying in D.C. or lobbying in Sacramento. D.C. gets a little bit tougher at a federal level in setting up those meetings and getting the highest level you can of officials. And I'm very supportive of your travel to D.C. for this purpose. 2 years ago, we had the wildfires. A year ago, we had wildfires, and who's not to say that something's going to happen again? And may not even be wildfires. It may be earthquake or tsunami. You never know. But I think it's important that Mendocino County show its face in D.C. and take part in this process. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also another aspect is looking forward. There's also the potential for looking at second access route funding, you know, some of the transportation needs that we have in our county. So I look forward to lobbying on those issues.
And you are the best person I think we could send. I appreciate it. Supervisor, oh wait, CEO?
Chair Brown,
Angela?
I just wanted to be certain that you knew that we do have a member of the board of Rebuild North Bay here that came up from Sonoma County for this item to address the board.
So please come forward, sir, and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Larry Florin. I'm on the board, the executive board of Rebuild North Bay Foundation, which is a nonprofit that was formed after the 2017 wildfires in, we called them the North Bay. And it's really a group of business leaders and nonprofit representatives. Myself, I'm the CEO of Burbank Housing. We're the largest builder of affordable housing in the North Bay, and we joined as part of this group of, I think it's now 15 business and nonprofit leaders to help facilitate and move along the process for rebuilding and being able to get federal aid. We've actually been to Washington twice now with our delegation. Both times we had tangible successes that we were able to bring back. The first time we were there, through various connections that members of the board had, we met in the White House with at that time was the head of OMB, Mick Mulvaney, and is now the White House Chief of Staff. And the White House was actually holding up the at that time in 2018, the wildfire relief package. The next week, they actually released it after our meeting and after the discussions we had. And most recently, there was about $88 million in federal funding that was being held up in the office of OMB. And again, we were able to get Mr. Mulvaney on the phone through our connections that we had and get that $88 million released. So we've been told a number of times that the way that you get to the top of the list, because as you know, disasters come and we're yesterday's news pretty quickly, is that you have to physically show up and be an individual. You have to be there in their offices, talk about what's happened, talk about how we're rebuilding, talk about the successes, but also talk about the challenges and how they can help. And that's why we put together this delegation. At this point, we have representatives from Lake County, Napa County, Sonoma County, and for the first time, Butte County. Representatives from Paradise will be joining us to talk about the 2018 disasters.
That's great. I think we have some questions here. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I support it, but I'm curious, what do you think we may get out of it?
Yeah, it's a good question. So at this point, there's a couple of, we've laid the groundwork on a couple of areas. One is FEMA to be able to release the next set of funding. So when the state of California submitted what's called an action plan through the Department of Housing and Community Development for Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief, I'm probably all familiar with what that is. There was a gap of about $200 million that was identified in that plan. Congressman Thompson and Congressman Huffman have introduce legislation to get that gap filled. At this point, it's actually was, I believe, voted out of the House, and it's sitting in the Senate right now. And so we're hoping to be able to unstick that extra $200 million in disaster relief. Those are related to both the 2017 and 2018 disaster funding relief packages. There was also a separate measure that we had been advancing. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with the concept of tax credits, low-income housing tax credits. If you are, after the 2004 disaster, Katrina, excuse me, the federal government issued a new allocation for tax credit, low-income housing tax credits that was able to help build in the New Orleans area, was able to build almost 5,000 units of housing to replace housing that had been destroyed during the hurricane. We're trying to advance that, and there's a bill that's actually pending right now in the House, and Congressman Thompson specifically asked if we would come and help testify and meet with members to talk about the value of how that funding, that bill would go for the recovery. So those are two really specific areas.
I appreciate that and your time driving up here.
Sure.
So don't leave yet.
Okay.
Supervisor McCallum.
I have no questions. I support the item.
Yes. Supervisor Jurdy.
If we're going to go to a break, I'd like to talk to you during the break.
Okay.
It'll be shortly.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay.
So we are going to talk to our two senators, U.S. senators as well, because it's in the Senate.
Yeah, so actually last time it was very interesting. We had a meeting scheduled with the Senate staff for Senator Feinstein, and Part of the value of this is we bring government leaders together with business leaders. So one of the gentlemen on our delegation was Michael Mondavi, and probably familiar with his family name. So when Senator
who he is.
Feinstein heard that Mondavi was in her office, she actually canceled her meetings that she had that afternoon and spent almost 2 hours with us talking strategy about how to unstick. So we're hoping for the same type of response.
Senator Feinstein's great, but I fully support it as well. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve this agenda item. Let's vote by the, oh, I didn't ask for public comment. So sorry.
Oh.
We almost blew it. Good catch, Carrie. I think I do need a break. Public comment on this item? Seeing none, my apologies. Now, we do have a motion on the floor. We can vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. And yes, we are going to a 10-minute break. So I hope Larry, oh, there he is right there. golly. Okay. Are we at 5K now? Oh, I think we are. This is item 5K, discussion and possible direction to staff regarding the establishment of a cannabis business tax appeal procedure, including the potential for using a hearing officer to hear appeals. Planning and Building Services, Executive Office are the sponsors. I'm going to staff to introduce the item, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, Board members, County Council Elliott, and CEO Angelo. Yes, we're here for a revised process. We were back before you on August 20, 2019. You provided direction to staff to explore using a hearing officer procedure for cannabis business tax appeals in lieu of the proposed appellate body panel that I had proposed, which included the CEO, the Planning and Building Services Director position, and Ag Commissioner or designees. So it should be noted that prior to that meeting, on June 11th, that the board consensus was to allow cultivators to appeal the cannabis business tax if they could demonstrate they did not cultivate or provide proof that cultivation occurred at a different permit level. After discussing these two appeals types with County Council, it was determined that the county can only consider appeals based on whether someone cultivated or not. All other appeals regarding the minimum tax would require an ordinance change. The hearing officer procedure would involve an appeals application at the Planning and Building Services counter with all evidence to support such appeal, as well as an appeal fee. County staff would then review the evidence that was submitted, including our internal documents that we have. We've done a lot of inspections on these sites to support such appeal, as well as an appeal fee. And county staff would review the evidence and ours and either send it to the hearing officer or not contest the tax appeal. This process is outlined in the attached board memo that you have. If the matter is sent to the hearing officer, his or her decision will become the final administrative determination on the appeal. Staff has provided you estimated fees for the hearing officer appeals procedure in the board memo. Those total costs of the tax appeal could range from $450 to $1,200. The administrative costs could range from $300 to $500, and these fees for a hearing officer could range from $150 to $700. We could potentially charge an initial fee of $300 or so, or $500, and if staff did not contest the appeal, no further charges would be assessed. If the appeal is sent to the hearing officer, then an additional fee could be assessed. But this is for general information, and by no means are we asking the board at this item to approve that process. We would, if this hearing procedure was approved, we would then go into a process to develop those fees. We'd work with the auditor, and I would endeavor to come back with the lowest possible fees to do this appeal process. So again, as mentioned before, the hearing officer appeals procedure only covers minimum tax appeals if a cultivator was cultivating or not. All other minimum tax appeals would require an ordinance change. Staff, I want to restate, the staff recommendation is that the board approves the hearing officer business tax appeals procedure as outlined in the memo and direct staff to bring back a resolution and fee proposal for board consideration. And staff and county council, we are all here to answer any of your questions.
Chair, Board,
Yes.
Good afternoon. Deputy County Counsel Michael McTessie. I was asked to clarify just one thing, and that is to make clear the scope of the procedure that you are looking at today. The process presented today addresses grievances with respect to decisions by the Treasurer Tax Collector respecting the minimum tax and nothing else. The process that is already in the code would apply to grievances respecting gross receipts or similar accounting matters. And like Director Schultz said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Williams.
Bravo. I support it.
Supervisors?
Public comment?
Seeing no other comment by supervisors, questions, Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understand this right, that we're only appealing if a person did not grow versus growing, or what their permit is for, right? And that if we have to, if a person says, oh, I have a 10,000 square foot permit and they only grew to 5,000, then that would require an ordinance change to be able to appeal that.
Deputy County Counsel Michael Mackesy, that is correct. As the law reads right now, it's fairly clear, and I printed it out. I can paraphrase if you like, but basically it says the tax applies based on the permit applied for or obtained. The level of the permit is associated with a particular cost. So if you wanted to base it on something other than what the permit was, then it would require an ordinance change. Otherwise, the law that's going to be applied is what's there right now. And that's what the hearing officer would apply if it was taken to them.
Okay, so the previous direction by the board was with that idea that if you could prove that you weren't cultivating to that level, then that should be appealable. So if we wanted to continue with that kind of direction, then we would have to provide direction for change in the ordinance.
Deputy County Counsel Michael Mackesy, that is correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so I can see it being difficult for people to prove what they didn't do, right? You don't have a photograph of what you didn't grow necessarily. Would it be helpful for the county to have a subscription to satellite data? Maybe not just for this purpose. There must be a lot of other uses where instead of relying on field visits, we could just look at the satellite and pick a day, because I think they have a fairly high sampling rate. And would that feed into this program that you could quickly pull up a site and look in July and see, nope, nothing growing?
Brent Schultz, Madam Chair, if I could address the board. Yes. Brent Schultz, yes, there is. I have heard of this technology. I have actually asked our staff to reach out to him to look at it to see if it's something that would be helpful for us in our inspections and processes. So potentially, I've heard it would be, but I'd like to see it first and see. And I've heard it, they're pretty costly. So I'm always concerned about costs and things, but I'd like to look at it and see. I'm always love to like e-permitting and other technologies. Anything that could make us more efficient would be good. So I'd like to look at it to see if it would be helpful. And we are looking at it right now.
Supervisor Jordy?
I think this makes a lot of sense to have the appeals person, because then we're not taking up county staff time, so that's one of our highest priorities. And just on the issue of the allowing for changing the code to allow for appeals based on cultivation side, I think it's just important for us to remember that our minimum tax is 1/2 the tax that is imposed in Lake and Sonoma counties. I'm sorry, Lake and Humboldt, and I believe Sonoma is even higher. So before we go too far down about creating all these different exceptions and allowances for appeals, I think we ought to take that into account.
Board members, any other comment? Supervisor?
I agree with Supervisor Jordy.
Okay.
Despite previous board direction, it sounds like it's putting another burden on staff to come up with an ordinance change that may benefit a very small number of people. And at some point, we do have to be mindful about creating additional burden on staff for limited gain for a program that's already taken a huge amount of time.
All righty, we're going to go to public comment. Casey?
Casey O'Neill, local farmer, policy chair for Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I noticed, I was paying attention to that conversation. I think that an ordinance amendment, we've done a number of them at this point, so it seems like we might be able to move that perhaps. We would definitely support that ordinance amendment. I think that the whole idea here, Supervisor Williams said it a number of times, if we can get to a point in which some of these common sense, if you didn't grow, that you don't pay the taxes, those types of things can be moved through an administrative process. We'll cut down on the cost of the appeals. We'll cut down on overall staff time usage. And so it's kind of a balance of like, where do we want to spend staff time? I'm sensitive to that concern, but if staff time could be used to streamline the process by amending the ordinance to make it so that people people don't need to appeal, then we wouldn't end up having a bunch of appeals that take up a bunch of staff time, especially high-level, expensive staff costs. And again, just to support the administrative process over the appeal process as much as possible, to be able to have, you know, common sense delineations of ways that we could say, okay, this is clearly something that doesn't need to go through an appeal and can just be moved along. Thank you.
Well, Paul got up and so.
Hi, Paul Hansberry.
Sorry, Hannah.
I fully support well, let's put it this way. I fully support an ordinance change. I think the minimum tax should be abolished, and the tax should be on gross receipts. As far as the permit and the appeals, I know that this is going through a long process and constantly changing. It was a moving target from day one. I waited until November of 2018 in order to apply for my permit. I got the approval of, it took a couple of hours because I had all my ducks in a row. I was more informed than most people. I got it on November 18th, and now I'm being charged $1,200 for something that I didn't have it seems to me, and one of the things I had to produce was that I was cultivating before January 1st of 2016. So was I cultivating? Yes. Did I sell? No, I'm storing things. I can't sell. I don't go to the black market, but I'm storing what I cultivated and haven't sold a penny's worth. So will I pay the minimum tax for this coming year for the permit? Yeah, absolutely. But I don't feel that I should have to pay for something that I didn't have a permit for because the taxes are under the permit, not under what I've been doing in the past. So I would say a change in the ordinance is to gross receipts and eliminate the minimum would be because there are such things as crop failures. There are things where you can't be doing, you can only sell 2,000 square feet of canopy because part of the crop was damaged, and having to pay this minimum tax, which is based on for my small permit, is based on $50,000 of gross revenue just to break even. I think is really unfair. Thank you.
Hang on just 1 minute, Paul.
Yes.
Did you have a question of the speaker?
Yeah, I can do that. So we need the program to pay for it. We need the program to pay for itself. That's the bottom line, right? It needs to be self-supporting. And today, we don't have full cost recovery on the fees. And so the fee you pay doesn't cover for the staff time to work on your application. We're using the taxes to backfill that. It's not the best model, but it's what we have. If we do away with the minimum tax, we're going to have to increase the fees to cover it. So I don't know is that a net win to your business that you would pay more for the fee? Maybe you wouldn't pay the tax if you didn't produce. Well, end of the day, you're going to pay about the same. And so if the county can only do so much, the direction I've been trying to push is, let's figure out how you can make an extra $50,000 by having some economic development ideas on the table for cannabis, rather than focusing on some pennies. Because it may be that you save the $1,200, but we're going to charge you $900 more for the permit because we have to have the program break even.
Well, I think that the really elephant in the room when you're talking with exactly what we're talking about has more to do with the regulations and the owners in treating cannabis like it's plutonium. And it's the lack of adoption is why you're not getting your cost recovery. So I think that looking at things where we drive more adoption would be the thrust that I would, if I were sitting in one of these chairs, that's what I would be recommending as an agenda item, as different ways to drive adoption, rather than charging the people that were too afraid to come in or are still on the fence, and these tier 1 people who said, what's going to happen? Oh, I'm not doing that. I'm not paying all this money just for something that I'm not doing. I'm not going to take care of look at fish and wildlife, and there's a number of different issues. It's a very complex thing. But if you could look at ways to make the regulations and the ordinance less onerous so that you could drive adoption rather than raising fees on the small number of people that now have a target on their back, I think it'd go a long way.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Susan Tibbin. Please be aware that many small entities grow far, far less cannabis than is reflected in the minimum tax. A timely, user-friendly appeal process is really sorely needed. There are numerous stakeholders county-wide that have experienced unique situations, crop failures, et cetera, where an appeal process would enable them to continue in the program. And we ask that only reasonable recovery fees be attached. And although we take your comment, Supervisor, to heart, we feel that ultimately increased adoption countywide above the 2% we are at now would go a long way to ameliorating that situation. The appeal process is particularly valuable for really small entities, real microbusinesses, not microbusiness as interpreted by the state, which is unlimited processing, manufacturing, and distribution. Those entities are not in the room anymore. They can afford these taxes. As a matter of fact, they can probably afford much higher taxes, and perhaps that might be a way to go so that actual tiny, real microbusinesses can continue. But to this issue, we really appreciate the appeal process and look forward to utilizing it. Thank you.
Hannah Nelson.
Hannah Nelson. Speaking to the MCA memo, I just want to highlight a couple of things. While I appreciate that it might require another ordinance, I'm really not sure that I agree with that assessment, but I accept that as a proposition. Not distinguishing between what people applied for or what they actually received and what they grew, I think would be a serious mistake. I appreciate the tight time frame for staff, but people had a really rough rollout of this program, and it's no one person's fault, and there were a lot of, this was all new. And different information was put out there at different levels. And to now say to people, you have no basis, even though you had no mechanism to establish this before, you have no basis to complain, I think is pretty harsh and something that you might want to consider. And particularly the issue, and we kind of highlighted this in the memo about resource land people. They were initially told, hey, you got to do the maximum, otherwise you won't be able to if you want to ever be able to do that. And that turned out not to be right, and there was all kinds of hubbub about it and, went back and forth. But there's just been a lot of different information at different steps. So I really request that you consider that in going back to your original position. And yes, I know it's tasking staff to do one more thing, but if it's about drafting an ordinance amendment change, really considering that. Also, I really implore you to look at some of, and I appreciate what Director Schultz said about they are really going to try and look at the most cost-effective ways and the least costly manner for an administrative process and or hearing process. I totally appreciate that, and I believe him. I hope that also some procedural due process issues will be looked at in terms of how will these hearings be conducted, what is the level of, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they're detailed in the memo. I don't need to go on ad nauseum, but I think that these are important considerations, and I look forward to having some additional direction to staff to flush out these issues. Thank you.
Monique?
Monique Ramirez, District 3. On behalf of the Covelo Cannabis Advocacy Group, we'd also like to speak to this item. We need to define the two types of appeals. The people that have a very straightforward situation and not have them be a part of the appeal process, but create this administrative pathway. Have a list of okay, if you can prove that you were going through an administrative permit process to scale up, and while you're waiting, you were held to being only able to cultivate at this other size, the county staff has these internal documents in-house. So it's already there. The proof is there. I'm just using this as an example, but we could have a checklist, and then the applicant brings that paperwork in, they've got this proof, and then boom, you're cleared, you don't need to do an appeal, you're relieved of the tax because you've proved these situations. And then all the other cases that are different and more complex, then yeah, then they have to go through the appeal process. But that's going to cut down how many people are doing the appeal and make it streamlined for everybody so we can focus on other things. But I think that we need to differentiate the two types of categories and really give honor to that, because I think otherwise we're just going to see a lot of people that aren't going to be eligible to get an appeal that really honestly should be. So I just hope you guys will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, public comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, it's back to the board. Supervisor Haschak.
Yeah, considering that we don't want to overburden the staff, but at the same time, we need to be respectful of the people that have entered this process and are trying to do right and make a living and have been caught in sometimes catch-22s and different weirdnesses of the whole ordinance. I move that we establish the cannabis business tax appeal procedure, including the potential for using a hearing officer to hear appeals, and that we direct staff to work on the ordinance changes necessary to allow for appeals of people who are not growing to their stated permit size.
We have a motion on the floor. Supervisor Williams.
For withdrawn. Well, I'll second it. I have a comment.
Okay.
What was that? I thought that's what I heard.
I didn't know you were religious.
So I support this fully. I think it's the cheapest path, and I'm not happy about the cost either. I don't see an alternative on the table. This is the simplest direction we can go for the appeals. My comment is, I think it's based on the feedback we've heard today. I think we should ask staff to look at full cost recovery for the cannabis permits so that we can think about, just to have that number, so that we can think about how to do away with this minimum tax going forward. We're moving into an era of metric and track and trace, and this has just been a continual drain for everyone involved. Why not? Maybe we can get an item on an upcoming agenda, but it starts with we need to know the numbers for full cost recovery, because we can't do anything about the minimum tax until we know we can collect enough in fees for the program to be self-supporting.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, actually, the simplest path forward is to adopt the appeal procedure that staff has recommended, and any possible ordinance amendment would be a second motion. I don't support the motion on the floor.
Ms. Angelo, did you have comment?
Chair Brown, thank you. My only comment is in support of the staff and what it takes to do another ordinance revision, amendment, or to develop an ordinance. And I believe that earlier today there was an action to develop an ordinance, now to change an ordinance. This staff here is the same staff that continues to do cannabis, all the ordinance changes, all the working groups, everything. And I just feel for the staff. And if there's a way to not do another ordinance change regarding cannabis, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
County Council?
So I appreciate Supervisor McCowan's comment. We brought one, planning and building worked very hard to bring you one process forward. We were asked to bring this particular process forward. We brought it forward. We're trying to keep it simple and start that. We've conferred with Ms. Schaffmeyer, Treasurer, Tax Collector, in terms of what were the issues that she saw coming before her. These are the particular issues. I would like to at least just go forward with what staff has brought to you now, find out what the issues are with that before bringing any further things forward.
I'm withdrawing the second.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. So the motion dies for lack of a second. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move approval of the proposed cannabis business tax appeal hearing officer procedures as presented by staff.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Discussion to the motion? Supervisor Haschak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I see that this is a good first step, but I also think that there's we can do more to make it more equitable and fair. And so that's why I made that motion. I understand that it would create additional work for staff, but at the same time, I think in the long term, we should be trying to work out those issues as they come along.
Okay. Any other comment? Seeing none, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Okay. So we're moving on to item 5C. Discussion and possible action regarding an update to the Board of Supervisors from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee on progress since the August 6, 2019 update. Executive Office is the sponsor, but I believe we have an individual here, Ace. So, Ms. Angelo, did you want to introduce? Okay. Please come forward, state your name for the record. Got to turn on the mic, too. Well, it doesn't matter, wherever you would like.
Ace Barish, the Measure B Committee.
Is he on?
I'm sorry?
Okay, cool.
So just giving an update on the last meeting in August. First of all, Lloyd Weir gave the most recent fund balance at that time collected from the half-cent sales tax, which was about $9.4 million. A presentation was given by Ukiah Police Chief Wyatt regarding a general national trend away from having law enforcement be first respondent to persons who are contemplating suicide. The reason being that that having a man present in uniform and with a gun tends to escalate the anxiety, and the person of concern sometimes will commit suicide by cop. And so there is a group, I believe in Eureka, who give training programs on having mental health persons respond and try to intercede in this suicide intention, and we're investigating possibly having a training locally with one of these groups. Project manager for the Measure B committee were conducted involving 8 candidates. Offers were made to the first 2, but unfortunately, one by one, they did not accept them for various reasons. We received an update on the Sheriff's Training Center that closed escrow on September 3rd. It remains now to renovate and prepare it for the use as a training center, and further discussion on that to come. An update was heard on the hiring process for architect to plan the building and the proposed facilities and do a feasibility study. The PUF, the Crisis Residential Treatment, and the Crisis Stabilization requests for qualification and proposals were made, and 4 architects responded. Written proposals were then reviewed on September 4th, and the top 2 candidates who were chosen from these written proposals were interviewed on September 13th. I'm not sure as to the outcome of that. Mark Myrtle, a member of the Measure B committee from Fort Bragg, expressed the interest in hiring a fundraiser that might scan grants and apply for them, that might enable supplementing our funds for mental health services. And at the end of the meeting, there were concerns raised by people, public, in the public audience, saying that it was very difficult to hear us when we spoke, and there was some question about possibly obtaining a public address system to make it easier for those observing to hear us. And that was the total of our meeting. Are there any questions?
Supervisor Judy.
If I could go to that suggestion of Board Member Mark Myrtle, I think it's a good one. And, you know, we are fortunate to have Measure B, a local sales tax for mental health facilities and services, which I don't know if there's another county in the state that has these local funds. So we are in the unique position of having local tax dollars that are not state or federal that could potentially be used to match state or federal or foundation funds. So I think it's worth further exploration to see how could we best use those funds to hire a grant writer. Sometimes agencies will hire a grant writer and pay them on condition of getting the grant, and you can't usually use the grant receipts, but Measure B doesn't need to use the grant receipts to pay the grant writer. Potentially, we could pay the grant writer a small amount for writing the grants that have been directed by the Measure B committee to be pursued, and then if they get the grant, pay them some additional funds. I mean, there's any number of ways to set it up, but the point is we truly are in a unique position to potentially get some grants to add to the Measure B funds, and why not? Why not do it? I mean, it would be wonderful if at the end of the day we have the facilities in Mendocino County and we haven't actually spent all of our Measure B funds for the construction or rehabilitation of those facilities, and would have some money left over in reserve account, a sort of a trust fund, to maintain those buildings into perpetuity and or subsidize services in those buildings. So I just think that it's worth looking further into it. I know that we've got the Measure B funds, fantastic. I just would like us to see what we can do to leverage those funds even further.
What would be the process? Would that be another RFP then for a grant writer?
So we could ask the contracting agent for the county. I don't think the dollar amount we're talking about is so high that needs to be done. I think the grant writers aren't paid all that much and could be just hired under regular procurement processes.
Ms. Angelo?
Yeah, Chair Brown, I do not think we would need to do an RFP process for a grant writer. Plus, we have had grant writers on and off on contract for years, so I don't think it would be a problem. One is we'd have to get the approval, of course, from the Measure B committee
And
to
the
pay,
board.
which I believe we already had, and then bring it to the board. And so, you know, as the purchasing agent, I have authority for a certain small amount, so it's possible that we would be able to do this quickly.
Sounds good. So we take a vote in the Measure B committee and bring it back to you.
I would like to see that.
All right.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, again, it would be a recommendation from the committee, and even though the dollar amount might be within the purview of the purchasing agent, it should come as a recommendation to the board because that's the charge to the committee. And we tried this once before to make the suggestion that any updates from the Measure B committee be in writing, maybe just a paragraph, and it can be expanded on at the meeting, but especially any recommendations for action should come in writing, and that can be included in our agenda packet. But even a general update, I think in writing is more informative to the public, because only a limited number of people watch at home or attend the meeting. If we have something in writing, then that's part of the record. People can look at it any time. We
Ms.
made
Angelo?
that suggestion earlier. The Measure B committee chose not to follow it.
Would you like me to send this particular one to you?
Well, I mean, I think there could be a brief written update every time a representative of the committee comes to us, but especially for recommendations for expenditure.
I would be happy to do that.
Great.
How would you like me to submit it?
It probably should be to the clerk for distribution. Ms. Angelo?
That's fine. Dr. Barish is the chair of the committee. If he's willing to write a brief report to this board and submit that to the clerk when he comes to do his oral presentation to the board, that would be fine. My suggestion was going to be that we are in the process of hiring a Measure B manager, that once we have that manager, that is a task that the manager could do for the chair. I will say that we have not had any work stoppage or delayed because we don't have the manager. We've been doing the architectural work and all of that. But if our chair is willing to write up his report to this board, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Supervisor Williams?
I think a timeline would also help the public digest Measure B implementation. You know, from the very start of it passing to the final solution years out. I have a lot of people ask me, and I try to explain it, and there's, you know, this piece and that piece, and it would be great to have a depiction of where we are and where we're going. And to facilitate that, can you talk a little bit about the coast and where you think we're headed time-wise on recommendations?
Well, I think that, as with Mr. McCowan's recommendations for providing services, I think that the big issue here is, as with a timeline, is a question of what the expenditures amount to, you know, and doing an estimation. And I think that perhaps that's underway. I'm not sure. I think that before we know what we're going to be able to provide for the coast or anywhere else, we need to know how much money we anticipate we're going to have and how much will be left after we expend whatever is necessary on the buildings and the services that we've already committed to.
And when you say already committed to, are you including a coast facility that we haven't quite yet priced out?
I'm not aware that we've committed to a coast facility.
Right. So I think about a third of the revenue is coming from the coast, and I think during the campaign there was a commitment that the coast wouldn't be left out. Where do you? I'm asking you, but you're welcome to defer.
Yes.
I just need somebody to ask. At what point should Supervisor Jurdy and I get involved and say, there's a building and there's another building, should we look at these and talk about what services may fit and what's appropriate for the coast? We don't want this to get so far along that we hear, well, it's too late, we've already spent the funds and we already have a plan, and the coast didn't speak up. But we also don't really want to preempt the plan if it's not the time. When do you see that discussion taking place ideally?
Well, I think the first thing, as I said, that needs to happen is we need to get some sense of the facilities that we've committed to, which were Kemper's recommendations number 1, 2, and 3, and then of course the Sheriff's Training Center and the MOPS teams, to have an estimate of what these are going to cost.
Right.
And then compare it to what we anticipate we're going to collect. And then see how much is left, and then have a discussion about what the priorities are. And I agree with you that the coast is a priority. After these are done, I think that the majority of the crisis services are occurring inland, but I think that certainly the coast.
What percent would you say inland versus the coast?
We talked about that, and I think that it's.
There were figures.
Yeah, there were figures. It's something like 75% inland and 25% on the coast, something like that.
So a quarter on the coast and a third of the revenue. So which the coast does need a facility. So maybe I'd ask the CEO. I saw how the sheriff in less than 2 weeks identified real estate and had it purchased. Should Supervisor Jurdy and I be shopping on the coast trying to find that facility, or is it for staff? How do we move it forward?
Chair Brown, can I answer that question? The first thing I wanted to say was that I didn't want to put our chair, Dr. Barish, on the spot with these questions from the board, because you can see he's obviously thinking on his feet here. But I would encourage Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Jurdy to come to the Measure B committee and state your case to the Measure B committee. And there are at least 2 to 3 other supervisors that have come and spoke to the Measure B committee.
So when's the next meeting?
And this is something that our chair doesn't know. It appears that we have 4 to 5 people who are not available for the next meeting, which would be this week. So actually, we need to talk about if we're going to have the meeting this week or we're just going to wait until October. So if it was October, it would be, I don't have the date. I believe it's the 4th, so it would be October 23rd if the meeting doesn't happen this week. And if it does happen this week, it will be Wednesday at 1 o'clock here. And again, the chair and I haven't talked about this, but I would encourage you to do that. As far as looking for property and bringing that forward, again, you know, the recommendations go to this board from the Measure B committee. So I would just encourage you to start there with the committee.
So 1 o'clock Wednesday tomorrow or the following week?
Next week,
Okay.
next Wednesday. And again, we have 11, it's an 11-member committee, and if 5 people aren't going to be there, it may be that the meeting is held off until October. I'm not sure right now. Again, Dr. Barish and I have not had an opportunity to talk about this.
Supervisor Haschak.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to put you on the spot for this question, but out of the 9.4 million that we have in revenue, has the training center been paid for with that money? Is
Yes, you know, so the property that was bought, as you probably know, includes 2 buildings, and one, the training center itself, is being paid for out of that money, yes.
Okay, so, yeah.
A percentage is Measure B funds, a percentage is county sheriff
right.
substation.
Right. And also, are we on track with the revenue according to the Kemper report and the projected, you know, what we are going to get?
By my rough calculations, I think we're a little bit ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And pursuant to recommendation of the Measure B committee, the board did authorize looking at specific locations for, you know, crisis treatment, you know, crisis residential, psychiatric health facility. What wasn't included in that direction, and maybe should have been, or maybe we should request the committee consider, we have a model from Nevada County that Supervisor Williams visited, where they have a very cost-effective model of creating crisis stabilization on the grounds of a hospital. And that potentially is a method of dispersing services into the communities where they're most needed. So potentially you could have a facility like that on the coast at Fort Bragg, and one either at Ukiah or Willits or at both, depending on the economics. But co-locating with the hospital seems to be a cost-effective method in a manufactured unit. So it really does seem to keep the costs down. So I think that would be worthy of consideration, because we do want to have the services as close to the people as we can, if there's a viable way to do that, both in terms of being able to staff the facility and be cost effective. And it does seem like we have an example of a model that does work. So I would encourage consideration of that.
I think it'll be very helpful having the project manager on board to supplement the paucity of knowledge of people like me on the committee about building and facilities and how long these things last and how much they cost, and just all of the details about locating such facilities and the comparison between the two. And I can't even, I mean, even if I were to go look at the one in Nevada City, which I would be interested to do, I don't know the particulars that I think we should know.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Williams.
I feel bad. We really are putting you on the spot, but you're doing quite well.
Thank you.
Before we can talk about what type or what size facility for the coast, we need to know what services will be provided so that we can build the right structure, I would think. I don't know a lot about building this type of structure. Do you have any guidance? Has there been discussion, or do we have a plan to determine, based on the population and current cases and with a projection towards the future, what services would need to be provided within the structure?
Well, I think that's an interesting question. And I don't think, you know, I think that there's a lot of opinion involved in talking to that. I think that there are some people that prefer, for example, crisis residential as a way of approaching this. It's a little further upstream rather than crisis stabilization, which is a lot more expensive to run and serves fewer people for shorter times. And PUF unit, while you can have a lot of beds, it also is very expensive to staff and involves locking people up and much more expensive and more regulations. I would be, personally, I'm in favor of crisis residential as a solution. But, you know, it depends on what exactly you're trying to do.
Thank you. I'd like to go to public comment. Anyone that has public comment on this agenda item, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board. Supervisors. Supervisor Haschak.
Well, I move to accept the report from the Mental Health Treatment Act Citizens Oversight Committee.
I'll second and I'll thank the chair for his patience with us.
Yes. I will also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will, tomorrow I will give you a report.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll vote by the button.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So moving on. We still have a lot.
Move approval.
Agenda item number 5H. This is possible action, discussion and possible action on the adoption of a resolution authorizing changes to position allocation table as follows, and it is listed on our agenda. Those particular positions, we have Human Resources as sponsor. Can you please do the introduction?
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisor, CEO Angelo, County Counsel Elliott, Denise Bartlome, HR Manager. You have before you the result of a study requested by the Health and Human Services Agency Director to review the duties and responsibilities of the public health laboratory technician incumbent. The study determined that the incumbent is working within the classification of a senior health program eligibility worker. We respectfully request that you authorize the changes to the position allocation table within the budget unit 4013, which include deletion of public health laboratory technician, addition of a senior health program eligibility worker, reclassification of the affected incumbent, and abolishment of the public health laboratory technician classification. That's it.
Board comments, Supervisor Jurdy.
So this is pretty straightforward, but I do have a question, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but in our contract negotiations, we were advised that the Health and Human Service employees as a group, although largely funded out of state and federal dollars, actually cost the county general fund about 25 cents on the dollar. And I think this is at least the second change of positions in that department I've seen recently where it said there was no general fund cost, even though the salary or benefits were going up. And I'm just wondering, are these just unique positions within that Health and Human Services Agency that there just happens to be zero general fund cost to them? But I'm just saying, as a group, we were told that they do cost about 25 cents on the dollar from general fund.
I did clarify with the department the statement that's on the agenda summary. I can look into it further and report back.
So I'm not trying to hold this one up. I'm just curious.
Supervisor McCowan.
Well, part of the cost is realignment, which is general fund money, but it's general fund money we have to spend anyway. I don't know if that's part of the answer, but then we have been told there's a general fund cost beyond realignment, is my understanding. And I don't know that we have complete clarity or agreement among all of our financial people on that.
Well, I think that there's the general fund and then there's realignment, and the question is realignment county money or not? Realignment is county money.
Understood.
However, so what you said is correct, though. It does have to be spent on Health and Human Services.
But then I think we're being told there's a general fund cost beyond the realignment money, at least overall.
There is a maintenance of effort that is general fund dollars, and as we spoke earlier
And
today.
I think we're told beyond the maintenance of effort, there's a general fund cost. So anyway, I think, I'm not clear on it at a minimum. I'm not sure everyone else is either.
When we look at the library or we look at air quality, that is absolutely not general fund and not county. Let me
Understood.
say not county dollars. When we look at health and human services, there are county dollars in health and human services. So depending on who put this agenda item together, I can see that they may be thinking that realignment is not general fund, which it's not, so it's not county money, so there's no general fund in here. I don't know. You know,
No,
we talked about this a little earlier today.
Well,
the
realignment
differences.
is general fund.
Realignment can be considered general fund
With
because when
strings
realignment
attached.
runs out, it is the general fund that covers it,
Covers it.
as compared to other state and federally funded positions. So we're all right. Every one of us is right.
We're on a different topic, actually.
It's probably something that isn't really with this item right now, so thank you.
And something that, at least I'm hearing two supervisors would like to get a better understanding of.
Actually, Chair Brown, that would be a good topic as far as what's county money, what's general fund, what's state and federal. And we can discuss that when we do our budget workshop, either the first one, second one, third one, whatever this board chooses.
You read my mind.
Great minds think alike. Thank you.
We're getting off topic. Okay, I can see county councils telling me. All right, I think we've asked the questions we need. We're going to go to public comment. And thank you, Denise. Public comment, don't go too far. They may need you back. Seeing no one come forward, Supervisor
I'll move
McCowan.
approval of the recommended
Second.
action.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other comment, please vote by the button
And may I add a comment?
after we do the vote.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Could these
Supervisor?
could this have come on consent calendar going forward?
No, I think we have to bring it forward on the agenda. That was direction that was given earlier.
Okay.
CEO Angelo, am I correct?
And reiterated last week, I believe. On the theory that
To
it
me.
would take such a brief time.
Okay, 5G, discussion and possible action, including adoption of resolution authorizing an alternative work week, allowing the utilization of a 980 work schedule for the Department of Child Support Services. HR?
I am presenting Johnny Cranmer, Human Resources Manager, on behalf of Child Support. I just found out this morning that we would be presenting it as Interim Director Ann Mulgarda is not available today.
Okay.
So if that's all right, I will proceed.
Yes,
Good
please do.
afternoon. Again, Johnny Cranmer, Human Resources Manager. A 980 work schedule is as an alternate work schedule that does require board action. What this request today is seeking authorization from the board to approve an alternate work week for child support. Pursuant to County Code 3.04100, hours of work, all county employment is based on 40 hours a week or other such hours the Board of Supervisors may designate by resolution. The county work week for all departments is basically from midnight on Sunday to midnight on the following Saturday. This is for pay purposes. The code does provide that the work week for any department may be changed to a different work week by resolution of the Board of Supervisors. Child Support wishes to offer a 980 alternate work schedule to their employees who wish to enroll in this type of schedule. The employees have requested this schedule, and this schedule is not designed to avoid overtime requirements for the law. Interim Director Mulgard has determined that this change for employees would not prejudice customer service. Their office will remain open from Monday through Friday from 8 to 5, including lunchtime. Under a 980 alternate work schedule, enrolled employees work an 8 9-hour days and 1 8-hour day for a total of 80 hours during the 2-week period. The Department of Labor Fair Labor Standards Act permits employers to designate FLSA work weeks for employees to utilize a 980 schedule in which their FLSA work week begins 4 hours after the start of their shift on their 8-hour day, and an official designation on the alternative work week is crucial to ensuring they're in compliance with FLSA regulations, particularly with overtime compliance. The Child Support Services does request that the board authorize an alternate work week for the department to allow for a 980 work schedule. The alternate work week will begin at 12:01 hours on Friday afternoon and will end at 12 hours on noon the following week. In submitting this request, the Department of Child Support acknowledges that the utilization of such a schedule requires strict adherence in monitoring in order to be compliant with FLSA regulations. If not followed, the result is that an employee could work 44 hours in 1 week without overtime compensation and 36 hours the following week. The Department of Child Support further acknowledges that enrolled employees may not flex or alter their work schedule in any way that jeopardizes the 980 work schedule. And the department, in conjunction with Human Resources, has engaged in the required discussions with the affected bargaining units regarding the implementation of the schedule. And I'm here to answer any questions, as well as Dee Pallison from the Child Support Office is here for questions as well.
Okay, I do have a comment. In knowing about this, the tracking and monitoring is intensive.
It is.
And I don't think we want to get ourselves in trouble. So I have a real concern with approving this. The second statement I wanted to make, this board in previous years did take action on an alternative work week that has never changed back, because that's what staff would like, and they want to keep it that way, even though we've had many constituents come forward to say that it does cause a real issue in the community. So I just want my colleagues to know I'm very torn in supporting this. I'm hesitant. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you know, it does change the alternative work week as described, splitting the 8-hour day between 2 pay periods. And so it's an alternate schedule, but it's that it will become standard for that department for the employees who are enrolled in it. So I think that's fairly straightforward. But then I would hope that we have procedures in place so that if any enrolled employee wants to flex or alter their schedule in any way, that might require either the approval of their department head or maybe HR. I mean, who's primarily going to be responsible for tracking compliance with the alternative schedule?
If I may, that would be the department. And as far as flexing their schedule, they really can't. I think they would have to unenroll from this program in order to flex their schedule. It's very strict. They even have to take their lunch hour on their Friday that they work, because they work every other Friday. They have to take their lunch hour right at noon. That's how strict it is, because otherwise you get into these situations where you could incur overtime. And the department does need to track it. It's one of the things that HR, when I was working with the Child Support Department, I made sure they understood that enrolling in this takes a lot of administration. They really have to be diligent, and they have to be very strict. If an employee that's enrolled in the program says, "Oh, can I flex my hours tomorrow?" It's like, no, I'm sorry, but you can't. The advantage of the program is they have every other Friday off. And the advantage to the department is, it creates an incentive and a motivation, which, is said to create more productivity. The staff would be altered, and some of them may not enroll in the programs. So they would have the alternate weeks and such that they weren't understaffed on the Friday. They could still maintain their operations.
So maybe, if I, just to follow up, instead of saying that they may not alter or flex their schedule in a way that would jeopardize the 980 work week, maybe it should say they may not alter or flex their schedule. No, I mean, anyway, it will be very important for the department head to completely understand that process and make sure situations aren't created where people are exceeding the 40 hours in a work week.
Yes, and just as a side, Liebert Cassie Whitmore published a pretty nice article on their blog called "The Common Pitfalls in Using a 980 Schedule." So this is with me when I'm talking to the departments, and one of the pitfalls is that they allow employees to switch their days off, their regular day off, and they really need to, if they're going to change it, they need to do it officially. There's a form that each employee fills out. They know what their schedule is. If they were going to change their schedule, it would end up being as a regular item and not as just this week only. And it requires, the
And it would still
signature of
have
the
to be
form.
fully compliant with the
Yes.
40-hour work week.
Yes.
And not over 40 hours, or you get into overtime.
Right.
Supervisor.
Yeah, so this sounds like a win-win for the employees and for the public, so long as the office really does remain open 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. And I'm just wondering what happens if just the way it gets administered, something falls apart, people schedule vacations, and in some way the office isn't fully operational 8 to 5. So and the reason why I bring this up is because a very small organization, Mendocino Recycle, which is a MSWAR recycling entity for the county and the cities, much smaller department, you could say, operates Hazmobiles around the county on weekends, and they've had some problems that are being addressed by the new manager. But in the past, people were scheduling vacations, and then they'd have to just announce to the public with very short notice, oh, we're not going to operate the Hazmobile in your town this week or this month. And so I just want to make sure that there's some way of managing it and addressing problems if they were to come up, so that if this creates new problems, that somehow they can be managed or suspend the program.
Right, and Ms. Pallison may have a comment to this, but I know that when I was working with Child Support to implement this program, they were very cognizant of the fact that they would have to arrange schedules in such a way that they were never short-staffed, and that if it wasn't working out, they would stop the program.
Please state your name for the record.
Dee Pallison, Child Support Services. Ann asked me to be here to address just this, to ensure and just so you understood that she's aware of this, and that she has planning on putting in strict guidelines for this, that customer service comes first. Our coverage on Mondays and Fridays is our first priority, and staying open at lunchtime, and that approving vacations and not allowing flex time if you choose a schedule is mandated in allowing the schedule to go forward for an employee.
Supervisor Williams?
All my questions have been answered, and I had the same concerns as the chair, but I also see that we should be offering as many perks as we can to employees. And this is one that won't cost the county, and it sounds like the department has the right safeguards in place to make sure that we don't run into these pitfalls of overtime. So I feel confident supporting it.
Thank you. Public comment? Anyone public comment, please come forward. Seeing none, it's back to the board.
I'll move the recommended action.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
Public comment?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, did we do public comment? Where was I?
I don't know. I think right here.
We know you're a dreamer.
Okay, Supervisor Haschak.
Just with your concern about, the difficulty of administering this, is that, would it be possible to have this human Human Resources come back in 6 months and give a report, or give a report through the CEO about how it's going and if it's really meeting all the needs that need to be met.
Well, I think it would be, I would rather have department head. You know, as a county supervisor, I very strongly try to support staff in all ways. So it was real conflicting for me. I think it was Supervisor Jurdy that called it a perk. But I just see the difficulty if you've been a private employer before and tracking time at almost the same, and then getting to overtime if that occurs. I mean, it's just difficult, and it'll be pretty intensive. So I'm just hoping that whomever is going to be doing this is going to be really on the ball and passes that knowledge on to whomever else may take their position in doing the tracking and the monitoring. Because that's also important. Many times that gets lost as individuals transfer to different departments. So anyway, I'm conflicted. So we do have a motion on the floor. I guess we're gonna vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
So I support a staff request. Okay. Going on to agenda item 5L, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of a presentation of the Department of Planning and Building Services Development Activity Report for the month of August 2019. Here we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, and I just want to thank Adrian for pulling this together every month. She does a great job with that. Building permits are up slightly. We were trying to get our crystal ball out and see where this is going. It's too early in the year, but if it keeps up the way it's going, I think we're going to be back with the same amount of permits. But don't hold me to it. That's just, I don't know. I'm trying to put some English on it, but it looks like it's going to still go up. 2 accessory dwelling units were issued permits this last month, 8 total for the year so far for the 2 months. Unfortunately, nobody's using our drawings yet. So I want to tell everybody out there, we have free accessory dwelling unit drawings. You just come in, sign up for it. We'll give you the drawings for free. We have a 900 square foot and a 1,200 square foot build. They're beautiful, and we'd love to do one. And we're going to put out a newsletter and invite you to, build the accessory dwelling unit. E-permits are moving along. We've did 5 in August, 8 for the year, and we continue to work on that and that program. Planning applications are up 53% on minor applications like boundary line adjustments, administrative permits. They're busy with those. Our CDB application submitted last February was partially successful in that we got $500,000 for micro business enterprise in the county. However, we did not get the monies that we went after for the Brush Street project. However, I talked to Ryan about it after we heard about that. RCHDC had a backup plan for in their financing scheme, and have money in their proposal to the state for the public improvements. And we did a change in the conditions of approval, or I did, with the Planning Commission, so they can phase the offsites and build it in 240 unit or so phases. So, and Ryan's really excited today. I don't want to put any negative English on it, but he says they got maximum points. That's a good thing. Hopefully we hear next week or that they got a tax credit allocation. If that's the case, we have to be under construction by March 2020. I told them we will get you your permit before then, and we'll have a groundbreaking. So hopefully he gets that next week. Adrian wanted to talk about just some brief things. We're tracking HCD. They're changing the CDBG processing.
Thank you, Supervisors. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building. Yesterday, I was in Sacramento at a CDBG redesign seminar for training, and I just want to talk about 2 brief highlights of the program. The January 2020 NOFA will be a 2-year NOFA, so it's going to be 2019-2020. But the exciting part is that it's 2 parts. 1, the OTC, the over-the-counter applications that we call shovel-ready, like the RCHDC project, if it had the tax credit funding. That's going to be about an 8-month NOFA. So instead of this release in January, apply in February, your deadline is March, It'll open in January. They anticipate closing it in 8 to 9 months. They're not sure on their timeline. They'll know in January. But we would technically have 8 months to apply for a shovel-ready project. The funding of this NOFA for shovel-ready OTC and competitive planning applications, they anticipate being about $80 million. So I'm very excited and hopeful for this redesign of the program, and I actually really like their new staff. I'm impressed.
And I've stressed to Adrian, go after any money we can get to help the county, especially with road projects. Anything that we can get in there, please go for it. So thank you for that, Adrian. The Cannabis Permit Division recently put out press releases on the Phase 1 process ending October 4th, 2019. We continue to work with the 956 active applications, and I'm glad to announce that my letters to everyone, our letters from our staff, are getting a lot of documents in. That's good. We can help people get their permits. But I also should note that any of the new applications that come in, I want to tell those applicants, please do complete packages so we can get you done before the 4th. With that concludes my presentation. We're asking the board to accept the Development Activity Report for 2019.
Okay. Questions? Supervisor Jurdy?
Adrian, can you just maybe elaborate a little bit more on the types of projects that would be considered both eligible and competitive?
Yes, thank you. Adrian Thompson, Planning and Building. So what they mean by OTC, their over-the-counter permit applications, are you have a property owner. I'm going to use RCHDC as an example because that was the application we were not successful in our competitive process. They would need to have both site control, own the property, have their use permit in place, as they did, have engineered drawings produced and available, ready to go to bid. Not necessarily a contractor, but have those drawings available to release in 30 days to bid if awarded a grant, and have all other entitlements, tax credits, another reason we were not successful in the competitive, everything in place. So basically, in 30 days, if they say you get 1.5 million, you release the bids and you go. The competitive process would be someone who has site control, maybe they own the property, they're working on an entitlement, they're getting a use permit, maybe they're doing a general plan rezone, or it could even be an infrastructure project where they're just waiting for design review. And as they hope to get the grant, they're still working on some sort of project phase, a design review or a permit or something. They're still working, but they're not done. They're not ready to break ground.
Follow-up, can you clarify what makes a project competitive? Does it have to be 100% low income?
Correct. It does not. They have to meet one of three national objectives for CDBG. The low moderate income is the most highly sought after. It takes about 80% of their applications for housing. The other infrastructure, economic development, they only keep about 20%.
So for infrastructure, you could pick, let's say, a census tract or census block where it was
Road
a low-income neighborhood, basically, and
51% low mod to qualify.
Oh, only 51%. So that's sort of what I would call eligible, but not necessarily competitive. But you're saying it just has to be eligible for CDBG funds, not?
Yes, the competitive process is still going to be a 2-month NOFA, though. So it'll still be release the application in January, submit before March. It's the over-the-counter shovel-ready projects they're going to extend for 8 to 9 months.
So I'll just end it with this. So if we were eligible, I mean, we have census blocks where there are county roads that are in need of repair. Would we be able to apply for any of these funds to repair a county road in one of those census blocks and still be competitive?
Potentially, yes, but we may qualify for OTC and automatically be granted the money if we have that application. It's a county-funded type of road, but we'll look into that more with our liaison. She's very open. Jessica Hayes at HCD is welcome to all inquiries and all questions, so she's going to be a great asset to work with in the future.
And we'll work with DOT to identify where their projects are and see if they're in census tracts where it qualifies. We will work with them.
Supervisor Williams.
What do you need from us in order to make planning and building services more successful?
I need more time. No, right now, I think, I'm really happy with everybody. It's just, there's just a lot of volume right now, and we got to get through these ordinance changes and amendments and things. I think, I'm really feeling good about the Cannabis Division right now. I mean, they're really working through the documents. They're getting out letters to people. We're getting a lot of documents in. So, at this time, I'm not ready to ask for any staffing or anything. I feel like, the CEO's office has been supporting us. You've been supporting us in the budget. I want to work through with the team we have, with the projects you gave us to get done. I want to get those done and completed to your satisfaction. And I'm pretty happy right now. But I don't really have anything right now that I want from the board other than time. I want to get through these projects and get them knit together and finished.
Public comment, anyone for public comment, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward, it's back to the board. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe it's more what you don't want from us, such as a continuing barrage of priority items that we want you to take on until you get a few of the ones you're currently working on off your plate.
Do you really want him to answer that?
It was kind of rhetorical.
I really respect your position, and this is a beautiful, I love the county. I'm glad I came here, and there's a lot of things we want to, I can feel it and I see it. There's a lot of great projects to get done, and everyone's coming to you for them, and I like it too. I want to help the county be a better place and do the projects you want to do in your districts, and so I've been through this before with a lot of great projects, and how do we get it done with the team we have? And so that's where the challenge, that's where the fun is to me. How do we do it with the group we have? And I feel really fortunate the group I've got. I think they're a great team. We're going to build on it. We're going to get better and better and better, and we're going to get the projects done as they come. And I'll tell you when it's like, whoa, we're running out of time here, and I'm not going to bring anything forward half-baked though. I want to bring forward good projects for you to consider and hopefully approve.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate you each time you come, and real exciting report today. Thank you. Ms. Angelo.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Okay, I hope that the board members have the CEO report at least online on hard copies or not. Anyway, first page, of course, is labor, and we know.
Just one moment.
Sure.
Supervisors, would you like a hard copy?
No. They're good?
Okay, they're good. And for the public, we do have hard copies up here. Please go forward.
Thank you. Okay, we have our MOUs with our general employees that have been represented by SEIU and our public attorneys. They've been ratified and approved by the board back in August. And then, of course, we are continuing negotiations with in-home health support, and also Confidential came forward to the board today. So the negotiation team is working with the Deputy Sheriff's Association, the Department Head Association, probation employees. And then we also will be opening with MCLEMA, which is Mendocino County Law Enforcement Management Association. So you can see that all of our bargaining groups are in some process or negotiations have been completed. Along with labor, our Supervisors Academy is starting again September 25th and 26th, and we did have our annual combined leadership training with Humboldt County, and that occurred on September 6th, which actually was quite a success. It was about communication. I have to say that each one of us picked up something around communication. The vacancy list and the report on the justification of filled positions is attached. And on the second page, there's a Health and Human Services update. I'm not going to go through that. You can see what that is. And then on the third page of the CEO report is the RFP updates, and you can see where we are. The second to the last from the bottom is the Architectural, Engineering, Environmental Services for our Mendocino County Psychiatric Health Facility, Crisis Stabilization, and Crisis Residential. And we did receive our proposals on August 16th. They have been evaluated, and we should be finalizing that process soon and bringing something to the board on that. The emergency projects, again, we put the emergency projects in here. Those are the projects that we've had to do some type of repair, and we were not able to wait until the next board meeting, hence an emergency project, and then we bring it forward in the CEO report afterwards. And you can see that we had a 16-year-old HVAC unit at the Willits Library that was having problems. That was a $23,000 replacement, and then the Sanhedrin power line, which is really a negative impact, particularly to public safety when we have something happen. We were notified by PG&E that a section of the county's power line to Sanhedrin was in need of immediate repair. The work was deemed to be an emergency. PG&E de-energized the line on Saturday, September 7th, so the contractors could complete the necessary work, and this was approximately $10,000. So again, those are two emergency projects. We did not have time to come to this board for the approval, and hence you see it in the CEO report. The next page, on page 4, there's a budget update that I'd like to be certain that this board sees. And this was over the Labor Day weekend. The auditor closed the fiscal year end 2018-19. And as a standard part of the annual year close, the auditor controller reviews all the account balances, and the board does get a report on those account balances. This year, we noticed that there was an additional $600,000 of the CCP, or the Community Corrections Partnership. This was the 2011 Growth Realignment Funds, and this was deposited but not reported to the board to accept into the Mendocino County budget for CCP. This is the responsibility of the CCP committee. I would like to clarify what happened. We actually met with the CCP chair, the auditor, and myself. And what happens is that, as you know, our budget is adopted for July 1, and it is customary, again, that the CCP receives an additional realignment allocation that happens after July 1, and it's usually around October. So that money comes in, the CCP gets it into the county. They go ahead and they either work with spending that money or budgeting it for next year, and then that budget comes to the board for next year. So basically what I'm saying is that the money comes in, but it doesn't go to the board for approval until after the fact. So we did have a meeting around this, and there's some recommendations that we will be making, the auditor and the CEO, to the CCP. What happened this year, though, was the money did come in. The sheriff's office had approximately $400,000 in denied claims, and whether they were denied or not, they were not paid by the CCP dollars. So as part of closing the fiscal year, we went ahead and allocated that additional $400,000 to the sheriff's office. So it was either $400,000 of general fund, if the money was available, or taken out of the sheriff's budget, or it was $400,000 from the CCP, and these claims were absolutely legal to be paid for by
Out of the CCP.
Out of the CCP. So this occurred, but what we learned through this process was that, one, it would be good to have an agenda item with this board to discuss the CCP, the funding, and the priorities that this board has with the CCP. You know, we bring the CCP budget forward once a year, but there's really not a lot of time to talk about what exactly that means. And, you know, we, the auditor and myself, in working with the CCP, have been very clear that the general fund is the payer of last resort. But I think it would be good to have the discussion with the board, have the CCP chair here and possibly members of the CCP, and the board determine if that is still the direction of this board. And so this was, for the auditor and for myself, it was a key issue. As I said, we met with the CCP chair. I think the three of us actually worked through the time frame, the issues, what had occurred, and what we need to do going forward. And one of the first actions will be that we will bring an item to this board for further direction to the CCP around the funding. And that will happen sometime after October, so probably in November that item will come forward. So if I can go on, I see a pen up, of course.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I certainly support having an agenda item as mentioned. It's a concern that 600,000 flows in to the county coffers, and no one thinks there needs to be a budget amendment to accept it or to advise the board, and then 400,000 gets allocated without board action. I understand there was a timing issue at closeout, but this does appear to be an item ripe for discussion.
I fully
would
agree.
Yeah, and I would just like to say in support of the CCP chair, that the CCP chair is the probation chief. And as we all know, we've had changes over the last few years with that position. And I think with each change with that chief, that information gets lost or miscommunicated or not communicated at all. So when we met with the CCP chair, it was very clear that the information that we gave the chair was new information to him, and there was no intention of not reporting dollars if they needed to be reported. So I think that having the agenda item and working with this board, it will be very clear to the CCP what the direction is. So thank you. Shall I go on,
Yes.
Chair Brown? Okay.
Yes.
The Cannabis Enterprise Zone Plan update, I'm not going to read that. You can see this was given the board direction on August 27th. Planning and building staff will do the following regarding the Enterprise Zone Plan. So I'd like to just leave that, and we do have...
Ms. Angelo, we
Yes.
do have Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions about this enterprise zone concept, and it's certainly creating a lot of angst out there in the community, I think, between perception of what the small farmers are going through and then this idea that there might be this super permit where people are entitled to, up to 10 acres of some type of cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, or whatever. So I guess I have some questions, if you don't mind. Okay, at
It's
this
getting late in the
hour.
day.
It certainly is, but I think these are important questions too about the direction that we're sending off.
Or is it more important to
planning.
have it as a separate agenda item later,
Later when?
like October 1st?
I would have to ask the planning director if...
Well, this is a CEO report, and I think we're getting offline and
So all
getting
I'm
into
saying
whole
is that I don't know
discussion.
about October 1st, possibly October 22nd. That's my only point, Chair Brown.
Well, with all due respect, when we talked the other week about getting clarification on it, I was told to bring it back, and then there wasn't a CEO report last week, and then to put it off again for late October. I think we're leaving planning and building out there without that much direction, a very nebulous direction, and I think that we're causing a lot of angst in the community.
Okay, I'd like to look at county council. Can we go much deeper into this when it's only reports?
So again, I think the better thing is to try through the report to bring something back on the agenda so that there can get an answer to the questions, so.
Okay, and maybe you can just summarize them so our planning director is aware, and so's the listening public, that it will come back as an agenda item?
Right, and so part of it is about how much time it's going to take, when it is going to come back as a recommendation, but also the big picture is how can we focus our energy so that co-ops and the small legacy farmers are being helped out in this process and they're being included, and that we focus so it's meeting needs that people can work collaboratively instead of opening it up to the multinational corporations.
Without getting into specifics, if I may, I think we gave very detailed direction when we had this as an agenda item. I admire the work that staff has done to condense that into a work plan, and I think the questions, which you haven't directly stated them, but those questions are something that I think can be explored at the district meetings. So the plan is to have 5 district meetings, and I would expect each supervisor would be present at their district meetings. I could stick with the work plan here. I don't think we need another agenda item until something's ready to come back to the board, frankly. We've given direction.
Okay. Supervisor Williams, you wanted to speak?
I think it would be helpful to maybe to hear if staff thinks we've given nebulous direction so that we know what agenda item to place on the October 22nd.
Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. I think I have very clear direction from the board on what you want done concerning the enterprise zone approach.
Supervisor Haschak?
Well, I guess I'm not clear about what the direction was. I know that we gave some parameters about wanting to do certain things. There were 4 or 5 different criteria that we laid out. But I think that, like, this whole idea about, $100,000 for a permit and paying for the EIR and all that kind of stuff is creating a lot of anxiety in the community, thinking that, okay, if you don't have $100,000, then you're out of the process. And so I think that if we could clarify some of those things and how that would actually look, it would help.
If you read the work plan, the smallest operator is still in the mix if they want to come forward. That's what I got out of it.
Do you have any comments, sir?
I'm just excited to get going to start talking to people and have the stakeholder meetings on enterprise zones and see what kind of ideas folks have out there. Our existing permit, we're very direct. The existing permittees, those that are going to get permit phase 1, let's get talking about innovating in enterprise zones and who wants to be a part of it. I'm excited about it.
Okay, so maybe the first meeting's in the 3rd district.
I'd welcome it.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Angelo, please go forward. Thank you, Mr. Schultz.
Okay, so on page 5, the Cultural Services Agency update celebrating National Library Card Month in September. I won't go into any further detail on that. And then, of course, we are currently conducting our Parks Needs Assessment. The public is encouraged to participate as surveys will be available online and via paper. And so we are really excited about the Parks Assessment and hope we could really do some good work with our parks. Animal Care Services update is next. And then on page 7, you can see our upcoming board meetings. And of course, we do have Rural Counties Conference next week, and then our county holiday on October 14th. Our next board meeting is October 1st and then October 22nd. There are 2 meetings in October, and there are attachments to the report. And unless there are any other questions, Chair Brown, that is the CEO report for today.
Any questions of the CEO, supervisors?
No, I'm not.
Seeing none, we're going to move to legislative platform. I do not believe we have anything. So we have supervisors' reports. Supervisor Jurdy.
Well, since our last board meeting last Tuesday, I think I've had about 7 different meetings that I've attended, but instead of going into those, I just wanted to raise one revenue idea. Each time we've renewed the Williamson Act, I believe the Farm Bureau has asked the county to send out some sort of comprehensive letter to everybody who's enrolled in the Williamson program to ensure that they are still actively farming their properties, because the county is reducing the property taxes under, in some cases, it could be outdated information. There could be some property owners who are not actively farming, and I'm just wondering, I realize staff is pretty heavily taxed right now, but if maybe this could be something that we look to the farm agriculture department and maybe the assessor's office to get a mailing out, as I guess was done 3 or 4 years ago?
It's called the Lands Committee.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, I brought it forward when I first came on the board because it hadn't been done for a very long time, which was basically breaking the rule with Department of Conservation on the survey timelines. So one was conducted, and the Lands Committee is made up of a group of department heads and actually ran by the assessor, clerk, recorder, and they head up that particular committee. And the Ag Commissioner is just part of that committee. The reason the Ag Commissioner in the past from the last survey got very involved was because people had lands available that could be farmed, but they weren't due to age or something that had happened in the family. And so the Ag Commissioner got involved in putting together livestock owners to have leases on rangeland, and so we could keep those lands in the Williamson Act. But yes, it's very important, and my understanding is, because I've looked into it, they have to update the survey form because we changed the ordinance. And I think you all remember I could not participate in that because we lease land that's in Williamson Act. So I had to recuse myself from the action and also the boardroom. But there needs to be a new form done, as well as all the surveys mailed out. And I believe that the assessor's office takes the lead on that. So I'm not really sure, yeah, you know, the direction, but certainly I think County Council sits on Williamson Act, Lands Committee.
Yeah. I believe it's Chair Brown, it's the assessor, County Council, I believe it's Ag and Planning. I think it's those four. Yeah, I know. We don't sit on that committee, but if there's something you'd like us to do, we will.
Well, the surveys, we're no longer receiving the subvention funding. And you can no longer find anything on Department of Conservation website that talks about Williamson Act and also all the rules that go along with it. But certainly, I think in order for us to keep our program viable, and for landowners that are receiving Williamson Act considerations and they're in the contracts, we need to do the surveys. And that's for the rest of the public to guarantee that that property is being used for production agriculture.
So just to wrap it up, I would just bring it up because I know that we're all thinking of trying to come up with budget balancing ideas, and that seems like a fairly easy thing to work on. And so I'm hoping that the Williamson Act Land, I guess it's their Lands Committee, could be asked to pursue this.
I would agree. So maybe, I'm not sure where to go on this particular
Well,
request.
we could follow up with the assessor and see what's happening. And actually, I just turned to our chief counsel, who has an attorney on there, to see what they're doing. So we don't know, honestly, we don't know if that, we will follow up and we will let you know. I don't know if they've met. I don't know what their progress is. It is a good idea, Supervisor Jurdy. I appreciate that idea. And so we'll follow up and see what's happening. Thank you.
Because I think they were going to try to move forward, but a lot happens.
I do believe the attorney that's on that Lands Committee is also our cannabis attorney. So my guess is they haven't met, but we'll follow up.
Okay. Supervisor Haschak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I attended the EDFC meeting, and they hired a loan officer, so that person is out there promoting the loans that EDFC gives and trying to, drum up business for them, which is a good thing for the community. I also attended the Museum Advisory Board yesterday. Good discussions. I got a tour of the back rooms of the museum, and they're really getting their act together. It looks great, and there's such a wealth of artifacts there from our county that it's really impressive. And I attended the Long Valley Friends of the Library event. They're raising money for, a library one of these days, and they're looking forward to the temporary library in Laytonville. And I'll stop at that.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Supervisor McCowan and I attended a Fire Chiefs Association meeting where we talked about the ambulance and fire tax proposals. And this really let us go full circle on getting stakeholders aligned. We have a follow-up meeting this Thursday on the coast. And then probably next meeting we'll report back more specifics. We're just getting into working with stakeholders on what those specifics may be. I attended that EDFC meeting. I've also had some communication with the CEO about the broadband contract. And from concern that's been given to me from constituents, we want to be really careful about tracking how many houses we're getting online, what our target is for the year out, because we do have, we have a plan that the county approved for broadband, and we want to make sure that we're actually tracking and making progress so that we don't get near the end of that and then tell the public, well, we're falling short. We've only connected 5% of what we thought we would. And so I think it's really important to have those discussions soon about what are reasonable expectations. And if we have to change our target, that's fine, but let's at least have a target. Several cannabis meetings. I have a climate strike in Wallala this coming Friday. I know there are a couple of events happening in Ukiah. I imagine other supervisors are attending. I think that's really important. And on tomorrow we have an Upper Russian River watershed managers meeting. I think the chair and I will be attending.
Yes.
And I attended an HHSA advisory board meeting. And it was my first, and it was fabulous, the way it was run, the content, and it really touched on a lot of issues concerning our residents. I didn't realize they would get into planning topics, but there's no way to look at health issues without looking at affordable housing. So I plan to continue attending those meetings. It was valuable.
Yes. Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, I've made the recommendation in the past that we should have a board representative to the HHSA Advisory Board. We do to many other boards and commissions, and that is a very key one. So that's something we might consider on a future agenda item. I attended the Continuum of Care meeting yesterday, and it's kind of curious that on August 27th, the board did adopt a series of recommendations that were brought forward by Supervisor Jurdy and myself. You wouldn't know it from attending the Continuum of Care. So even though we made a number of recommendations, including some regarding their governance charter, which provides for a very convoluted, complicated, and confusing membership process and voting process, and although they had updates to their governance charter on the agenda, no mention of the Board of Supervisors action or recommendation. So there seems to be a real disconnect going on there, and I'm not sure how to approach it, given that HHSA is the administrative entity for the Continuum of Care, and the only staff they have are county staff, and yet there seems to be this us against them perception, or there's something else. There's something there I can't explain why they don't wish to engage, and we saw that earlier with the HEAP process as well.
Would you set them straight for us?
They seem to be rather resistant to that, and it took about 8 months for them to embrace the idea that they really did need to comply with the Brown Act. But that was progress. And County Council Elliott was very helpful in explaining the mandates of the open meeting law.
County Council wants to speak.
So they will be participating along with the Planning Commission in a Brown Act and ethics training on Thursday at 1:30. So they're specifically doing the Brown Act training. And I can say I've met with at least one of the co-chairs, talked about some of the issues. I see that they're very interested and open into learning how to do this process. I think some of the confusion and the way this is set up really goes back to the federal statute that mandates how this creature exists and doesn't give a lot of guidelines and creates a very sort of poor governance body. And then it's the state of California that requires that strange body to then comply with the Brown Act. So it is not, as with many commissions, it's just not that easy, I realize, but I do see that they're trying. And so again, I'm hoping to get pretty full participation on Thursday.
Thank you. So coming up Friday, the Latinx Alliance will be having another program, 11:30 at Mendocino College. The Western Hills Fire Safe Council, 6:30 that same day, Friday the 20th, will hold their regular meeting at the Community Foundation. Saturday, the 21st, is coastal cleanup as well as inland cleanup. Inland, people will be meeting at Low Gap Park at about 8:30, 9 o'clock. The Fire Safe Council Advisory Council will meet Wednesday, the 25th at 10 a.m. Of course, RCRC will also be going on at that time. And then on Sunday, the 29th, there will be a fundraiser for the Western Hills Fire Safe Council from 2 to 5, and I think that might be at Barra, but people should go online and confirm. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, so it's me. I just wanted to call everyone's attention to an email I received, and this is on behalf of the Secretary of the California Department of Veterans Affairs. And there was a letter that was written to him that describes the service that Michelle Smith, a Veteran Service Representative for Mendocino County, provided to a local veteran and his wife. And they basically sent the letter on to us because it is a county service. And they said they appreciated hearing the good news, and especially in service to veterans and their families. So I was sent the attached letter from the Secretary's office, and it just said, I submit this letter to recognize the outstanding and honorable service Michelle Smith provided for the past several months and continues to provide us and fellow veterans. She is extremely knowledgeable of the rules and regulations for services and connected benefits. She is proficient, detailed, and accurate, completing forms and submitting them in record time. She is caring, warm, and sincere in her approach, and absolutely dedicated to her work and helping fellow veterans. She makes a visit to the Veterans Service Office in Ukiah, California, a pleasant, productive, and enjoyable experience. We hope in some way you recognize Michelle Smith for her dedicated, proficient, and honorable service. Said thank you, sincerely, Donald Shanley, and his wife, Laura. They're from Philo, Anderson Valley area, and I've known the Shanleys for a while, but I did want to honor and respect this letter and respect the desire of the Shanleys to honor Michelle Smith for her work. So I wanted to read it, and I think we'll also have it posted in communications received on our next agenda. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One more thing, somewhat along the same lines. There are those who do not hesitate to advise us when they're not happy with the way things are going. And we have one gentleman who had expressed criticism both about permitting, road maintenance. He's now sent a series of emails congratulating the county for the work that we're doing in improving the permitting process, and very happy with road work that's being done. He probably wouldn't mind if I mention his name. Stephen Dunlap of Dunlap Roofing has been very complimentary for our Department of Transportation for the work that they've been getting done. So although we have 1,000 miles and there's a lot more to be done, staff is out there doing good work. And I will note, we also have had the resurfacing of East Side Calpella Road, which had been very problematical in the last week. Our staff had previously completed filling in the ruts and so forth. The company who did the original work has now come back and re-chip sealed it, and hopefully that project will now hold. But I'm sure the residents in that area are pleased with the improvement.
Thank you for a report from the First District. So I will go on. I attended the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission meeting last Friday, and I'll just, one detail I wanted to share with you. Dave Barrett gave his report about juvenile hall. We have 11 in the hall, 1 in an outside placement. He also said that our school New Beginnings will be going through its inspection. And I guess Ukiah Unified will be doing the inspection of that particular school. It is ran by Mendocino County Office of Education. We also talked about our agenda items that we had for today. And it's always a pleasure to attend their meeting. I sure learn a lot about juvenile hall and also the challenges in probation. There was a Senate bill that was discussed, and that was Senate Bill 284. And I'm going to get more information on that hopefully real soon in order to get it on our platform, or depending if it's being held, because we went through the last moments of the this session just recently. So I've got to look it up and see if there's anything we can do. Also, Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency met. Much of this discussion was on the plan development, Prop 68 solicitation, and there were updates about the technical support services application, along with discussion regarding changes to the October calendar. And the reason for the changes is because we will have our contractor coming to do, and also our technical advisory committee, and we will be doing a much longer meeting going over the plan and information on the plan. And the technical advisory committee will also need to review that, but to put everybody together so it's not more cost with 3 different meetings and the contractor coming, to best spend our dollar, we're going to try to coordinate the meetings for 1 whole day. And then that way it doesn't cost Groundwater Sustainability Agency more money than it should. And we also have, I received a really great report from the chair of our Behavioral Health Advisory Board, Jan McGordy. She attended a CIT International Conference, and it was in Seattle. And I think some of us received it, some of us did not. I do have an extra copy for anyone that would like to go over it. But she had about 17 pages of reporting back for attending the conference. And I thought that was really great. Both Supervisor Williams and I have
have received the report and read it. So Supervisor Haschak, you're my alternate. You may like a copy, and if so, I have one for you to read. But it's all about the, critical, intensive, what is it? I gotta look for it.
Critical incident team.
It's the team.
Yeah.
Yes. Critical incident teams, and she attended all the workshops on that, and they had real examples and to go forward on and maybe to use here in this county. But she was really impressed with the conference and all she learned. So upcoming, we do have the RCRC annual meeting. I believe Supervisor Haschak is going to go. I will be attending, and Supervisor Williams wanted to hear one of the workshops, so he may be coming up for one day. I want to remind you, I'm still putting the basket together. I need some donations still. I will need them by no later than Friday, right here to the office, because I do have to put all the baskets together, and it's a lot of work.
You want some AAA craft? Do you want some AAA craft flour?
What's that?
So I had a comment about your, if I may, your last item, Jan McGordy's presentation and the trip report.
I couldn't find it.
I shared that on Facebook.
Oh.
And I got a lot of positive feedback, including, quote, we had a CIT training here in Fort Bragg some years back, and it was one of the most effective, concise, and instructive trainings we've had. That includes graduate school and all the training since. The more people who can benefit from this, the better. Do we need to take any steps to help facilitate CIT training integration?
I'll look towards
I
the
heard
CEO.
I heard our CEO say that we are.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Brown and Supervisor Williams, yes, Jan McGordy did meet with me and Janine Miller, and we are, the county, we are working with them, and one of the actions she wanted is there is an expert in the field that she wants to bring to Mendocino County, and NAMI will pay for it. So I have scheduled a phone conference with this gentleman to get him here. He would come, he would do a training, and he would do an assessment of our system and work with our sheriff's office. So we can continue to give updates to this board, but I think probably after the beginning of the calendar year, you will see a training and an assessment. And this is very similar. Remember last year, we did the Stepping Up Initiative training. We did it here, and we did it on the coast. So we would be looking at doing something like that as well. But that would be after our expert came and did an assessment of our system.
Thank you for that update. And I'm sure I'll hear it tomorrow. Behavior Health Advisory Board will be meeting tomorrow from 10 to 2, and it will be over in the Agricultural Conference Room. And then, as Supervisor Williams reported, I leave for late afternoon, early evening meeting in Cloverdale, and that has to do with the Upper Russian River water managers. And then I've had many meetings with constituents regarding, county water, fire, you name it. And I do have an upcoming meeting that I find very interesting, and that has to do with county water policy. Then I will be attending the Lower Deerwood Fire Council meeting. That's on Sunday. And also, I'm going to have a meeting set up to meet with CALFIRE on the Eastern Hills, and hopeful to bring in BLM, the Army Corps at Lake Mendocino, and a couple of other stakeholders like Ukiah Valley Fire. So that is upcoming and planned. We did talk about California Public Utility Commission public meeting on telecommunications service quality. At our last meeting, it was reported under Supervisors Reports. It was to be held in Monte Rio on September 23rd, which would be next Monday night. And that one has been postponed to an undetermined future date. So that won't be happening. I felt it was important, and I thank County Council for bringing in the email and giving me the heads up. But I felt it was important to get that reported because we had talked about it. So we are going into closed session, and we do have one item left. And on closed session, as I reported out after our working lunch, when we were back in open session, we have 9C to discuss, and that is public employee appointment. So we are going to closed session.
Madam Chair, very briefly, one more item. It was triggered by your mention of the work on the east side with CALFIRE. So to date, on the western hills, there's been a total of 14 miles of dozer fuel break, the ridgetop fuel breaks, a combination of private resources and predominantly CALFIRE, 3.25 miles, 3.25 of the shaded fuel break, and over 8,000 personnel hours. So a lot of work is being done to protect our communities.
Yes, and I feel that we are a model for the entire state and how we work with CALFIRE and other local partners on wildfire safety. It's from my understanding.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Okay, we're going into closed session.
Okay, the Board of Supervisors is back in session, coming out of closed session at 6:42. And the report out on our agenda item, 9C, is that we have appointed an agricultural commissioner, sealer, for the county of Mendocino. Jim Donnelly was hired with the county on December 2nd, 2018, as the Assistant Agricultural Commissioner. He was appointed as Acting Agricultural Commissioner on July 14th, 2019. He was an Agricultural Commissioner for Glenn County for 4 years, also worked in Riverside and Imperial County. He has over 30 years of experience, and he has accepted the position as the Agricultural Commissioner Sealer for the County of Mendocino. The motion was made by Supervisor McCowan, was seconded by Supervisor Jurdy, and it was a 5-0 vote. So that's the report out, and we're adjourned.